come forward and settle down, take the front seat. Also, it's a kind request to all of you to please put your phones on silent mode or on airplane mode before we go ahead. Let me quickly take you through the agenda of the day. We have two sessions planned for the day. The first session, as I've told you, on 5G at the heart of industry. The second session will be on transforming telecom value chain, building a resilient, smarter, faster value chain. And post that, we wait for weekly meetings, followed by a long and weekly meetings. So I request you all once again to kindly gather yourselves, take your seats, settle down, put your phones in silent mode, airplane mode, occupy the front seat right here, and I hope you all had a great time here in Delhi. Delhi winters are really good, and we'll be just starting in a short while.
आ रहा है ना ऐसे मुझे ला तो नहीं आ रहा है कुछ जो भी check check one okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to begin the first session of the day. Once again, I request all the delegates to kindly occupy their seats, settle down. We're about to begin with the first session. The first session will talk about 5G at the heart of industry, seamlessly merging the physical and digital realms. And we have a very eminent set of panelists to discuss this topic in length and breadth. So let's get ready. I would now like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Sharad Arora. He's the founder director, Mashamari Consultants Private Limited. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He's an international expert in telecom, security, and IoT, and contributes to several national and international technology committees and working groups involved with standardization of ICT. Sir, a very warm welcome to you. In the panel now, I would like to invite Mr. Ramu T. Srinivasaya. He is the founder and director, Lekha Wireless Solutions Private Limited. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. He has experience of 27 years in wired and wireless communications, technology, and product development. I hope his information that he's going to share will be valuable for each one of us today. Moving ahead, I would now like to invite Mr. Rajiv Saraf. He's the CEO of Lepton Software. He's a visionary business leader and a renowned entrepreneur, currently serving as a founder and CEO of Lepton Software. Sir, a very warm welcome to you. I would like to invite Mr. Bhanu Pratap, Head Sales, Neural Networks Private Limited. He has worked in ICT industry for going on 17 years with expertise in multifunctional roles, sales, pre-sales, product marketing, strategy planning, and a lot more. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In the panel, we have Mr. James Langard. He is from Safaricom PLC Kenya, Head of Department, NW Implementation. He's a distinguished figure in the telecommunications industry, currently spearheading network operations and implementation of Safaricom PLC with expertise of over 15 years. He came all the way from Kenya. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we will soon be joined by Mr. Rajiv Gupta. He'll be joining us in a short while. He's the head of business development at Storm Technologies Private Limited with expertise of 35 years. We'll be shortly joined by him. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the first session, a very interesting session that will talk about the physical and the digital aspects of 5G at the heart of industry. But before we go ahead, let us energize the whole atmosphere. It's a cold Delhi morning. Can we have a round of applause? All of you, if you can just generate some energy in the hall. Great. Let's begin this session. Over to you, Mr. Sharad.
A very good morning and a very warm welcome in this cold times in Delhi. It's a good time to be here. I hope you have all been taken care of. There was tea outside, and I hope the session this far has been useful. I think the introductory speeches by the dignitaries in the morning yesterday were a great setup for what is the occasion in these 2 days of Bharat Telecom. May I just ask Mr. Gupta if there'll be introduction to people or should they go through their own introductions? Okay, you've done the introductions? That was it. Good. So we can save some time. You know who we are. I start straight away with the fact that nobody misses, I am sure, the transformational impact that 5G and the new communication systems are having on the industry and the government and people at their homes. We are here today to delve a little deeper into what 5G actually means when it comes to the vertical called the industry. Although the governments and the diaspora as such is equally affected, but today's focus is going to be a little bit upon the fact that 5G is not really just a network technology. 5G is impacting every dimension of life, and together with the huge digital transformation that is underway, and the one thing that strikes me as I see the times, I've been with telecoms now 30 years, that the transformation is such that the need for lifelong learning is most apparent today. So we will also discuss some aspects surrounding capacity development, surrounding how the governments, the industry, and we all, that is the ecosystem, can shape our thinking, can shape our actions in order to make best use of it. Because one thing is clear, that when the next 5 years are done, you've seen IT and telecoms merge. At least I have, very closely. I used to be the IT part of telecoms. And then I became the telecoms part of telecoms. I was responsible for launching 3G with Tata Docomo. And the Docomo concept of life enriching services is what we took on in 2010 when we were the first private operator to launch 3G. And since then, this transformation of the communication technology riding on top of IT, so network feature virtualization came in, nodes got disaggregated. When we launched the first network in 1996, it was inside a hugely secured facility, unmarked, so that it was protected from security threats. And now you've got 5G in India, you've got 5G labs inside completely open average buildings. So what happens to security in these kind of deployments? What will happen with private networks? These are questions that will impact each one of you, whether you are an ecosystem partner or with the government or telecom service provider. And these are transformative questions. I think also this entire merging of IT and telecoms is giving rise to one more big merger, which is the physical and the digital. If you add what the Mr. Pandemic did to this whole transformation, which was already underway, was I think many of you would remember how education was delivered. Everything was actually virtual. In fact, at that time, that is the time when India took the biggest leap. I don't know if it's been talked about enough, but the readiness of Aadhaar and the Aadhaar is our national identity, digital identity, and the readiness of the financial systems, the application called Bheem, meant that actually, it's my personal view, we did not slow down. The impact was that the smallest shop was able to receive digital payments. And so business continued uninterrupted. Work continued uninterrupted. There may be other things in the future. Pandemic may not be the only disruptor in life, but that merger of IT telecoms followed by this merger of the physical and the digital, that is going to give rise to a very important discussion that Mr. Saraf will perhaps lay a little bit of emphasis on, the concept of digital twins and what you can achieve by simulating, by learning insights about an, a microcosm, by interacting with it without actually having physically interacted with it, and the importance of that. I think the whole industrial part, the automation is shifting to intelligent collaboration. Each machine talks to you now, or at least can talk to you if you want it to talk to you. It can send you the data. It can send you its performance. It can send you diagnostics information well before it breaks down. I don't know how many of you know, there are more than 500 parameters that an average car can send up to its manufacturer all the time. 500 parameters. So if only you were listening, you could completely prevent a breakdown. And I think some old research in Stockholm said that every hour of a breakdown is $10,000 or 10,000 euros. I don't know which currency it was, but it's big cost. So if you started to listen to your machines and your industrial processes, you could liberate a huge amount of productivity and reliability. So automation shifting to intelligent collaboration. And of course, the bit about intelligent decision support. 5G is that technology which does have the potential to completely eliminate any barrier regarding control of a process, whether that's industrial, medical, in your home, or something else. The ecosystem here, Sarah, discussing this must know one thing, that this digital transformation is actually a matter of your choice. You have to think it. You have to know that the possibilities exist. And then it's a matter of when it gets implemented. In this fashion, education, healthcare, agriculture, financial services, there is no industrial vertical automation. And obviously, the transport vertical, the automotive vertical, these are all hugely touched, ports, and so on and so forth. But this seamless collaboration between humans and machines is the third major thing that we should discuss today. The IT merging with telecoms, physical merging with digital, and humans merging with machines, so machines becoming seamless enablement for the human beings. That's the context. I'm going to turn to my senior partner here, uh, Ramu, who's been very involved in the 5G ecosystem incubation. We are going to try to limit ourselves to a few minutes each, so it keeps moving forward. But let Mr. Ramu, of the founder of Lekha, give you a little perspective of the 5G development in this country. Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. At Leica, we build radio access network, and it's been quite a journey, starting from 4G, where we are working with operators, providing connectivity to the human-to-human communication, primarily the cellular network. But as part of our 5G journey, we are building Open RAN network, and we are working with a huge ecosystem, which involves core network applications, and we are actually targeting some of the applications which are including mining, factory automation, fixed wireless access, because these are the new areas which are upcoming as part of the 5G, which we have not explored as part of the 4G. So, in terms of transformation from digital to the physical world, every application has its own demand in terms of what is required, because here we are trying to automate and bring efficiency to some of the processes, which is only possible when we offer it as a turnkey solution. So when I say turnkey solution, the network, it is not that we are providing network, a typical voice communication or internet browsing and things like that, but here we are giving a solution to a problem which is faced by the industry. So this requires a domain expertise, which is primarily coming from many companies who are working in these domain-specific areas, developing application. For example, if you want to automate an airport, the company who is providing infrastructure for the airport, they have a good idea in terms of what is required, right? Then we have to add actually the core and the RAN and the necessary changes so that we can enable this complete use case. So it's been a very interesting journey, because the 5G is not only enabling the cellular network, but equally it is focusing on non-cellular private 5G network. And probably as we progress in the discussion, we'll talk more about our experiences in enabling these use cases. Thank you for that question, Sharad.
Thank you very much, Ramu. I'm going to just quickly shift to get some more industrial perspective to Mr. Saraf. That seems to be an interesting question, which is developing on top of what is the core expertise in 5G. And I just want to say this very important thing, that if industrial and private network deployments have to be successful for you, it will take expertise at the level of the core. And it's the network that is coming to you this time. You're not going to buy an IT solution. So it has to work in very close collaboration. That much I can tell you, we can take away from here. But coming back to this, those kind of solutions being deployed in recreating a microcosm with digital twins. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So, I mean, as an organization, as a Lepton, and I represent Lepton, we have always worked with maps, right? And if you look at maps, maps is nothing but a representation of your real world. Initially, it started with paper, now it's become digital, right? And what the digital, the digital world and the maps, our role and what the role of the digital twins, what is the new word, the maps are now called digital twins when we move from 2D to 3D. There's a role before the rollout of the 5G network, and there's a role which happens after the rollout of the 5G network as well. So, right, if I look at the rollout of the 5G network, and if you look at most of the operators in India, they've used our 3D maps to roll out 5G network, whether it's Geo or Vodafone is of course in works in progress, and little bit of Airtel as well. So that's one place we provide digital twins, because when you want to even roll out your network, you need to understand where you want to place your antennas, your base stations, your so that you have a proper coverage, and you can get proper latency, download speed, uplink speed. So all these things are required, and they go as a part of the planning tool, which is nothing but a big simulation environment. and that's where the maps go in as an input to ensure that you have a proper, you're properly modeling your network or environment, the real world environment, so that you get a proper 5G coverage. Now, similarly, it's not only about creating the digital twins rules, not only in terms of creating the network, right? Once you have the network as well, in order to even manage your networks or even in order to monitor your networks, you require digital twin, right? For example, we have a solution that allows telcos to basically completely document and create a digital twin of their say fiber network. And once you create your 5 network digital twin, once there's a fault, you can find out there's a fault. Once you find out there's a cut, you can go to the cut. If you need to give a connectivity to somebody, you can figure out, you can find exactly where is my nearest POP or the connection point from where I can give a connectivity. So, I mean, of course, these are the use cases where the operator has sort of internalized a digital twin. But if you look at the external world, if you look at from the consumer side now or the industry side, again, the digital twin has multiple use cases and which is actually becoming a reality with the 5G coming in, right? The metaverse, all of you have heard about metaverse. If you look at one of the founding blocks of metaverse is the digital twin. It starts with the digital twin. Of course, if it's geographically spread areas, you have a maps. I mean, the usage goes into. If you look at the industries, then you have industrial, digital twin. You create a complete, digital model of your industrial environment on which you can do your planning, you can run your operations, you can do simulation in advance. So every application that you look at today in the 5G, the underlying engine behind that, you will see a digital twin, whether it's an autonomous driving. What does autonomous driving do? You have a LiDAR system, you have camera system, which is continuously looking at the real world, immediately converting into a digital world, doing calculation, passing it on to the vehicle, and then vehicle, then reacts. So this is what the digital twin is doing, and I think it's going to be very, very integral part of the whole 5G ecosystem.
Thank you, Rajiv. So using maps to represent networks and to intelligently interact with those maps to know how to fix faults, how to design the network, etc. And then, of course, for those of you who've participated in smart cities, digital twins have now completely redone the very detailed planning that you need for a city planning, planning buildings, etc. So the digital twins is a very remarkable feature for those who are doing the planning. Let me come back to the ecosystem question, and then we will come back to the peace de resistance safari with the telco in between us. But before that, Bhanu, would you please, in a few minutes, describe how India has gone about building 5G capacity? And if you can talk briefly also about the Honorable Prime Minister's 100 5G lab initiatives, because I think people should know about it and it can be emulated very easily. So please, will you spend a few minutes?
Thank you, Sharat. Good morning, all. So, I think very interesting topic. So, I'll start with what 5G has done, to the world. 5G has actually, opened up the technology. So when we say opened up the technology, right? In India, we have a 5G core vendor today. In India, we have a 5G RAN vendor today. But if you go years back, this was not the case, right? There were very few selective core technology vendors, right? So how that has all happened? Yes, 5G has opened it up the world, right? But to create that ecosystem, to create that support system, to create your champions, right? The government, has to create that entire system. So what beautifully has been done here is that, uh, companies have been funded to do R&D on 5G technologies. A company like Neeral, a startup, and now it's a heads up, is ready to offer its 5G as a core to the world, right? This is all because we are part of a system where we have been encouraged to create a product. So you have a Indian 5G as a core to the world today, right? And then there are many companies like Ramu is there for radio access network, right? A technology which maybe years back we were dreaming that it will always come from outside India, right? But we have created that ecosystem. We have created hardware. We have created software, and this has all become possible of the efforts, of the guidance, of the funding. Everything is important here, right? And how do you, once you create the products, right, you need to implement those products, right? You need to put those products into use. So that is where I think what Sharad already said, that our honorable prime minister, he announced in IMC 2023 about creating 100 5G use case labs across India. So we are all set, in next 2 months to create this 100 5G use case labs across India in different engineering colleges and universities. Now it's a very beautiful initiative. On the one hand, it is giving a company like us who created a product to go and deploy your product and then test different use cases, right? And other companies, right? And it is not only about a 5G RAN and a core. Many devices like 5G drone, IoT gateway, AR VR system. So all these are been part of that lab system. So that is where we are creating a platform for us to go and deploy and test, and then we are ready for a maybe the next stage of the commercial use case. Second hand, it is going to increase the knowledge of 5G between the students. India is a startup ecosystem, right? So everybody knows about it. It's in every domain. So if you see, and telecom 5G again is not only going to happen with core and RAN. We need an end-to-end ecosystem. We need 5G devices. We need 5G applications, use cases. So what we can say proudly today, India as a nation is all ready to give you a 5G ecosystem and deploy that 5G ecosystem in any part of the world, right? So we have right from the devices to the primary core and RAN, everything is part of that startup ecosystem. We are having all the products in India. So that is where this, entire initiative of the government, of the labs, encouraging startups. So we have the end-to-end product and ecosystem which we can deploy to the world. And I think that is a ecosystem which will be required everywhere. So as Saraf said, it's not only 5G is a network which can carry any kind of application and data, right? But the 5G, and the technology has many strengths. So we have to see what use cases, I think we'll discuss later,
Yes.
that can come into part of it. We as a nation are ready. We as a company are ready to offer end-to-end 5G ecosystem.
Thank you, Bhanu, for elucidating that very important initiative. Personally, my recommendation would be to, and if you need help from TPC, Mr. Gupta sitting here, to get a little synopsis of how India's gone about that entire exercise. I think that should be available to you, but I hope it'll help you proliferate a method of going about developing the ecosystem in your countries. It's quite successful. Now, the most important, we have a telco amongst us. James is sitting here with us, brings very good insights from Kenya. And there'll be 2-3 questions. I'll come around, James, but maybe the first thing is perhaps to know from you as a telco, what are the bottlenecks and challenges that you are seeing in the deployment of 5G in your country?
Thank you, Sharad, and a very good morning to everyone in this room. So first, I'd like to start by saying that I come from Kenya. The operator I work for is called Safaricom. That is part of the larger Vodafone group. So we've been on a journey to deploy 5G. When I hear the numbers in India, I'm quite challenged. Over 300 million customers right now in India and growing. Kenya, we are just talking about 600K customers. But that's not surprising because our population is slightly larger than that of Delhi. And we are just within the first 2 years within our journey's growth. So I would say some of the challenges that we faced along the way, our 5G journey started just at about the same time that we had the COVID pandemic. So there was that link, that unfortunate link between COVID and 5G, and that really interrupted a lot of our rollout and speed of execution, because out of those concerns, there was a massive concern raised by customers living near the base stations, and we had to go through multiple steps of licensing just to get our 5G rollout going. The cost of the equipment is still very high. We've deployed now 5G on about 800 sites using non-standalone. But even the leap from just upgrading your base station from 4G to 5G is quite high. So that is, the cost is in two ways: the capex for acquiring the equipment, and then there is always an upgrade cost that goes with the 5G. Many of you in this room will know there's an almost 40% growth when it comes to energy consumption every time you upgrade your base station. Spectrum is a challenge, as I'm sure it is a challenge across many markets. So, for example, the spectrum that we got allocated the first time in our country, we got allocated 3.5 gigahertz. It was taken by the military, and then now we had to switch to 2.6, which of course is not a favorite spectrum for us. I would like a lower band spectrum so that we can get very good penetration. Some of the roadblocks we've had to surmount, Sharad, also includes the development of use cases. As we speak, we are still in that particular journey. Obviously, some of them have taken off, some that we didn't even put a lot of emphasis. For example, the EMBB, enhanced mobile broadband, have come out strong because 5G is actually helping us to decongest our 4G base stations. We have the exciting FWA use case as well. And we are also exploring initiatives that we are doing with part of our manufacturing and mining industries. And lastly, of course, Africa is very famous for safaris, and I would love to encourage as many of you to come to Africa for a safari. But if you cannot, we've developed a very interesting use case, which is e-tourism. So from the comfort of your home, you can just log on to your phone and take a virtual safari from here. Thank you, Sharad.
Thank you, James. Okay, so I think you have a spread now from Ramu introducing the ecosystem to digital twins to capacity development and the challenges, use cases that James talked about. So I'm just going to turn around for the next 10 minutes. We have maybe 13 more minutes in this panel to discuss some issues with the capacity development first, and then come to use cases in like 2-minute views from people. But let me turn to Ramu maybe and start the same order in 1 or 2 minutes, please. Capacity development for supporting the aspirations, the 5G transformative effect, also in the backdrop of the fact that there have been reports in the media that 5G has actually not delivered to the promise. Just your view on that, Ramu.
Yeah, so in terms of the 5G capacity development, of course, there is one market which all of us have experienced, which has evolved, is the continuation to the cellular network, which has been already rolled out. So there is definitely a large amount of potential that exists in 5G technology, which is currently under works. Like there is a lot of development happening to enable use cases in the form of private 5G. Also, there's an upcoming rollout of fixed wireless access, which is actually the delivering broadband connectivity to the remote areas, because this is the one of the feature that is offered by 5G in terms of capacity. So this can be taken as an opportunity to enable the last mile connectivity in rural and remote area. This is something which is a next wave of deployment that is expected to happen. And in India, we are looking at the spectrum coming for this deployment. And also the rollout is not going to be a typical cellular network, which is enabling voice, video, and data, but rather it is replacing the last mile connectivity where we are using fiber today. So this is one area which is going to evolve. Second, there's one of the regulatory challenge which is primarily holding deployment is the for the private 5G network is a spectrum. So spectrum is something which is again an important tool which in India the governments are looking towards. And with the enablement of spectrum, we see that a large amount of rollout is expected. So in order to build the capacity, primarily there is a, if you ask me, is there a requirement of elastic network which can actually deliver the demands, the automations required in factory or mining? The answer is yes. There is a clear demand, but there are some bottlenecks that needs to be addressed. With this, we should be able to build a 5G ecosystem. In terms of application, yes, there is a good amount of startups working in developing the application. At Telecom, we are working with a mining company developing. I think at least 3 or 4 companies who are developing applications for safety aspects, applications for controlling end devices, and unmanned ground vehicles and unmanned aerial vehicles. So there are a good amount of ecosystem that is built. The market has to open up. That's where probably the regulatory aspects also will come into play. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to move on to asking, I'll come to James actually, and we'll come to the use case journey a little bit then. 5G as a failure to deliver its promise, and the ecosystem to support the proliferation, one of deployment of the network and the second of the use cases. So one minute on your view on each.
So, yeah, so what I would say, Sharad, is still early days in the 5G journey, but clearly a lot needs to be done. If I can pick, for example, a specific use case that we of course developed within our roadmap, but has been a challenge in terms of adoption. Just a simple use case like the fixed wireless access offering. The real challenge in terms of developing the use case, the engineering, of course, and the technical stuff is well done and well thought out of, but the commercial proposition to the customer is where the challenge comes in. And the challenge is because of the high cost of CPEs, mainly because this is still really controlled by the few equipment vendors that are within that space. But of course, that is going to change in the future. So if you look at a certain use case like that, you can see the challenges are actually surmountable with a bit of partner involvement and stakeholder actions to just try and bridge the gap between the affordability of those devices. So what I would say is it's still early days for the 5G journey, and there's a huge challenge ahead in terms of surmounting the challenges, but it's not an impossible task.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you, James. Rajiv, use cases, obviously digital twins, you spoke about that itself as a use case, but use cases that could proliferate the 5G journey.
Right. So, but before I go into that, I mean, earlier you asked about the challenge in the capacity, and when I look at India, we have 4 public cellular network operators, right? We have Jio, Airtel, Vodafone, and BSNL. But in spite of all this talk about 5G, there are only 2 operators who actually rolled out 5G networks, right? We don't have it's only Jio and Airtel, right? Only 2 out of the 4 have rolled out 5G. So I think one of the big constraints which I see, or roadblocks moving ahead in terms of capacity rollout, so is going to be primarily in terms of cost of the huge cost of spectrum and also huge cost of rollout of the network itself. And I think just because a large population should not get, should not stay away from the access of the 5G, I think that's one thing that the government probably has to look at, is to how to enable the other 2 operators to ensure that they also roll out 5G, right? I mean, so that's a big, for me, that's going to be capacity constraint, right? I mean, in terms of only 2 operators out of 4 have got 5G network. Now, coming, of course, and now coming back to in terms of applications, I think for a country like India, we still have a lot of issues around healthcare, right? I mean, in terms of the accessibility of the healthcare in the remote areas, and I think a 5G could be a game changer in terms of providing real-time healthcare to the citizens who are in the rural areas or semi-urban areas. And if you look at, I mean, everybody, literally the way the healthcare working in India today is everybody's almost coming to Delhi or to Bangalore or to Chennai to get healthcare from even the tier 2 and tier 3 towns. So I think that's where the gap, the 5G application, I see a huge potential of 5G in terms of actually saving lives. I mean, that's going to be a transformational, game changer application that I see.
Thank you
Of
very
course,
much
yeah.
for introducing that. I think the impact of 5G proliferation in remote and rural areas, uh, there is no dearth of spectrum. The use case is there. So, literally, the same way as you said it, saving lives by using the 5G spectrum for high quality services with URLLC, the low latency communication aspects, coming in release 617 now. Okay, I won't get into too much technology, but URLLC likely to be a commercial availability soon should actually mean that you have at least that one use case which can proliferate heavily. Bhanu, you have 1 or 2 minutes on this?
Yeah, okay. So I'll also start with, it's 5G was a buzzword. Now 5G failure has started to buzz, right? But if, I will say it like if 5G has to succeed, right, then it has to be a country like India who can make 5G successful, right? Now, why I said that, right? I've seen a Volvo bus. I'll take an off-route example, right? Volvo might have made a bus which is not made in India, right? But when that bus lands to a city like Mumbai, right? It has a full capacity. The doors are hard to be pressed, right? So what I'm saying is the test, the kind of traffic we can put on a network, a country like India, there's no other country is going to put a traffic like that on it. So to use the 5G full potential, we'll have to find out the ways how to put that traffic onto that network because 5G has a tremendous capacity uh, as a technology, right? So until unless we use the full potential of a technology, saying it is a failure or a success is something, it's always a debatable thing. But yes, our country, not only, Saraf talked about public networks, right? There can be two more operators. But the subset which Ramu was talking about is private 5G, right? Now, private 5G, so what I want to say is if you don't see and learn, you can either try a new thing, right? So you see US market, right? They started with a public network, then they offered a CBRS band. Now they are doing private 5G, right? And not only private 5G, now there are uses coming of a hybrid network, right? A private and a public network, joining hands. Say from a warehouse of a private network, something is going out, then it's getting shifted to the public network. So all this is already there, right? So either we follow that, right? So what Ramu said about spectrum, right? Either we follow that. So we also create enterprise or to be the master to choose the spectrum, choose the service provider, whatever they want. But what is that going to deliver is that more number of use cases, more number of applications. Ramu talked about mining. Yes, mining has a requirement. We ourselves have, gone to the mining industry, taught them how 5G can be useful to them. We have created, presentations, use cases for them, and then we have taken their feedback. Right today, it's very, initial days. Their problems are totally different. So we have to address the problems first, and then we go to the advance of AR, VR, drone based 3D mapping. This is what is not there today, but
Sure.
they want it.
Yeah.
How we do it now, that's the question.
Yeah, thank you. So I am on the top of the hour. It's 11 o'clock, although we started 5 minutes late. So with your permission, Mr. Gupta, we'll just have a few questions from the audience, if there are. But in the meantime, just a quick summary of whilst you think of your questions. And are there microphones to be distributed? There are. Uh, so whilst that mic reaches the esteemed audience, I'd just say this: the seamless collaboration is bound to arrive. The value proposition is too strong. Of course, different countries will take different regulatory postures, telcos, private networks, etc. But I think really 5G stands for that aspiration within remote and rural areas, which is going to deliver to them a huge amount of bringing equality of services. And I really hope that the world will see that very soon. So you have a question?
Thank you so much. My name is Jabera Matogoro from Tanzania. I know initially when Telecom started, we made a mistake, not engaging so much users. I'm not sure on how human-centered approach could be adopted in the 5G network, especially in the current era. Thank you.
May I take that question before you say you want a particular answer from any panelist? But in the morning today, we had this discussion driving in that user-centered design, the current challenge is it's really amazing that you asked this question. We went through this discussion. Telcos never went to customers to ask. Standards were written, products were built, services were deployed. It was very straight. You focused, network equipment providers focused on affecting the standards, built products, sold it to telcos. Telcos built services, which were what? Coverage, phone call. Nobody needed to be taught anything. The nature of 5G use cases that are around now for mining, ports, factories, they need someone to go into the customer domain, sit down and do the UCD, the user-centered design. And I believe, make a note of it, I believe that gap in the industry is one of the big gaps to fill for entrepreneurs, for technology leaders. So, yep, very important question, sir. Thank you very much for asking that. It's an industry gap. It will come around and has to come around. Ramu, you have it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good observation. With the formation of 3GPP, the participation of the global, all the regions of the globe has started. But unfortunately, there are few regions which were left out. There is no say of these regions. So as there is one initiative that has happened in India is we have a standard development office called TSDSI, and the entire Indian industry is working with TSDSI to take our requirements, both operators as well as developers. We are all working with TSDSI, where the requirements of our region is represented. And in fact, there are many companies working in creating the 6G standard. Government has set a vision where all our use cases, all our innovations and new algorithms are contributed to the 6G standards. So this is a way forward, because the participation is the key, where our requirements, our voices are heard, and they are part of the specification, so that the standards becomes more global, which can be adapted.
I think that's an excellent point also for those other countries to note that standardization, local standardization as a route to viable development of services and its ecosystem is very, very important. I have been with TSDSI and I have chaired the services and solutions group. And I can tell you that one way to actually engage the ecosystem of academia, startups, and the industry is to go to the standards development office in your country. You had a point? Okay, any other question? Sorry, you had? Any other question from the esteemed audience? Okay then, as I said, we were already at the top of the hour. We are closing in time. Thank you for being such a lovely audience. Thank you, my panelists, for being such a nice discourse today. And you have a good conference. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharad.
Thank you all the members in the panel. I now request our moderator for the session, Mrs. Sharad, to kindly felicitate all the panel members for a very interesting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for all of them once again. I request Mrs. Sharad to felicitate all the panel members, to begin with Mr. Ramu T. Srinivasya. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Ramu. Mr. Rajiv Saraf. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Bhanu Pratap. Put your hands together. Mr. James Langard. I also request Mr. Arun Gupta, DGT EPC, to kindly join us in felicitating our moderator for this session, Mr. Sharad Arora. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now I request all of you to kindly come forward for a group picture together. Ladies and gentlemen, this was on 5G at the heart of industry, seamlessly merging the physical and digital realms. The next session is about transforming telecom value chain, building a resilient, smarter, faster value chain, and we'll be starting right after this. We have our panelists with us. Once again, we would like to thank all the panel members.
One extra chair has to be put. One chair. And the name tags have to be changed. Chair. After name tag is section.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this session will be on transforming telecom value chain, building a resilient, smarter, faster value chain. There's a very important announcement that after this we'll have B2B meetings for a short while, but sharp at 1:30. You all have to gather back. The lunch timings are slightly shifted. We'll be having the lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30. I request you all to please gather back here after this session at 1:30 sharp. We'll be having a launch that will be followed by the VC meets. So for now, we will be just starting with this session.
No, even the sofa has to be there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session will begin in 5 minutes from now. We're just doing the arrangements. So I request you all to kindly be seated here. Don't go out. Just be here for another 5 minutes. We'll be beginning with this session in 5 minutes. नहीं हाँ हाँ उसको किसी जैसे सेंटर वाला कर छोड़ना पीछे लग रहा है All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to begin with the next session of the day that will talk about transforming telecom value chain, building a resilient, smarter, and faster value chain. This session will be dwelling into the disruptive technologies influencing the telecom sector. And we have a very eminent set of panelists, and we are all set for a very thought-provoking discussion on this very important topic. I request all the delegates to kindly settle down. Please take your seats. Once again, it's a kind request to please put your phones on silent mode or on airplane mode. Now let's begin. I would like to call upon our moderator for this session, Mr. Rajesh Rai, CMD ITI Limited. He has expertise of more than 30 years in telecommunication industry and assumed charge as chairman and managing director of ITI Limited on 21st of February 2023. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, a very warm welcome to you. In the panel, we have Mr. Porpadha Sekaran, Director, Technical at TCIL. He is an Indian Telecom Services Officer of 1988 batch. He has experience of 34 years in the telecom domain, both in India and abroad, presently working as Director on the Board of Telecommunications, Consultant India Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would like to invite Mr. Rajesh Tuli, Managing Director, Coral Telecom. He is the first generation entrepreneur who promoted Coral Telecom in 1995 as a company that was into design and manufacture of enterprise communication system, then called PABX. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Kakkar, advisor at Lepton. He's a telecom professional with more than 38 years of experience in the emerging technologies in telecom IT sector. He played a very critical leadership role across functions including R&D, product development, manufacturing, commercialization, corporate energy, and management. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In the panel with us, we have Mr. Paritosh Prajapati. He is the CEO at GX International Group. He's the founder and CEO of GX Group by 2013 by setting up a complete operations along with manufacturing facility and software development department for Europe. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Let's have a round of applause. With us, we have Mr. Satish Och. He is the VP Engineering Avalon Technologies Limited. He has 35 years of rich experience in advanced electronic design automation area and led teams to implement successful product development 5G indigenization efforts with IITs and indigenous high performance server program with CDAC. Let's welcome Mr. Satish with a round of applause. And with us, we'll have Mr. Mikhail Efimov. He's the CEO at Infra Russia. He's a telecom professional with a rich expertise of 29 years. He's having experience in development and integration of telecommunications and IT systems. He has participated in the development and deployment of projects for the digital transformation of agriculture and telecommunications enterprise. Let's welcome Mr. Mikhail with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this discussion. And now I hand it to Mr. Rajesh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We had a wonderful session just over, around 1 hour. And the key takeaway for me was probably I was not ready for. The message was whether the 5G has been a failure. Probably we'll be delving more on that because that is a very important statement made. But our session, which is going to focus on the value chain and the transforming value chain in telecom, and how to make this whole chain resilient, foolproof, and also adding value to not only the operators, not only to the manufacturers, but to the end customer. And I would like to start with that end customer in mind, end user in mind. Actually, if you see the history of telecommunication, maybe till late 80s, early 90s, it was all operator-driven market, primarily the government monopolies all across the world. Customer was having very little say. Whatever was available was given to the customer. And whatever limited service he could get, he had no option but to be satisfied and remain happy with that. The technology changed, and we enter into the era of mobile communication where deployments were faster, and gradually then rather than operator centric, it became basically manufacturer centric. So if I see that way, the whole value transformed into manufacturing driven market. Again, ignoring the customer. My good friend raised a very valid point in last session, that the customer's requirements were not taken into consideration. The end user was actually ignored. So from 90s, 95 onwards in India specifically, till late 20s, we feel that the whole market, whether it started with 2G, then 3G, 4G, 5G, now we are talking of 6G, it was all centered by the equipment manufacturing, platform developers, and more oriented towards selling the technology. You develop something, you cook something, and you expect the customer to like that. And this is probably one mistake what we have done in the past, ignoring completely the actual needs of the society, of the market, and also seeing the implication of introducing something which is just has been made ready just because technological evolution has taken place. We have not looked into the aspects of health. We've not looked into the aspects of social issues, impacts of the technology development, not even the cultural issues. Most of our friends sitting here will appreciate the fact that evolution has taken the whole society in totally different direction. Of course, there are always plus and minus points for everything, but probably these aspects have not been considered into. So when I discuss here, and we have eminent speakers here on the dais, I would like this aspect also to be taken into consideration. While we discuss technological evolutions, while we discuss about the cyber security, cloud computing, we discuss about evolving to the 6G, we also discuss about the collaborative approach of minimizing the new deployments. We also have to consider two important aspects. One is what value we are adding to the society, not just by saying that we are providing connectivity of 1 Gbps to every household or 1 Gbps to every village, or we are having 99.99% uptime, we have low latency. These are, of course, important as a KPI. But what is more important is whether the person sitting in some remote areas in a village in Kerala or Northeast, whether there is any transformative change in his life, his way of living, his thought processes, whether we have been able to positively impact that. If we have been able to do that, or we have the potential to do that, probably we are in the right direction. Otherwise, we are just simply, because we have created something, we want to monetize our creation, we are just throwing that to everybody, and in a way, forcing him to take that. That probably will be making the mistake. So when I discuss and when I request my panelists here, when they delve into these aspects, from their point of view, from the operator point of view, from the manufacturer point of view, let them also keep in the mind that there is the end user which has to be in the center. See, if in the growth of technologies, if I see a remote area in Jharkhand is becoming a hub of cyber crime, there is a concern. We are enabling people, but we are not in a position to give him a right direction to use the tool. And probably these are the cases where I feel we have to be more vigilant now onwards when we say the value chain has to be made stronger. That part has to be taken into consideration. So when I request my panelists, maybe we have speakers from varied fields, manufacturers, implementers, R&D experts, and operators. We will discuss one by one. Maybe I'd like to start with my friend from Russia and like to understand what is the current status there, and if I see the 5G deployment or the telecom deployment growth in general in Russia, how does he feel that the value chain is transforming, and what exactly is being done or is proposed to be done to ensure that the collaborative approach and the operator, from operator's point of view, the investment made are actually having sustainability in terms of return on investment. So request to you, sir.
Thank you very much for invitation. Thank you to Chairman for word. First of all, let me explain that in Russia, 5G rollout didn't start yet. And we are still in LT phase, and we are investigating use cases, and we are investigating experience, and India experience as well. And as for value chain, what is important, we are also studying how to use resources, because what is important for 5G from the perspective of operators is first, of course, is spectrum, right? That, as our friend from Kenya told, that not preferred spectrum may be available, like band 3.5. And in Russia, same case, that we are also suffering that this 3.5 on an issue. And this is a real, how to say, high demand spectrum, right? And we are considering now like 4.8 giga, or maybe like digital TV bands like 800. This is first point which we are now studying and challenging. Second, as for value chain creation, what is important from our perspective is sharing model. Means that we should consider the infrastructure, right? Because if we are moving to 3.5 or even higher, it means that you need a lot of locations, right? And for Russia, it's quite a critical point because the country is huge, and we have to provide the locations for this base station. We have to provide the power. We have to provide security and all this stuff, right? It means that in the value chain, this maybe new players will appear, like sharing companies who will provide you the infrastructure. This is first point. Second point is that 5G, we are treating like a chance to increase the profitability of the real telecom players. Because as you know, there are many media or OTT platforms is enjoying the profit, and telecom is suffering, especially in Russia. ARPU is rather low. It means that in order to make investments for the 5G deployment, you need ARPU increase. And this 5G with high speed, with new use cases for industries, verticals, right? It's really generating an opportunity for telecom to join the market of, how to say, new use cases. And what is also important, telecom becoming a very important player for data gathering and data treatment. It means that really partnership for data becoming a good sign for the 5G deployment. Right? And as for equipment itself, I think my colleagues will discuss a lot about equipment. We also consider in Open RAN as one of the chance for like local manufacturing, local development, because same as India and Russia, we have very good software engineers, right? And you know that from our perspective, Open RAN is one of the points for really software-driven technology.
That's good. I think probably you will take some more time to deploy 5G network, but whenever you do, I understand the technology and the value chain will be much mature, actually, much more mature, and you'll get the advantage of the experience we have. I'll request Satish ji to throw some light on the transformation we have had from operator or manufacturer driven market, the industry, to actually, if I now say it is application developed system now. So now more of a collaboration I see from startups, academia, they are coming forward. The government policy is also motivating that. So how do you feel this transformation has helped the industry, and what more needs to be done for this?
Thank you, Chairman. So what we are seeing today, I've been personally involved in the development of the 5G infrastructure along with IITs. We are basically a design and manufacturing firm, Avalon. And the last 2 years has been pretty transformational. It's not only just this program. The way we have progressed is what I want to talk about. As you know, India had the software experience, and also we had the hardware design experience. But what we brought to this telecom platform today is we took grounds up, which is phenomenal. A team of course, with the help of the government, right, in terms of funding, in terms of developing the systems. We could go down. Today we have the transformation where we can go down to the hardware, where we could simulate most of the requirements in the chain. We could do very high end of signal integrity, power integrity on the PCBs. Of course, India is catching up. You must be knowing about what is happening in the semiconductor side, what is happening on the PCB side. Yes, definitely we have a roadmap to bring all this in, but we're still dependent on external forces, external countries to supply, because the 5G PCBs and it's not the standard ones, these are very high tech. When we have to do this high-tech technology, we definitely have to depend on supply chains which are outside the country for now. But definitely we have proven, already we have deployments of 5G going into our critical defense. Well, what the challenge we pose is, it's not just the development, we also have to look at how we productionize at a cost. So we manufacturers have to look at efficient ways in how we bring down the yield of the system. How do we address all these challenges? How do we look at reliability of the system? There are tools today where you can predict MTBF values for an entire system, thermal analysis of an entire system. So this is where I think a big transformation. The other big policy changes I've never seen in the last 5 years have been pretty transformational, where I could see Indian companies having their own chipsets. Right? We have designed chips. We've known to be, but what we are seeing now is these companies, Indian startups, could go afford to get a slot in TSMC through the government support. Not only design the chip with government support, there are cases outside the exhibit hall where you can see India companies manufacturing and having their own chipsets. Right? That's a big transformation. So what it helps us is, one of the companies which we helped together to put together a design was a company called HQ. They are leaders today in edge computing. And also another company called Sterilian. They were all transformational companies who really took their design, not only a design, the value chain into making a semicon, putting it into a system. And today these are technologies which India owned. These are India owned. So tomorrow there is no royalties going out. These are what we can proudly say is, yes, this value chain is transformational. We are seeing this growth. Of course, there are gaps, which I'm sure, over the next 5 years, we all work together. And from our manufacturing perspective, we are setting up the lines. We are looking at what kind of advanced test systems we can bring in, like VNAs, robot systems, to do high volume, because ultimately the scale is important. You have to produce, you can do a 10-number system, but to go to do 100,000, 200,000, it's a challenge. So that's what we look at it. But I'm pretty strong with what we are doing, the way we are progressing. India is on its path to build its own. We have already proven the systems are working. 5G systems are working in defense. These are critical systems, so we need to take that to the next step.
A very good point you mentioned about the manufacturing, and unless we have that ecosystem, probably we are lacking something, a bigger aspect in the whole ecosystem. Now, coming to my friend next to me, Partoshji, you are taking care of the CPs and end customer devices primarily, and I feel you are associated with telecom development, not only in India but abroad. So how do you see the cyber security? I mean, that is a key aspect with the proliferation of all these technologies going down the line to the remotest part of the country and the world. What do you feel is your take on the security aspect? And then secondly, related to that will be my take on AI and edge computing we are talking about. So how that is going to evolve and is going to change the value chain as such.
Thank you, Rajesh. It's a valid question right now. We see digital connectivity happening everywhere, whatever country you go to. But people talking about speed, latency in 5G, nobody's putting the security as a priority number one. We see well-developed countries. I myself based in Sweden. We see one of the major concern right now is security. We see more and more security attacks. There are border issues between countries. The first attack we see right now, it is governmental offices, security things, governmental handling, processing are security blocked. So security is becoming a major reality. We need to see it as a priority, the prime focus. Above that, what we see the trend in the market is high data consumption. We are talking in India, 20 gigabit per user, which has grown drastically. If you look at other countries, developed countries has gone from 10 gigabit to 15 gigabit in the last 5 years, but in India we have come to from 10 to 20 gigabit, doubled. And we are far ahead in terms of data consumption. Next step would be all this data needs to be secure. All this data needs to be handled in a secure way. Then all connected to that, edge computing is becoming a big trend. What is it used for? Yeah, it's all connected to virtual reality, augmented reality. You need to process data. Looking at a real case scenario connected to 5G, etc., when it comes to data communication, even what we are doing fiber to the home connectivity, Wi-Fi 7, the next generation technology. It's all about low latency. When it comes to low latency, edge computer comes into the picture because you need to process the data closer where the data is. That's the whole trend, and that's the whole service market that is developing. Looking at the services we see now, we see more and more advanced applications. I don't know on the audience side, how many has used any service related to augmented reality? Can raise a hand? Last week, I was in European Union forum with students, and we had a discussion about augmented reality. 80% of those students has been using any games, any services, any application related to augmented reality. And that's what we are facing ahead of us. Augmented reality needs security because it's a personal information going into this data. Second thing is that it needs processing. And for that, edge computing will be playing a major role along with latency.
So a very good point, actually. In fact, this is where I was coming next, actually. The content development. So when we say we are upgrading from 4G to 5G and subsequently to 6G, we are having the highways prepared. But do we have the vehicles to run on that? And do we have the people who are interested in going on that highway and actually visiting some of the sites? Whether we are ready for that, whether the content being developed is what is required in society. That is also one question which we need to ask ourselves. We are saying that data usage is increasing, doubling every 5 years or like that. We are going to touch 20 plus GB per month. If you analyze at your level, your family level or your friends level, you'll see that out of this, maybe 80% data is just a kind of time pass. So you just browse the YouTube, see some video content, sending, forwarding that on WhatsApp. So whether that is adding any value to the society. So my point next will be to Tuliji is on the content part itself. Whether there has to be some regulatory framework on the content part, and whether the value chain we are talking about should also include the content generators and having some kind of collaboration with the service providers and ultimately to take care of the needs of the society. We need to have online gaming that of course will develop augmented reality and AR, VR we are talking about. We are going to have artificial intelligence based services and systems rolling out very soon. But content is one thing which is driving the data use, and that in turn needs to be, if not regulated, at least monitored properly so that it has a positive impact in the society. So, Tuli Saab, maybe you can add something on this.
Thank you very much. Excellent issues flagged so far. And I would like to start with the first issue that was flagged by the chairman of the session regarding the usefulness of 5G and its application. It's a transformative change. And to my mind, we don't have a choice. Countries and companies who follow the trend would succeed, others will be left behind. AI is there to stay. AI, augmented reality, virtual reality, they're all going to be there, and they are the ones who will take us forward as a country as well as a company. So we really don't have a choice. As our friends from Russia talk about investments, security concern, Bryce have talked about regulatory concerns. We will have to go up with it. We don't really have a choice. Otherwise, the gap between the developed world and the developing world will even widen. There are many challenges of content development, and 5G is all, that's where 5G actually brings in a positive aspect. 5G is all about partnership. Right from the architecture of 5G, whether it is a radio, the CU, the TU, RU, everything is being decentralized. Objective is to create open standards so that multiple people across the world, multiple people or startups could actually collaborate and plug in their small pieces. So it's all about collaboration, it's all about participation, working together. And that's where we as countries and we as companies, because we have international audience here, so you can collaborate with India, you can collaborate with Indian companies. Today, India is one of the fastest growing economies, we are exceedingly well in technology development. We have an India 5G stack. Our friends talked about Indian 5G chip. So we have the entire ecosystem, we have the pieces here. Collaborate with us. Our Prime Minister has been talking about Vasudeva Kutumbakam. So we are essentially a trustworthy partners. You can trust us with your systems. We could partner technology, share technology. Now coming back to the issue of 5G, it is required not only for augmented reality or for virtual reality. You also need it for your citywide applications, smart city applications, energy metering, traffic flows within the city, and management of those traffic within the city would depend tomorrow on your 5G networks which are citywide. You want to run autonomous vehicles. Now that's going to be a reality. If you do not want the gap between the developed and the developing world to widen further, we need to plug it together. We need to work together in partnerships. We need to work together and collaborate. Industry 4.0. Now that's going to be the success mantra for any industry of the future. Whether the mining, so robotics, the instruments, there has to be an end-to-end communication. For end-to-end communication, you need real-time applications, low latency, ultra-low latency applications. So you have high-speed trains. That's another example. High-speed trains running at 270 kilometers an hour. That's the goal of Indian Railways by the year 2030. So we have 270 kilometers speed trains running in opposite directions. Imagine the consensus algorithm operating between these two trains for B2B communication. So that requires edge processing, that requires near zero time latency. All this would need very high speed, low latency networks. How can we create it? Only by adopting some of these forward-looking technologies. Yes, of course, there are going to be constraints of security, there are going to be constraints of regulatory, there are going to be spectrum issues that may come up. We'll have to brainstorm together and arrive at solutions and find methods of making sure that we are technology-wise ahead of the curve. For the time being, that's my guess. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Tuli Saab. Very good points raised. see, we'll have to, you have to see in totality, the developments taking place currently in India and globally also. You see here, one side we are talking of wireless communication, where we have 3G, 4G, 5G network upgradation. Another side is wireline side, where we are saying fiber to the home. We have BharatNet projects being deployed at a massive scale. We have Wi-Fi. It's a parallel technology running, and we are talking of Wi-Fi roaming and so many other things. Wi-Fi 6 and 7. We are talking. Of course, these all things should have merged. Actually, will be ultimately merging, and this is where I feel there is a need for a collaborative approach between various stakeholders, various operators. Somebody mentioned in the last session that only two operators are having 5G deployments as of now. The other two are still not ready with that. It is always going to be like that. By the time we fully deploy 5G, probably 6G will be on the card, and we will actually be moving towards that. But the end target and objective has to be very, very clear in the mind of everybody, including us, the we operators and manufacturers. Why not utilize and collaborate together to take all the available resources in the country? If the fiber is there, whether it belongs to X operator or Y operator or the government, how we can utilize that to provide better throughput. That throughput is a primary concern as of now. So how that can be effectively utilized. We also have to think of in case of casualties, when we say disasters, so national disaster management. There is a talk going on for having a parallel network ready for disaster communication. When we already have 4 operators here, we have wireline communication systems in place. Can we not have a collaboration in such a way that there is no need for a separate disaster management communication network, because then you need a standby for that also. So why to unnecessarily build parallel networks? And this is going to be also impacting our environment, with so many electronic waste getting generated by almost every 8 to 10 months. A new version of mobile phone is coming, so that's going to be another challenge. All our equipments which we are installing today in terms of 4G, 5G, and 6G, they are having a lifetime of maybe 5, 6, 7 years, not more than that. So how to make sure that the environment is also protected? We have the equipments which are taking care of their operation on greener energy actually. So parallelly, we should focus more on the solar and wind energy, less energy consuming devices. So the overall development, when we say the value chain evolution, it has to focus more on collaborative approach, more on the sustainability part, because if each operator is going and investing parallelly, how the returns will be coming, that is a challenge. There would be a financial stress that needs to be taken into consideration. So the collaborative approach is important. Health and environment factor are important. So with us today, we have Director of TCIL, Port Sekranji, and I will request him, because he is implementing several projects. He is having varied experience of deploying the projects of government and the private setup. How can we collaborate, and how can we make the available resources available to, accessible to everybody, so that we minimize wastage and protect the environment, at the same time ensuring that the resiliency in the network is there.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. And good afternoon, all of you. Very interesting question you has put. Before I delve on the topic, let me introduce about my own company. We are a telecommunication consultants India Limited, a government-owned enterprise, 45-year-old company. Right from its inception, we are making profits. In the past, we have executed various projects across 80 countries. Even now, we are operating in Mauritius, Saudi, Kuwait, Oman, and Nepal. And we have executed some of the prestigious projects. To talk about the BharatNet project also, in some of the 2 states, we we have implemented. And Ministry of External Affairs sponsored tele-education in 14 African countries. We are implementing agency, and there are some more than 5,000 students have so far benefited from this education. This completely sponsored by MEA. They do not have to spend any money. And in fact, when we have gone for feedback from these students, they said that this enriched their lives. Many of them got jobs, or in their own job they got education. And we also executed this Hanuman canning projects, submarine canning projects. Initially, this Hanuman was deprived of landing because the communication was through satellite only. So government has, from this USO fund, has rolled out this particular connectivity from Chennai to islands of Hanuman Nicobar. And subsequently, recently, our Prime Minister has inaugurated Kerala, that is Kochi to Lakshadweep also. The submarine project was executed. And we are into system integration and then PMC, EPC contracts, and we are providing third-party audits. Some of the managed government projects we are executing in different fields, in defense and in education and all other IT-related security operations, etc. Now, the very important question he has put in the whole telecom chain, you see the R&D, agencies, and the equipment manufacturers, there are distributors, and then there are the telecom service providers, there are system integrators like us, and there are regulators, and then at the end of the chain, it's the customer. It's a linear kind of thing. Earlier also, someone has said that there is no feedback mechanism what exactly the customer needs. It is what the telecom service providers provide. So I feel the customer is the entire chain is the most valued person. We are all existing because of him. And what he desires, he wants very cost effective, but at the same time, the good quality service. That is very, very important. In India, at least I can probably say that the services are really cost effective compared to other countries. But is there any scope by adding certain value? Yes, definitely. In almost all the countries today, there are not only one operator, there are multiple operators present. But when it comes to infra sharing, are we really sharing the infrastructure? This is a very, very, cost intensive component. Here also in India, only two operators are rolled out. Why the others are not done? Because the spectrum is one thing, and second thing is the equipment, and third thing is providing the network, the access network. Today in India, around 700,000 towers are there, and to maintain these towers, and every year almost 300,000 has to be spent for each tower. And just the tip of the ROW charges in some of the cities, this cost running in there is more than 1,000 rupees. The cost of laying is less compared to the ROW charges in some places. So these are all adding stress on the operators as well. So they are not able to invest much on the other value-added services in the AI or data analytics, where they can provide customer-centric services. Even building the resilient networks. Someone had talked about edge computing, taking every column or block level. So these are all costs. So they can save by sharing the infrastructure. This is what I want to say. If you talk about in India itself, more than I said around 700,000 towers are there. We effectively see all is 30-40% only are shared towers. Remaining in three operator does is one infrastructure. Now, there is a talk that provide distributed service across India for providing 5G services. We have to double it in the next 4 or 5 years. Just imagine what we have built so far in the last 15-20 years. We have to double it in the next 5 years. It is going to be enormous. So, time has come, a collaborative approach among the operators and even this, other manufacturers, they have to go for open standards, API, open APIs. These are the things which, enhance the value addition in the entire telecom. And secondly, he has also talked about the carbon emissions today, we have to go for green energy. Yes, absolutely. The towers are also generating considerable carbon emissions. To reduce this, we have to go for solar. And this new thing which is coming to India is this hydrogen cells. Hydrogen fuel is very, very energy efficient and then environment friendly, which I feel that new thrust is happening. This will add, providing green energy solutions to all our towers. And in Delhi itself, we are in the smoke chamber actually. So this also will, this is a requirement in the coming days. I feel there should be like platform business model where all the stakeholders are interconnected. So the original R&D manufacturers or R&D designers or those also people have to have what ultimately the customer desires. So they are actually designing something and then somebody manufactures and it comes to the telecom service provider. So as you rightly said, ultimately the preference of the customers has to be known to those who are into designing the API. This is what I want to say. Infrastructure sharing will definitely add value to the entire telecom chain. This is what my place say.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sanjeev Kakkar Saab. I'll request him to focus more on Indian scenario, the current developments going on in terms of 5G rollouts, as well as the BharatNet projects, and how the two can be collaborating to make a more sustainable business case for the operators and a more better value addition for the public. Sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I think my colleagues have uh, talked about the technological strength what India is bringing on the various the 5G and the evolving technologies. I think for the benefit of the guests who have come from the overseas, I think I would first like to talk about the larger picture. India as a hub of the Make in India as a hub and the supplier of the high tech the evolving technology products. I think India is one of the fastest growing economy. If we see in the recent past, I think India has grown around 7.6% in the second quarter. And the contribution of the manufacturing to the GDP has come in the second quarter around 13.9%. I think which is a very significant move up the value chain and the contribution of the manufacturing to the GDP. I think that's the reflection of Government of India's policy to support the innovation, evolving technology, innovation, and then the manufacturing, and making India as a hub of telecom IT products. I think we all talked about, the how well spread is the global value chain for the supply of the critical telecom infrastructure. And telecom infrastructure is critical not only from the trade deficit point of view, the reliance of, the India on the import of electronics was significant, which over the year with the rightful policy advocacy has significantly has come down. And also, I think all of my panelists have appreciated that, the security of the network is the paramount. When we say the security of the network is paramount, I think there is a well appreciated, the facts that global value chain is quite distributed. I think the vendor management itself is quite a task. And the way the distributed value proposition is, it's always challenging to see, how you get a secure product, end-to-end secure product. Navigating, I think post-COVID, we have seen that, how the supply chain got affected, badly affected. And the reliance of, the semiconductors, which is the most critical in all of the technology, what I think we all together have talked about, is the navigating, geopolitical turbulence was the key. So ultimately, Government of India has emphasized on developing the technologies domestically and making India a hub of, the telecom products. So I think for all the guests who have come from the overseas, I think very strongly I can say that India is really developing fast. And just to share some data with you, last year the telecom export has touched around 12.8 billion US dollar, which was around 4 billion 2 years back. So around 200% jump in the export of the telecom products. And you will appreciate that, the just on the mobile handsets, we have done around 43 billion US dollar last year production, which was hardly 200,000 crore, which was 22 billion. So I think this is a reflection that, the to have a secure network supply chain, and here it's not only the products being supplied as a system integrator or as a assembler, the complete hardware, software, product development is happening in the country. I think if I look at the complete supply chain, for the product development, all will appreciate that, even a software development happening in the country X, it has layers of development below that, partnership below that. No one is doing 100% development of their own. There are partners layer down the level 2 or 3. So I think as a supply chain, we need to ensure on the ruggedness and the integrity of the products being developed on the hardware side and the software side up to that level. I think that's the whole comfort which India as a country or the Indian telecom industry bring together as the assurance to the network operators, OEMs, and the other stakeholder that here we have the technological competence where we are not only supplying these products, we are ensuring the end-to-end, the integrity of the supply chain. I think that's the key point which I feel as a supply chain, because that's the topic of the discussion also. So which becomes very significant to give a message through the Indian industry that you can rely, you can get that comfort that not only the most competitive, whatever the 5G rollout, and chairman sir talked about the BharatNet. I think again there are the policy consideration in all these large projects where for the public procurement only the domestically designed and value added products are being put in these SI projects. So also to just give you a perspective that when we say about the secure value chain, the trusted product is the most critical thing, as I said, the hardware and the software. So as a government of India has come out with a national trusted product portal where all the OEMs, they have to go through the approval process and the validation. So everything and each and everything which gets inducted into the Indian network, it gets through the the validation of that portal. So that's the additional benefit or the assurance one gets once the Indian products are inducted in the global networks. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeevji. I think we are already running late. So quickly, maybe if you permit 2 minutes, I will take some queries from the audience. My friends from outside India, I think you'd like to comment something on this value chain. Somebody is interested, or maybe how in your country the 5G network is getting monetized. If you have any queries first, otherwise some comment from 1 or 2 people. I think there, yes, madam here.
Thank you. My name is Catherine from Kenya. I have a question around device affordability. How do you ensure that the cost of devices, you keep the cost of devices low? Looking at you have a device that's going for about $75. I think as a country in Kenya, we're struggling in terms of making sure we keep 5G devices affordable. And given that looking at our population in terms of how many people can afford 5G devices to ensure that we increase the penetration?
That's a very good question. I think devices are a very important aspect of the value chain. I'll request if Parthosji can take the question.
Yes, thank you, Catherine, for the question. It's a valid question. I think that same question is applicable for the market like India. Affordability is very crucial. And how do we maintain the affordability of equipment? One is to control the ecosystem. If you see, India has taken a decision on a drive or make in India. The whole concept is that everything should be made in India, which means the ecosystem follows along with it. When you control the ecosystem, you can design, you can build product made for a specific market and work on the cost down, because cost has a special impact on the growth and the volumes itself. Countries like India has the volume. With volume, prices go down, and that we see has impacted country like India. The deployment has grown drastically, and affordability has been one of the main key reason for that.
Yeah, so actually, see, even in India, if you see, there are affordable devices available as of now also, and I understand some of these are likely to be exported outside. We are in the process of developing some devices specifically tailor-made for specific use. So I think when you visit outside, you'll find some of the exhibitors who will be interested in assisting. Specifically, we are looking for some solution at this place. Coming to an end, I would like to summarize. We had a very good discussion. Probably we wanted to have some more time, but time is less. And the value addition of this session, probably I'll suggest that rather than focusing more on operator-centric or network-centric solutions, we should focus more on the end user, and we should consider him at the center for developing the solutions. Then only some use cases will come. So whether it is a content generation, whether it is application development, whether it is in the field of gaming, education, healthcare, if we keep the end customer in mind, the value chain will actually get growing, and everybody will see some addition happening at each and every stage. It cannot be a supply-driven market, it has to be a demand-driven market. So demand has to come from the customer. The role of we as operator and manufacturers are to educate the customer so that he knows what is available and what can be actually made available, and take him in the loop, not only as a user but also as a generator. When he's generating ideas, he is also a very important player in the whole ecosystem as app developer, content developer. You see, the small towns in India are developing huge contents, and this technology has enabled them. At the same time, we have to ensure, as an operator, we have to ensure that the network is resilient, the threat of security is taken care of. The coordination among the operators and various service providers, that is a key to make the whole thing affordable. And most important thing is we have to take care of the environment. We have to take care of the social fabric of the system. So there is some need of understanding the content generation. We need to have some kind of monitoring on what we are asking the users to actually use, and take clue from whatever is happening in the past and globally. We have to evolve our network, and then only we'll be able to say that we have a resilient, sustainable network which is adding value not only to the operators and manufacturers but to the society at the large. Thank you so much for your patience hearing. Thanks all the panelists here for sharing their ideas, and we look forward to have more discussions during the lunch time maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rai. Thank you all the panelists for a very thought-provoking, interesting discussion. And now I request our moderator, Mr. Rajesh Rai, to kindly felicitate all the members in the panel. To begin with, Mr. Rajesh Tuli. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Rajesh Tuli. Thank you, Mr. Porpatha Sekaran, D. Let's have a round of applause. Put your hands together. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom with us. Mr. Sanjeev Kakkar. Let's have a round of applause. Mr. Paritosh Prajapati. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing important piece of information with all of us. Mr. Satish Osh. And Mr. Mikhail Efimov. Shine your hands. And I would also like to request Mr. Arun Gupta to kindly join us on the dais to felicitate our moderator for this session, Mr. Rajesh Rai. We would like to express our gratitude to our moderator for this session. I request all of you to kindly come forward for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, this was about transforming telecom value chain, building a resilient, smarter and faster value chain. If you have more questions, more doubts, and if you want to exchange your thoughts, the panelists will be right here and we'll be breaking for lunch. We are opening for the B2B meetings and exhibition visit. 12:30 to 1:30 we'll be having lunch. I request all the delegates to please be back here sharp at 1:30. We will be having a launch that will be followed by the VC meet. Once again, thank you all the members of the panel. Thank you all of you. And the B2B meetings are starting now. Please be back here at 1:30 sharp for the launch and the VC meetup.
If it comes as a thing, I don't have phone as a photo. I'll take यहाँ पे होगा. Thank you.
Coral Telecom, incorporated in the year 1995, is a closely held public limited company with headquarters in Noida, Uttar Pradesh. This is where Coral does design, development, and re-engineering of IMS-based
unified communication solutions that handle voice, video, and data requirements of a modern enterprise. We are a DSIR recognized R&D center. All our hardware and software applications have been designed in-house to provide an integrated communication solution with paging, video conferencing, recording, billing, and dispatcher applications that find immense use in railways, metro projects, smart city applications, Sena Bhavan, and large defense setups.
Chorus specialization lies in the fact that we have total control.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is an important announcement that the lunch will begin at 12:45. The lunch will begin at 12:45 p.m.
This also facilitates building a downstream industry for product development, consequently building technology capabilities in the country. This enables us to offer products with over 60% domestic value addition. Company focuses on its core strengths in conceiving products and software and hardware architecture.
Company has its factory at Solan, Himachal Pradesh, where product testing, assembly is ensured, while activities like CAD designing, PCB design and manufacture, component insertion, soldering and assembly, plastic molding, die cast, fabrication, machining jobs are largely outsourced, leading to a robust downstream development of industries.
Thus, at Korea, we are truly building an enabling ecosystem to visualize our dream of creating Atmanirbhar Bharat.
This is an investment teaser about Element Geosystems, a company which is enabling proliferation of NAVIC, the Indian GPS, via end-to-end downstream solutions. This slide gives all information about the company. Our ambitious journey started in the year 2012 at IIT Kharagpur. Today, we have first mover advantage in NAVIC downstream with an expertise team of 47 plus people. Our corporate head office is at Bangalore, with branches at Delhi, Chennai, and Pune. Founder Lieutenant Colonel P.S. Velu, along with our core team, including Mrs. Navina Velu and Colonel P.K. Juneja, brings deep industrial and technical knowledge to our visionary leadership. Despite being bootstrapped, Elena consistently progressed, with revenue growing from 0.3 million rupees in 2020 to 250 million rupees in 2023, boosting an 88% gross profit margin, achieving financial independence. Elena has omnipresent downstream presence surrounding NAVIC solutions. We have all the hardware and software required for the satellite-based monitoring solutions. Refer the picture. We have antennas, processing modules, receivers, systems and the server and solutions are given in the red dotted boxes. As the space economy expands, our NAVIC-based products are in high demand. The Indian space economy is projected 48% CAGR, presents a $360 billion global opportunity with a downstream market size of $219 billion and a $4.7 billion market size in India. Elena Geosystems leads as pioneers in India-made NAVIC products and end-to-end solutions. Our capabilities, rooted in a strong R&D focus, deliver cutting-edge solutions. Our future growth strategy includes a world-class manufacturing unit, expanding our portfolio, building a strong team, and constant R&D investments. We stand ahead with a strong 2 to 3 years entry barrier, leveraging domestic R&D, quick turnaround, and a unique ability to manufacture in India. Focused on Satnav areas where domestic players are absent, we have a competitive edge. We have worked out a detailed 5 years plan to garner a percentage of GNSS industry amounting to about 2,000 crore rupees. For this, we need an investment of 250 crore rupees, 3 tranches of 50 crore rupees, 100 crore rupees, and 100 crore rupees. The rationale for the investing in Elena Geosystems is investing in a first mover advantage in navigable products. With the government of India's push for NAVIC adoption, we are witnessing a massive market opening up. Elena has a proven track record providing end-to-end solutions in the NAVIC domain. Based on our order pipeline, we are confident of revenues exceeding 140 crore rupees with an operational margin up to 300%. This is just the beginning. Thank you.
काम करना बंद कर दिया था मैं आप इसको ऑफ किए
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Dawani from Atoxis Industrial Solutions. Atoxis is an Industry 4.0 startup spearheading the next industrial revolution across manufacturing shop floors. Let us understand what is Industry 4.0. We have seen transitions from mechanization steam power weaving looms back in 1784 to the use of automation, computers, robotic arms, and software on the shop floor back in 1969. Fast forward to today, we are talking about the use of industrial Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, building cyber physical systems to accelerate Industry 4.0. Across all the factories, regardless of the size, all the logs are manually driven. An operator maintains an hourly log, warranty, board stock, downtime, production of the machines, and other maintenance. Data could be inconsistent as this is all manually driven. Reports are manually made, hence there are high chances that they could be late. Analytics are mainly done on post-mortem basis, not on real-time basis. There is a lot of worker inefficiency. Unexpected timelines where we don't know what is going on across the line. There could be instances where there is no material down the shop floor, but because of lack of information, the machine is just idle. timely maintenance of equipment, keeping in mind that all the factories have a huge number of mix of various machine manufacturers and various controllers. It is very difficult to keep track of the ideal maintenance conditions of each and every machine. Quality working process variables. We often use or abuse process parameters to increase the speed of production, thereby compromising on the quality, which eventually results in a lot of rework and wastages. As a part of our solution, we have three verticals. One is Quad Connect, the second is Quad Platform, and the final one is Quad Play, which is the digital twin. Today, we will quickly understand all three of these verticals. Quad Connect is capable of extracting data from any machine, including legacy machines, regardless of the machine name, the machine type, or the controller. There are only two ways in which you can pull out data from any machine. If a machine is newer, it will have some sort of digital communication medium established using RS-232-485 or maybe an Ethernet port, where it could relay the data over different protocols. However, in older machines, there is an electrical input-output pins in the electrical panel of the machine, which will generate a 12 to 24 volt signal or a few amperes in current to give out some piece of information. Quad Connect is capable of tapping into both digital and physical without any change of instrument or hardware. As a part of the newer generation machines, we have used Quad Connect purely as a software as a service, wherein we have not used any IoT gateways, but we have still managed to connect all these machines through a network switch and route all the data in real time over different protocols, over different communication mediums at a synchronization frequency of 500 milliseconds. The Quad platform is a full-blown MES. An MES is a manufacturing execution system which automates all the supply chain functions of a factory, right from production planning up until maintaining stage-wise inventory and finally maintaining dispatch by pushing the data into the ERP. All of this automated. Finally, we come to Quad Play. Quad Play is a digital twin where you can walk right into your factory without physically being there. If the machines are running in the factory, you can see them running on Quad Play. If the machines are idle, you will see them idle. You can start, stop, and reprogram these machines just from Quad Play remotely without of it. Troubleshooting of machines have never been so easy. As a part of our business targets, our targets are to increase in revenue by decreasing in operating cost and increasing in asset efficiency. Our bottlenecks usually are planned and unplanned downtime, the production speed, quality reworking process wastages. Among value use cases, the expected outcomes across all our customers have been a 30 to 45% reduction in unplanned downtime, a 15 to 35% improvement in production yield, and a 25 to 30% improvement in asset utilization. Our revenue model is a one-time implementation cost which we charge on a per machine basis, wherein we maintain 37% gross margins. And then we have a recurring software subscription wherein we charge on a per machine or a per asset basis, and which is typically an annual license, where we maintain an 85% gross margin. These are few of our customers. We are working with OEMs like Tata Motors, Maruti Suzuki, to tier ones, tier two, and tier threes across different industries, be it metal cutting, metal forming, plastic, rubbers, different forms of their processes like injection molding, compression molding, vulcanizing, extrusion lines, etc. We are working with textile industry, we are working with forging, we are working with various other engineering products, and most importantly, we are also started to work with the Indian Army. Our deployment milestones for the next few years is by 2024 we will cross 5,000 machines and we are on track. For 2025 we will cross a total of 10,000 machines hosted on our platform. By 2026 we will cross 17,500 and thereon 30,000 and 100,000 by 2028. A few of our development milestones is by 2023 we completed the Quad Connect firmware, which could talk with any machine regardless of the protocol or the communication medium. We are in the process of going live with the marketplace, deploying the code which will automatically convert any 2D or 3D drawing into its necessary computer code, which is typically your G code, is also in process. We're working with OEMs to automate the entire supply chain from RFQs to the proof of transaction. And finally, the CNC and PLC stacks, which is what we are projected to complete by 2026. Our revenues have been growing year on year, wherein our implementation charges have been on a one-time basis and our subscriptions have been growing year on year. We see a dip in 2022, which is primarily because we have restructured our accounting standards. However, we have had 100% retention rate of our customers. Our revenue projections in the next few years, by March 2025, we are looking at an ARR of $1.1 million in a total of $2.15 million in revenue. By 2026, we are looking at $6 million in revenue with a $4 million in ARR. By 2027, we are looking at $11 million in revenue with an $8.1 million in ARR. And 2028, we are looking at $18 million in revenue with $13 million in ARR. Across our different deployment milestones, we are projected today, we are projected to do 50% of our revenue in India and rest spread across different regions. And as a part of our business target is by March 2028, we will have a fair equal distribution of all our revenues coming from different regions of the world. Our go-to-market strategy is typically with implementation and partners and system integrators, which we are using Cisco distribution channel, we are using supply chain partners, machine manufacturers and distributors, and finally trade shows and exhibitions. To grow into different geographies and for further product development, we are seeking for $7 million in phase one funding, of which we have a firm commitment of $3.5 million from our existing customers. In the phase two, we will be looking at $50 million. Our funding allocation will be mainly across R&D and development of the platform, our business development across different regions, operations in different geographies, investing into cybersecurity, some new product development, 10% of capital expense, and majorly global to set up a global distribution channel. Our growth trajectory in terms of fundraise is we are looking at $7 million today, $30 million in the next 24 months, and then within 48 months we are looking at 150 and finally $500 million. Few of the recognitions that we've got from CII, we've got an award for the top manufacturing startup. We've got an award from International Trade Council with the first place in industry automation and MES. We've had Tata Motors Demo Day, Maruti Suzuki Demo Day. We've got an award from ET Now Leaders of Tomorrow and a grant from the Government Department of Telecommunication under the DCIS scheme. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Priyanka from Livingston. I'm here to present our innovation platform, which tries to reduce the GHG carbon emission across the globe, and it is an AI ML based SaaS platform. Currently, we are trying to address the carbon tragedy problems which exist in energy intensive industries, which may be aluminum, oil and gas, petrochemical, or utilities. If you see the slide, most of the emissions in EII sector is because of the CO2 emission. Our market analysis is our TAM is $200 billion, SAM is $5 billion, and SOM is $1 billion. We exist in markets like India, Europe, Japan, and US. Our solutions are already up and running in these geographies. Our current platform, how it works is it tries to collect the data from all the heterogeneous sources, which is in real time, do a real time analysis and apply a process AI models, and finally create a digital twin of the factory. The types of data which we collect may be related to energy, water, waste, or combustion. Then, after data acquisition, we apply a real-time analysis, identify the green tags or the parameters which is affecting the CO2 emission and carbon oxide, and then apply a process model with respect to various industries and give a digital twin of the factory. As I've already said, we have already proved our solution in petrochemical, metals, oil and gas, and utilities, and delivers 5 to 10% of ROI. This is one of the case study in aluminum sector where we were able to do a reduction of 5% and bring about $1 million saving. Our business model is basic, advanced, and platinum. The basic consists of acquisition of all the data and identifying green tags and giving a real-time monitoring system to the customer. Our process monitoring model, which comes next, which is advanced, we apply a process AI model and finally give an offset to the customer. Our go-to-market strategy is sell to, sell through, and sell with, which is mostly we believe in partnering with our technology partners and OEMs, and we do have a direct customers like Chevron Phillips, JK Lakshmi, and John Deere, where we have proved our solution already. This is our founding team, Avnish, who is a veteran in the industry and comes with a strong knowledge of product base and platform knowledge. And Ajat, who takes care of delivery, I take care of operations and finance. We do have SMEs in our advisory team who help us in scaling this solution to various sectors. This is our awards and recognitions, and we have achieved at least 10 global awards. This is our revenue projection, and the fundraise which we are looking at is 750K, and to do the market expansion and scale globally. This is some of our customers' feedback and testimonials. Thank you for your time, and let's join hands to bring about this change.
Hello, esteemed visionaries and investors. I am Abhijit Chaudhary, the founder and CEO of Neural Networks. Today, I am thrilled to share with you our journey and the transformative impact that we are making in the connectivity space. At Neural Networks, our mission is simple yet powerful: to redefine the operational effectiveness in enterprises using private 5G and edge solutions. Our flagship product is Neural Voice Network Operating System for reliable end-to-end private 5G and edge compute platform, and thus changing the game. It comprises of the 5G network, the edge compute platform, and the multi-site management platform. We are just not offering technology, we are solving real world challenges in the industrial sectors like mines, manufacturing, and enabling their digitization and automation goals. Using emerging technologies like drone, AI, robotics, AR, VR, and seamless private 5G connectivity to enable this.
काम करता हूँ पीछे मेरे यहाँ पीछे कोई ऐसी अरे वो कुछ बोलो साइड पे इसी वहाँ पे कोई भी नहीं जाता ना वो अरे कोई बात नहीं सिखाओ तुम ऊपर ऊपर उठाते नहीं टूटे अरे थोड़ा सीधा खड़ा करो सीधा खड़ा करो नहीं लगेगा नहीं एक में सटा दो दीवार में सटाओ यार इसको इधर ऐसे करो नहीं खड़ा कर दो तू कोने पे खड़ो जब कोने पे बैठते हैं नीचे वाला खुल गया ना अब इसकी पकड़ ढीली हो गई ये अगर खुल जाएगा ना तो ऊपर का भी ऐसे ही होगा ऐसे उसको आदत ऐसे आप उस साइड चल आता हूँ यही करता हूँ घुमा घुमा प्यार से उधर लग रहा है डाउन नीचे करो डाउन कोई नहीं कोई आ जाए तो अगर आप सर आप इधर ही रहना फिर ऐसा चेक करो ऐसे ही ओके कपड़ा निकाल सभी ऊपर से नीचे नीचे अभी रुक जा रहा है उधर मत हां बस अभी खुल जाएगा वैसे खोल ठीक है थैंक यू सर सब डॉक्टर अरे नहीं यार सर इसको उसको छोड़ दे इसको छोड़ दे ये वाला ऊपर वाला हां ऐसे ऐसे टेढ़ा निकल जाए इस साइड से छोड़ दे 5 मिनट इसको ना ऐसे पीछे लेके या ठीक है बाहर बाहर ही पहले
अरे सोफा का भी सर बताएंगे आपको सोफा आपको सर बता देंगे सर आप पवन जी को बता दीजिएगा नहीं नहीं वो आप इसको टर्न कर नहीं पहले बोल देना तो आराम से बाकी सारे सोफा नीचे और एक सोफा के सामने लेना एक साइड के लेना है तो सेंटर हां हां राइट ऐसे सेक्रेटरी सर तो जरा एक सोफा खाली और ये एक हां सेंटर सोफा रिमूविंग करोगे क्योंकि ये हट जाएगा ना
ऐसा सोफा यहाँ रखा है राइट से एक सोफा इसके बाद सोफा ऊपर नहीं लगेगा ना सर सोफा नहीं 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 ये भी हटा देखिए ये भी हटा अरे साउंड वाले का है साउंड वाले ये माइक वहां रखो एक लाइन से साउंड साउंड नहीं नहीं अरे सुन सुन एक सोफा रहेगा बस ताकत नहीं हटा है छुपा देना बस कुछ है वो भी नहीं है बॉम्ब सब यहाँ चला गया ना ये कमेटी आई थी कल आपको पता है अरे स्टेप भी नहीं है नहीं यहाँ नहीं रखा जाएगा कुछ भी लगूंगा बॉम्ब कहाँ से बॉल में पिछला बंदों से कुछ तो कहाँ जा रहा है लेकिन बस पानी पीने के लिए फिर आप बोल दिया एक सोफा रहेगा और सेंटेबल गोल में ना ऊपर आएगा अभी बाकी इसको तो भैया बाहर ले जाओ उसको पीछे उसको अभी प्लान पीछे से धीरे-धीरे हां प्लान दीवार के साथ ध्यान से ऊपर देखियो ले जाए ऐसा जल्दी नहीं अभी इसका बाउंड का कैसे होगा कहीं दोबारा जॉइंट का पैटर्न जॉइंट करेंगे चल जा खाली कर दे जहां से भी रखे उसको थोड़ा खोल दियो इस पे बता दो सिर्फ ये रहेगा एक बॉटल ग्लास है सर ये बॉटल ग्लास एक रहेगा ऊपर आप ही बाकी हटा दो ये भी हटा दो ऐसे उसको आप यहाँ ये ऊपर सेंटर में इस पे खड़ा हो जल्दी इस बच्चे पे खड़ा हो बच्चे पे खड़ा हो अरे सुन कनस्तर मैंने देखा है क्या देखा है इसका पेस्टिंग वाला था एक कब चला आउट सब आउट तो सामने वाला गायब हो गया क्या तेरे पास बॉन्ड मिल जाएगा अरे है मैंने आपको एक पिक्चर भेजा अभी स्टेज का आप देखो ये भी सारा अच्छा लग रहा है दोनों तरफ है ना, ये 2 ठीक है ना, ठीक है, मैं 2 टेबल रखवा रहा हूँ। लड़का आ रहा है वो रख देता है, लड़का आएगा भी रख देता है। बॉन्ड उसके पास है, वो देख रहा है। या चेयर में शिफ्ट करा दूंगा मैं, वो मैं करा दूंगा। इसका ये बाहर चला जाएगा सामान। हाँ सारा बाहर जाएगा। मिल गया? ये काफी जगह इधर गया और ये निकल गया, उसको पेस्ट में कर देते हैं। हाँ हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा, चिपका दे अच्छी तरह से। हो गया, पेस्ट हो गया। अब आपको सोफे यहाँ रखना है, ये हटा देंगे यहाँ से, ये चेयर सोफे यहाँ रख देंगे। ये क्या बोलते
यार आराम से कोई आपने आपने मुझे क्या बोला तो देखिए आप मेरा भाई आ रहा है कितनी देर में आ रहे हो आपने मुझे इन्फॉर्म किया कि कुछ कराओ ये इसी वन वन हाँ ऐसे एक शेयर यहाँ रखा एक शेयर यहाँ रखा एक ही बार अरे वो जो डिप्लोमा किया ना वो देखिए हाँ कोई दोनों तीनों तीनों वहाँ नीचे पड़े हाँ आगे हाँ और ये धीरे लड़का सामान निकालता रहेगा बस यहाँ ये तो फिर ऐसे निकल जाएगा आगे से निकल जाएगा नहीं 5:30 अरे ऐसे है ना शाम को सोने निकाल चप्पल किसका है पता नहीं किसी उसमें है आराम से कारपेट पे नहीं व्हाट्सएप चेक कर देना मैंने बोल किया आया नहीं लेना करने 15,000 के पीछे आएगा चला गया चला गया हाँ ऐसे ही होगा मतलब देखो क्या होता है इतना खड़ा आगे से जॉइंट बताओ जॉइंट आगे हम आपको चिपक गया ना वो हाँ बहुत से चिपक जाता है आराम से लग गया सब फिगर में पसीना आगे से पानी लागू की मजा आ गया वो नहीं लेते ना इसे भी सर पे हाँ उठा के ले सकते ले जाओ हाँ हाँ मेरा बात अभी हटवा और तो दूर ज़्यादा चले मुझे नहीं चाहिए एग्जैक्टली ये मैं मुझे नहीं चाहिए आपको अरे सर अरे कोई बात कोई बात नहीं टाइम चॉकलेट मैं होटल में हूँ एनी टाइम चॉकलेट कभी खराब नहीं होती है ध्यान रखिएगा आप मुझे 10 दिन बाद भी देंगे ना आई एम सो हैप्पी कि आपकी ऑर्डर नहीं आपकी मीटिंग सबसे बड़ी बात अच्छा सर कौन सी लास्ट टाइम क्या होता अच्छा होता है इसके लिए इसी को चलाया कैसा लास्ट टाइम भी चला मुझे अच्छी तरह याद है लास्ट टाइम अब ये अब मुझे नहीं पता आरसीएफ के याद नहीं है हाँ आई नो आई नो आई लास्ट टाइम चला है अच्छा चलो अब जो हो गया नेक्स्ट टाइम से मेरी मेरी दो नंबर पर ये कि आपके चलो जो हो गया बट काम हो गया हमारा प्लान से एंड उसके लिए सॉरी कि आप दिन में सारी चीजें सीधा कर दी ठीक है सर थैंक यू सो मच एंड फॉर थैंक यू ऐसे रहेंगे तो इसको काफी पीछे डाल दो एक भारत में एक यहाँ एक चेयर पर जाकर एक चेयर बाहर थैंक यू रवि मैंने सब ना यहाँ रख दो ऐसे हाँ ऐसे ये बहुत छोटा है बोला है सर आपकी खुशी है ना आपका अच्छा काम हो ठीक है थैंक यू आपको काम मिलेगा अब एक बार ना मेरे को इधर से एग्जिट नहीं वो एग्जिट तो मैंने देखा था वैसे घूम के किधर से नहीं देखा दीजिए तो पूरा सब $45 minutes ठीक है बस जल्दी आ जाइए खाने पीने लेके गया था जिस हाँ ठीक है मैंने फिर इसको फोटो हेलो दिल्ली भाई सेंटर को बोल अरे आप बोलो Hello, my name is Rishikesh Gare. I'm the founder and CEO of Indio Networks. Indio Networks is an Indian company that builds next generation wireless and networking products for telecom, enterprise, and retail segments. We are one of the few Indian OEMs in the networking space, and Indio has gained a good brand recognition as well as built a strong customer base in India and abroad. Established in 2005, Indio Networks today serves customers in almost 40 plus countries, those who use its products and offer affordable and reliable connectivity solutions. Indio Networks has been bootstrapped with no external investors and remained profitable over the years. The company is on the track to generate more than 30 CR in revenues for the year 2023-24 with a CAGR of 70% for last 4 years. Indio employs 70 people with offices in Pune, Bangalore, and Belgaum. And additionally, India also maintains presence in USA and in UAE. Indio is truly a Make in India success story and aspires to become a Cisco of India. It has indigenously built wide range of hardware and software products and platforms for making connectivity simple and affordable. Indio makes Wi-Fi access points, managed Ethernet switches, SD-WAN and LTE routers, network controllers, cloud platforms for managing these devices on a single console. Indio Cloud platform helps customers design, plan, implement, monitor their networks, and provide deep insights for their day-to-day operations. Additionally, Indio Cloud also offers OSS, BSS, security, and service management platform to help customers operate their networks. Indio has been empaneled in companies like BSNL and Railtel for that is currently implementing wide range of connectivity projects. Additionally, Indio has also signed up with Reliance Jio and Indus Tower to offer them wide range of products as well as connectivity solutions.
It has implemented high-profile Wi-Fi projects like Mumbai City Wi-Fi, Delhi Metro Wi-Fi, PM Wani, Facebook Wi-Fi, Lakshadweep Wi-Fi, Delhi University campus Wi-Fi, and thousands of installations in universities, college campuses, hotels, hospitals, airports, shopping malls, and various other venues. India has always relied on third party for its hardware manufacturing. However, with the Government of India's focus on semiconductor and electronic manufacturing, India is planning to venture into electronic design and manufacturing for 2024. For this, India is planning to raise an initial round of $5 million to set up electronics assembly and product lines. India already owns the hardware design for Ethernet switches, Wi-Fi access points, and routers. It plans to manufacture these devices locally and its manufacturing facilities. As the demand for connectivity and networking products expand worldwide, countries look towards India for quality and affordable products. And we believe India can leverage its manufacturing and design facility to tap the worldwide demand. India plans to invest
software है
raise funds, setting up
दृष्टि नहीं
manufacturing base. Additionally, India also plans to fund its marketing and sales initiatives. Although India has done amazing work over the years, we have been always maintained a low profile. If we expand, it is imperative that we invest in marketing and advertisements to showcase our products to the world. India plans to invest 30% of the raised capital to expand its sales and marketing efforts. Lastly, India wishes to invest about 20% of the raised funds to expand its R&D and engineering workforce to meet the global demand for its products. To summarize, India is uniquely positioned to leverage the current demand for internet and connectivity. India has deep technical expertise, highly experienced team, proven product lines, and hundreds of reference customers to succeed in the market. India team is ready to dream big and deliver results in the coming years. Thank you.
The world is moving towards faster delivery systems, smarter transport, advanced public health, real-time business intelligence, all based on interactive and immersive experiences provided by emerging applications. New age application developers will seek more from the emerging 5G and future mobile networks. These networks are creating some fascinating new possibilities. Not just high speed, lower latency, greater number of connected devices. It is the openness and programmability of 5G networks that is a potential game changer. It's time for the 5G network providers to be the ultimate solution providers. But then how is this possible? Network providers will rely on network exposure capabilities enabled by Napstract. Enterprises can now observe, manage, and control the connectivity between their devices and the application servers and eventually receive higher returns on network assets. The network providers with Napstract will operate as unified API aggregator platform that can offer the network assets to a variety of enterprises. Through this, the network providers will accelerate the development of numerous new applications for industry verticals. Napstract platform building blocks offer comprehensive tools to build network exposure capabilities. Napstract has been recognized for 5G innovation, which has resulted in grants that has led to research and launch of prototypes. Over the last 1 year, Napstract has been contributing to various industrial forums such as LF Camara, Intel Network Builder Program, and others. The businesses which drive the verticals like automotive, manufacturing, UAVs, and agriculture are keen to develop B2B2X services through 5G. Napstract platform becomes a key enabler for such a nexus of business verticals with 5G.
Quantum computing has the capability to revolutionize the world of computing by solving previous
enterprise applications. We have developed solutions to solve complex problems of life sciences, material science, drug discovery, pharmaceutical domain, finance, logistics, and supply chain management.
The enterprise, cloud, and the network providers' telco intersection point is getting redefined. The future is network as a service. The future is Napstract.
Revolutionizing indoor navigation. Unleashing Suparna's 3D vision and autonomous flight, powered by 5G technology. Prepare to soar into a new era of drone flight, where walls aren't boundaries, but canvases. Today, we unveil Suparna, a revolutionary marvel equipped with lightweight agility and eyes that paint the world in 3D. Suparna leverages the blazing speed and unwavering reliability of 5G, transforming any indoor space into its playground. Buckle up, for we're about to embark on a test flight that redefines the very meaning of indoor navigation. Witness the symphony of sensors come alive. 2D or 3D mapping paints a real-time tapestry of the surroundings, while vision odometry tracks each movement with laser-like precision. As Suparna effortlessly glides through the maze, its flight path a testament to the synergy between
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope all of you had your lunch. I once again request you all to please settle down, take your seats. We will be launching the Bharat 5G portal in a short while from now. Requesting all the delegates to please settle down, take your seats. I request all the delegates, all the dignitaries to please settle down, take your seats. We will be launching Bharat 5G portal now.
मुझे राइट अप दे दो फटाफट। अरुण जी फोन ही नहीं उठा रहे हैं, यहाँ पे शुरू करना है, फटाफट से आ जाओ। ये आपने जो वो है जो लॉन्च होना है उसका राइट अप ये वाला है, इसमें तो ज्यादा है ही नहीं। मैंने ना इंटरनेट से कुछ निकाला है अभी। आई थिंक ये फ्यूचर टेक एक्सपर्ट पोर्टल इसी को बोल रहे हैं क्या? दैट्स अ डिफरेंट थिंग बिकॉज ये
अरे अंदर लंच कर मैं उनसे करवा के ला,
ये आप कंफर्म
मिस्टर रॉबर्ट से करवा के ला। मैं बता रहा हूँ ना मिस्टर रॉबर्ट से, मुझे पता है क्या। अच्छा जो स्टार्टअप है वो क्लियर है, मैंने वैसे ही रखा है।
एक बार ये सब शुरू करा दो फिर मैं
स्टार्टअप वाली बात नहीं है। अरे हो गया मेरा।
एक सेकेंड में क्या है मेरे पास ये पहला नाम बताना उसमें क्या है अभी चेंज हुई इसका मैं फर्स्ट पेज रख सकती हूँ क्योंकि उस पे ना इंट्रोडक्शन है नहीं और से शुरू करते हैं ये यहाँ पे ये किसने रखा है हाँ मतलब ये किसने है दोनों यहाँ रिमोट रखा है रिमोट दे देंगे ना तो कहाँ कोई है नहीं केपीएम वो अजय call the girls where is the tray हाँ just get the tray and give it to them अभी ना रिमोट रखा है
I think that it will be put it on the remote and then put it on the table. I'll take it from this. Then at that time you can.
or we can just ask her she will bring it and give it to you that's better हाँ ये लो आप ना मैं बता दूंगी उसको क्या डालना है हाँ ये हटा बल्कि
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly settle down. We will be beginning with the venture capital session. Yes, we'll be starting with the venture capitalist session in a short while from now. I request you all to kindly take your seats, settle down.
आपको सेक्रेटरी आपको जानते हो कौन है सेक्रेटरी हाँ उनको रिमोट देना है अभी वो दिखेंगे सेक्रेटरी सर अभी यहाँ बैठी नहीं है अरे वो एक रिमोट दे आप कितने रिमोट्स दे रहे हैं उनके पास उसका रिमोट ऑलरेडी है और उनसे ले लो ना उनको फिर दे देंगे आई थिंक रिमोट बता रहे हैं
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting with the venture capitalist session in a short while from now. It's a kind request for all the delegates, all the dignitaries to please take your seats, settle down, and I request all the VCs to please take your seats and requesting all the people to please put your phones on silent mode or on airplane mode as we go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are settled. We will be now beginning with the venture capitalist session in a minute's time from now. Please settle down, take your seats. We are about to begin. Honorable Chairman, Digital Communications, Commission and Secretary, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, Government of India, Dr. Neeraj Mittal, all the distinguished guests, all the delegates, we welcome you all to this Venture Capitalist session. It is a special meeting which is planned to connect venture capitalists with startups, MSMEs in the telecom sector, which is aiming to propel them to the next stage of commercialization. This meeting will feature innovative startup presentations seeking opportunities. India's telecom sector has shown a significant growth, and the credit goes to all the startups and MSMEs. During these proceedings of this venture capitalist session, we will also be launching Bharat 5G portal. So once again, I request all of you to kindly settle down. Please take your seats as we have our honorable guests who have joined us already. As we all know that the world is witnessing a revolution in technology, where 6G, quantum and 5G are transforming the whole landscape. How this can reach to each one of us and how this can benefit India as a $1 trillion economy. Now, moving in this session, as I've just mentioned, we'll also be launching the Bharat 5G portal, which can be a game changer for all the startups and MSMEs. To understand more, to have an overview of the whole event, I would like to invite Shri A. Robert J. Ravi, DDG SRI, Department of Telecommunications, to kindly join us on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Respected Secretary, Telecom, I think our USO administrator and senior officers from DOT, and most importantly, today the venture capitalists who are present here, who have taken our invitation, come far and forth. We have 2 representatives even come from UK. We welcome all for this event. I'm really glad and honored to stand before you to just share about the incredible journey of the startups ecosystem, which has taken up in the last few years. And we have now just gone into a complete transformative technologies, not only from the recent happening that is happening, the quantum technologies, to the advancement in wireless. The startups today, I can tell the VCs who are present here, the startups today will also be presenting. You will be astonished to say the amount of disruptive transformation they have brought in industries, improving the walks of life. And we can even say that we have some of the startups who have developed probably the L1 chip, which only a few countries even boast about having this chip in the radio access network, what we call the BTS. And we have few of our startups who have actually done the L2, L3, which is what they say, some sort of a programming done at the radio access network. They are only into it. We are also proud to say there are some of the startups who are doing exceedingly well in quantum field. We will be seeing some of them. There are quantum as a service, as a computing as a service, itself is being offered by some of the startups. They're building quantum computers. We are more interested to share more about this information. Probably we are on our way of development where we would have made our first quantum secure handset, maybe the world's first quantum mobile should also be from India, which we are also planning, wherein some of the startups have actually developed a small tiny chip, that is a quantum chip, which also has this chronology, the random generator built into the phone itself. And of course, we have our phone vendors who are also developing the phones here also. So we will be embedding this chip in the phone, and we will be able to develop and showcase to the world probably world's first secure mobiles that is available in the quantum thing. So that is the amount of transformation that's happening in the startups. We as the Department of Telecom, we have invested heavily millions of dollars through various schemes, the Telecom Development Fund, we have the Digital Communications Square, Innovation Square, different schemes have been come, we have been We are pumping in a lot of money for the startups to develop. We request the investors to just take this as an opportunity, go through them. I'm very sure you'll be impressed with the few, and then help them live to the next level. I want to add a very key important thing of the meet also, that the startups, whatever they have developed, they are not focusing this only for Indian markets. We are just focusing it across. We have our foreign dignitaries who are also a part of this program today. We will be taking up to African countries. We are talks already with a few of the countries. We will be taking to these Asian countries. So what I'm trying to say, whatever the startups are going to show you, it is not only a captive market in India. Apart from India, we are also targeting them in African countries, as well as Asian countries. So the volume of business is very, very large. So I'm very sure it will definitely invest. It will be of great interest to all the investors who are around here, and we will push them to the next level. A part of the development process also, we are also glad to launch today a portal also, because we know we are just on the building blocks of different technologies. So today's portal will open up where people can even register. So suppose the expertise required for any particular field, maybe quantum or in 6G, could be global. So we are tied up with IITs who are great, the visionaries who are all across the world. They themselves are going to become a part of the process. So we are opening a portal where they can register and help and guide the entire startup ecosystem. That's the portal which the Secretary is going to launch up today. We have other activities like say 6G. The most interestingly today, coincidentally, we are also we are launching up the call for proposal for 6G. What are the new things happening? We are going to fund these researchers along with academies. So these are the few initiatives which we are planning to, and I'm very sure investors will be of real great interest. This will be the first stepping stone which we are planning to have. I'm very sure we'll be interested in these startups in building blocks and taking them to the next level. Thank you for being around, and once again welcome all for this event.
Thank you, sir, for sharing a brief overview of today's meet. We've been listening to the terms like Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Jai Anusandhan. The world is going through a transformative journey, specifically talking about India. We've become the startup land of the world. And talking about initiatives like 5G Lab Portal and the Bharat 6G Vision are underway to promote 5G and 6G technologies, fostering collaboration, knowledge dissemination, and research and development in the following areas. Moving ahead is the time for the much awaited launch, and to do the honors, I would now like to invite on dais Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, Government of India, to kindly join us on the dais for the launch. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Shri Manish Sinha, Member of Finance, Department of Telecommunications, please join us. Shri R.R. Mittal, DG Telecom, to please join us on the dais. Shri Neeraj Verma, Administrator, Yusof, to please join us. Shri Sunil Verma, Joint Administrator, to please join us on the dais. And Shri Arun Gupta, DGTEPC, to please join us. And Shri A. Robert, to please join us for this launch of Bharat 5G portal. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this momentous occasion of the launch of Bharat 5G portal. Now I request Dr. Neeraj to kindly give the inaugural address.
Thank you, friends. So we meet again today, and I'm so glad to see you all still here. Yesterday it was cold, today is after lunch. But both difficult and trying times you're around, which means this conference is meaning something to you, and that's very heartening to know. So as Ravi, already outlined, I think we are going to do, we have kind of plans to take this journey of Atmanirbhar Bharat to its next level. And what better vehicle there is to do this except to support our startups. And I think today's session is really dedicated to make sure that the startups which are working in the telecom space get their due recognition
get support from, I know there are about 10 venture capitalists here, and I would, uh, thank all of them. So Panamax, Mr. Ravi, Laika, Mr. Vinay, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Semwal from World 5, Devraj from Sidbi, Mr. Avinash from Invest India, Mr. Subramaniam from Sidbi, Mr. Vikrant again from Sidbi, Ojasvi Babbar from Amity, Saurabh from IITK alumni, and then Radesh from Suvan Ventures. So all these people are here, and their presence shows that they believe in the India startup story. They want to invest and help the startups grow. As part of that, startups also require a lot of support in terms of mentoring. And the journey to becoming a unicorn is not easy. All of us know that the failure to success ratio is 99.9%. So which means that 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 succeeds in that effort. And therefore, right mentoring is really critical. As part of launch of this portal for 5G collaborative effort, we have also launched the portal, and I will request, Ravi, are you going to launch it separately or are you just going to show? Okay, so let me invite Navneet from Pan IIT USA to come here. If you can just show that portal. And this is an expert portal which we are, thanks to Pan IIT USA who have agreed with us to give this very important mental muscle to our startups to help them grow. Through this, all the IIT alumni all across USA will be able to actually volunteer for various activities in the telecom R&D development, including helping the startups. So thank you so much, Ramneet. On behalf of DOT, we thank Pan IIT USA for helping us. So we'll just give a round of applause to. Thank you. And the other thing which we are doing today is the launch of, I think, a call for proposals for 6G, which is also, I think, there. Again, I think the India's journey from 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G suddenly became 5G in 1 year, and now we are talking of 6G already. So how to develop these technologies, become a significant force multiplier in the world of 6G. The world has realized that India is a trusted partner. Many countries, I just went to recently to the United States to participate in the Pan IIT USA and met a lot of top officials there. And everybody really wants to collaborate with India. And 6G is one of those technologies where I think early collaborations will bear fruit, will help our startups to build resilient products, develop technologies, build standards, generate IPRs. We are happy that our DCIS scheme already generated some 60 to 70 patents which have happened in the space of telecom, and I'm hoping that a similar and a much larger track record can be built in 6G. The startup ecosystem in India is, I think the second or the third largest today, and kudos to all our startups who are here today. We wish you all the best. The government of India is there fully with you, and so are the venture capitalists whom you will pitch your ideas today for funding. I hope that you all secure funding from all of them. And if you don't, it will be an important stepping stone to success, because without failing, you cannot succeed in the startup world. So with these words, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Neeraj. Your words of wisdom will surely encourage all the entrepreneurs who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the time that we move ahead at bridging dreams and funding, linking venture capital investors to the future startups. We'll be now beginning with the presentations. I would like to invite the first startup. We have Laika Mobile from UK, and with us we have Mr. B. Rajnikant, COO, to kindly join us on the dais for the VC meetup. Also, it's a request that you'll only get 5 minutes to present to pitch your startup. You'll get overall 5 minutes, 3 minutes for pitching and 2 minutes for Q&A. So we are starting with Laika Mobile UK. And if Mr. B. Rajnikant, if you are here, kindly join us.
What we have scheduled is we have already distributed a 2-minute video of all these startups. I'm sure the venture capitalists would have had a look at these things. And then we have asked each of them to pitch a quick 5-minute pitch. And then we have roundtables available also there. If any of the startups is of great interest, feel free to, we are all available. We have a separate sit out where we can have further discussions.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. B. Rajnikant with a round of applause on the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm representing Laika Mobile from UK. This is a very wonderful event. And I just went around and saw the startup events and the programs which they are coming up with, the ideas is really innovative. Particularly being in the telecom sector for the last 25 years, myself being a startup 25 years back, where I have started few networks in Africa, and now I'm partnering with Laika Mobile. And I wish to look forward to see, I've already noted a couple of them, which I would like to have one-on-one discussion. And I wish this event a very grand success and also the best of luck to all the startups. Thank you very much.
If anyone has any questions, you can ask your questions. We have 2 minutes of dedicated time for Q&A. If anyone has any questions for Mr. B. Rajnikant, please feel free to ask. We'll have 2 minutes of time for Q&A. Any of you would like to have any questions, please feel free to address it to Mr. B. Rajnikant. No questions. Thank you so much, sir. Let's give him a round of applause. Applause is always encourage entrepreneurs. Moving on, now I would like to invite Mr. Ravi Madan from Panamax representative from the UK. Please welcome him with a round of applause. I would like to invite the representative from QPI AI India Private Limited to kindly join us for their presentation on the dais. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, thanks everybody. Thanks for Department of Telecommunication for giving us a fabulous opportunity to present to you all. My name is Dr. Nagendra. I'm a CEO and founder of QPI. So QPI is advancing intelligence modeling and intelligence compute. We are one of the quantum compute companies in the world. We are a global company, headquarters in India and having a subsidiary in US and Finland. So what we do today is we are building a quantum computer and data centers, and also we offer quantum computer as a service. So with this, we are also advancing the technology itself, compute technology, which is very important today. And our solution catered to telecom, life sciences, energy, materials, pharmaceutical, finance, logistics, space technology, and sustainability. We have a big customer, Fortune 500 customers in all this area. So we have six products which are software and two which are hardware. And what we have is from the education software to logistics, and then we have the AI software which can do domain optimization or domain adaptation. And we have an advanced material discovery platform which is based on quantum and Gen AI. And we also built Kipaya Sense, which is a controller for quantum computers with the help of DOT grant, DCS grant. And then we are building India's most powerful quantum computers, which will be up in another 6 to 7 months. So the team profile is myself, Nagendra. I have 22 years of experience. I worked in NVIDIA, Qualcomm, various other companies. I have a PhD in AI and wireless from Coventry, UK, and master's from Elias Technology. And I have around 23 granted patents. My colleague Manjunath is here. He's a VP of Technology for Quantum. And we have a very strong leadership team which has domain expertise here. So our current clients include Siemens, Standard Chartered Bank, American Express, Lilly, L'Oreal, Accenture, Infosys, and AWS. We have a AWS partnership coming up for quantum computer as a service. We are also building biggest AI and quantum data center in India. We're a profitable company with around $1 million plus revenues, and this year we're targeting around $5 million plus. And we also won many awards for quantum computing, including NASCOM Emerging 50 Award, DOT Digital Communication Award, and then Mint Digital Innovation Award for AI, and Accenture Technology Advanced Computing Challenges Award, and Infosys Living Labs, where we are listed. And we are also having a good partnership with global companies like Lilly for drug discovery, where we are working with them for small molecular discovery using quantum and Gen AI with our Gen AI platform, Kipaya Pharma. And we already implemented our solution with L'Oreal for discovering new material for the UV filter for cosmetics. So what we are raising our first round. Already we have got $3 million commitment. We are in advanced talks with SIDBI. Okay, and then we have other three big VCs coming up, and we have a gap of around 2.5 million right now. So our revenue projection include that this year we will be around 5 million revenues, and next year onwards, once we start selling the quantum computers, each quantum computer will be sold for 10 million plus. We already have order books from two of the biggest institutions from India, and we are also selling it globally. Okay, and we should hit around IPO time frame is around 2027, 28. We should be at a IPO stage. Thank you.
You mentioned you're working on making the computer as well. You're working on computing as a service as
Yes,
well, while
absolutely.
you're working with L'Oreal and the others on specific projects as well. Just wanted to understand, is it deliberate or, just as part of the entire thing you're taking as things are? What would be the spread of revenue from each one of these, since these are three separate entities?
Yeah.
And you mentioned having, 3 million committed of a 6 million round. What are the valuations? What was the previous round as such?
No.
And
Yeah, sure, please. Thanks. So we never raised capital before. We were a profitable company. We are around 3 years we are profitable, and 3 million is committed by SIDBI at around 25 million valuation, 25, 26. That's valuation, and we have big angels who are invested. Ex-CEO and chairman of Cognizant, Lakshminarayan, is invested, and there is another angel, Ramesh Radhakrishnan, who is heading Artiman Ventures. He has invested, and ex-CPO of Bentley, Bhupinder Singh, he has invested in the company. And we have two more VCs in the fray. They are also coming in, and there are family offices which has invested in this round, and there is a gap of around 2 million in a 6 million round. Yeah. So basically, the software licensing is a major revenue now as of today, and these are coming from Siemens, L'Oreal, and Accenture. With Accenture, we are partnering with licensing the Kipaya app, which is optimization software, quantum optimizer, to genomics and as well as a drug discovery company. Bristol Myers Squibb, and then Regeneron are two big customers. We are partnering with Accenture. And other revenues from Siemens, where we are working with them in Neom Smart City, which is in Saudi. So it's the world's biggest smart city. So there we are getting around $1 million kind of thing. Yeah.
So, gentlemen, this Q&A is for small time. I would like to understand a little more. So, I'm leaving my interest over here. We can discuss in detail later.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Hope that answers. Fabulous, fabulous. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hi.
Any questions?
Hi. So, in your sales funnel, you have clients in drug discovery, you have clients in logistics. So, I mean, they're two different, completely different industries, would require a different selling strategy. So, what's the reason behind that? And second is that if you can elaborate more on competition, that'll be great.
Yes. So basically, for even drug discovery and logistics, there's a core IP which we call it as KPI here. Okay, so KPI is benchmarked by Accenture, and we were able to beat Microsoft and D-Wave and Fujitsu in this benchmark. This is a core IP for both logistics and drug discovery. So drug discovery, we add a little bit more in terms of generative AI, but for logistics, we use as it is as a core optimizer for solving this routing problem. So that's a common IP, so that's where we have the markets for that.
Right. So, what is the difference in terms of the KPIs the client is looking for when you're selling to logistics versus drug discovery? Because from what I understand is drug discovery is a completely different market. You will require a different kind of sales teams there.
Yes.
An account management team there
Absolutely.
versus logistics.
Yes.
So from that, let's say operational challenges, what do you see going forward?
So logistics is software-only solutions, what we are offering to clients. Okay, one of the biggest client is Accenture, where we are going for production optimization on that. And for drug discovery, it's hardware plus software. So we are working with likes of Lilly and Bristol Myers Squibb, and we are adding more customers in pharma, where they do require the closed-loop feedback between synthesis lab and our software. So that we are building in the pharma. Of course, yes, you are absolutely right. The business development in both of these are very different. KPIs are very different. In pharma, we want to reduce the drug discovery time and also iteration time in pharma. That's a key KPI there, using quantum and AI technology. In logistics, it's a brute force, reduce the cost of travel. That's about it.
Got it. Just last two questions. Number one, are you the single founder, or otherwise what's the equity split in the team? Second, you said you're profitable. So what is the profit that you're making?
So we have made around $1 million revenue. We are at around 200K profit, 20% margin.
Okay.
So this margin, this year onwards, it will be 50% because last year we invested heavily in R&D, last 2 years.
Yeah.
And that's how we are able to build these products. And this year onwards, profitability will be more because we have more customers and we are adding more customers. And the founding team is, yes, I'm a sole founder for this, but you can consider Manjunath as my co-founder. Okay. So equity split is around 20% with employees and advisors, and 80% is with me before dilution. But after dilution, I think we'll be diluting around maybe 15-20% kind of thing.
Sure. We can take the rest of the questions offline. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I just have one question for you.
Yeah, please.
Hi. So you're already profitable, that's what you said, right? And you need $3 million more. I could get a basic understanding of where you're going to be putting the money in, but what's your vision once you get the 3 million, after say 3 years or 2.5 years?
Can you please repeat?
What's your vision to support
exactly.
or
See, my background is in compute. I was in technology industry for 20 years. I worked in Qualcomm and NVIDIA. NVIDIA was my biggest experience. So the vision for this company is, intelligence modeling and intelligence compute. So that's a compute is a new currency. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to put together a compute, which is a combination of a new edge compute, that is HPC plus quantum computer. And we want to both scale in terms of technology and business in this area. So that will be it's like vertical integration of AI and quantum computer. That market is there for next 30 years. Thank you. Any more question? Thanks.
Just for the interest of the VCs, we have already circulated the letter of interest. I'm sure it's all available. If you want to have more in dialogue, you can leave your details, or people will further coordinate.
Moving ahead now, I would like to invite Mr. Sujoy Chakrabarti from Confluence Private Limited for his pitching. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, so my name is Sujoy, and I'm representing Confluence. So what does Confluence do? The final product that we are building also is a quantum computer, but it's a different technology. As you may be aware, a quantum computer, nobody knows what technology will finally win. So we have decided to go the photonic route. So we think of ourselves as a confluence of photonics, electronics, and business, right? So that's where the name Confluence comes from. And because we are doing it photonic, we have a very, very close relationship with the Department of Telecom. Everything which we use is 1550 nanometer telecom proven stuff. But how to put it together, that's where the secret sauce is. Okay? Thank you. So if you look at it, at the center is our quantum computer. That's where we finally intend to be. We are full stack, and it's what is called universal. Okay, so we don't really need to target it at a use case. People will build the use case and run it. It's like Intel doesn't target a use case. That's why it's a universal computer. That's sitting at the center. But what we are also doing is pieces of the computer which have great benefit to industry today, right, to things like the telecom industry. Those are being built as separate products, right? And these are end products. So we build the chip, we build the software, and we also build the box. For example, you see there's a balance detector in the corner, which is used in communication, in LiDAR. So there's a lot of applications to it, and that box is a real box. You can buy it off us today, right? A single photon detector, extremely important in quantum applications, quantum communications. So that is also going to be available this year. A QRNG, like you mentioned, you can have a QRNG on your phone. So our technology is unique because we don't need cooling. Like it's zero cooling. It can be on your phone as a chip. So we are building that chip out there. And at the same time, a lot of quantum computing today is this optimization problems, which our friends mentioned some time ago. And those are done using something called a QUBO solver. So we have a non-quantum QUBO solver also, which we are developing. That's in the corner there. And this will be able to solve any of these optimization problems quickly. And these are all finally building blocks, which will lead to that universal photonic quantum computer 4 or 5, 6 years down the line. The team, we have a very spread out team. The people in the box are the co-founders. And as you can see, there's a couple of professors from academia who came in together. The three people on the left, we have experience in building and exiting startups before. So very global team we have established about 2.5 years ago. And we already have those products available. What is our deployment? We are working with a couple of customers today, 200K, not big revenues because we are putting all the money into R&D, building these boxes. Though we do have grants. We have Government of India grants, mostly from the Department of Telecom, over $1 million, right? And the ask, we are looking to raise $2.8 million. We are thinking of it as 0.8 now and 2 later in the year, but we are open to looking at 2.8 together, and how it is going to be utilized is out there. We think that with the products we have today, we will break even by 2025. Okay. Return on of investment, we expect that the TRL level of all of these products will improve, and these are not products which last for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, large lifetime products. The CAGRs worldwide are increasing, and for us as a small company, we expect it to increase very, very rapidly. And we expect that by the end of 2025, we'll get to about 3 million, and then do a 2026 fundraise, next one at over $100 million. Okay, questions?
Anyone has a question, you can get it.
Hi, I'm Pritish. So you mentioned a 200K revenue for a pilot. Can you elaborate on that?
So that pilot was a photonic IC. The photonic IC, it's a building block to the QRNG that we are talking about, right? The one which will go into your phone. but this particular one was to be used as a communication network in the Middle East. So it's a very particular use case. We don't sell it as a product of our own. It's only for that one customer. That's the 200K use case.
Got it. And can you tell me more about your fundraise? So you're raising 0.8 million right now for the next 12 months?
We were planning to do a convertible 0.8.
Right.
This includes the bootstrapping amounts which need to be regularized, and a 2 million later in the year, because we
Right.
need the 2.8 to get the TRL levels high.
Right.
But we are open to figuring out how to make this work.
Yeah. So let's say if I have to invest in a couple of months, am I looking at a 0.8 round or a 2.8 round or both?
It's both. It
Both.
depends on if we go right now, it could be part of the 0.8, and depending on how much you want to invest.
Right.
If you're looking to invest a larger amount, you'll probably do the 2.8.
And what are the terms?
Still to be worked out. We have a couple of term sheets which we have not signed.
Got it. Also, can you elaborate a bit on the patents that you have filed? Is it design patents? Are those materials? Or what
They are
exactly?
design patents.
Design patents.
Yes.
And they're not granted yet, right? They're applied for.
They are applied for. Yeah, we are a 2.5 year old company.
Got it. You're incubated at IIT Madras, right?
We are incubated in IITM. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So besides the 200K revenue right now, the 4 products you mentioned, how do you see the revenues going up in the next 1 year, and what would each one of those products contributing to? And going forward, would you want to just stay put on these 4 products, or there's another pipeline, or you would want to focus on increasing their TRL levels?
No, so we will not stay on just these 4 products. So for building that quantum computer, which is the final objective, we need to do a lot of technology development. And what we found is that these technologies are compatible with a lot of today's use cases. So as we build it along, we plan to productize other products also. So the pipeline will increase, which is how the revenues will also increase. And here, if you see, here also it is graduated. One of the products, we have a box which can give right away. One of the products in the next quarter, one in the quarter after. So we expect the revenues to pick up from this and continue over a long time, plus add new products into the mix.
But we can easily say this is ancillary revenue which is flowing from your research and development activities. When would the core revenue start flowing, and what would be the quantum of it?
So we do plan to take these to fully a TRL 8, TRL 9 kind of level. We plan to make these products real products which can do millions of dollars. So the 3 million that I'm talking about in 2025 is from these products alone. The computer itself, let me be honest, it's not going to happen by 2025. We'll have a demo, right, which is not where the money is. So that computer itself is probably going to be further out in the future. But these ancillary products are actual products which we plan to sell in the market.
What's your deployment time on these products? I know there are only a couple of clients that you are working with, but what's the estimated time to deploy them and to maybe close a sales cycle with them?
Okay. So almost all of these products today, there is something out in the market. So it's not like we are inventing something and we have to convince our customer to use it. There are customers, there are products. Our products are better in certain ways, and hence we expect that customers will be interested and existing customers themselves will pick it up. So the deployment times are not high. It's not like we have to go sell something which doesn't exist and convince the customer what it does, etc. Most customers know what to do with these products. So you either replace or you build the next generation, you use a better product. That's what the selling pitch there is. Yeah. We don't like the numbers. let me be. It's a conversion round. It has a cap. So it's a discussion about the cap. There is a cap at which it converts. So basically, that's. I mean, as founders, you don't like to see a cap, right? So it becomes a valuation if you accept a cap right now. Sorry. I'm open. I mean, I don't have a number as to how many investors should come in. Okay. I'm expecting. Yeah, we can talk about it. When I can give you my card, we can have a conversation. Thank you.
Just excuse us for a minute. I think I request the secretary along with the head pan IT just before the launch. You need to take a photo session, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now moving ahead for the next idea, I would like to invite Mr. Chandra Kumar Shettiar from Optimus Logic Systems India Private Limited. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be here. We are Optimus Logic and we have Optimus Rhino. This is India's first global brand. We want to take on the world. We want to create products from India for the world. We have built the first phone and the laptop. And these are our main products on which we are going to drive the future, right? And these are also the platforms on which we are going to add new technologies like quantum and satellite, okay? Yeah, so this is our technology. We have been here for 10 years. We have been built technology brick by brick. We have built chipsets. We have built products for various other entities for the 10 years. We have never raised any funds. Everything is through services. In 2022, we migrated to build India's first 5G phone. So this was the 5G phone which ran ahead of all the major brands in IMC 2022. So we were able to develop all this technology, put it together and build a very world-class phone. So this is where our journey starts. So this is Optimus Rhino. From this one phone, we have graduated towards the laptop, where we build everything indigenously. This is an Indian-built laptop, and we are slowly developing each and every chipset that is within this laptop. So this is our story. This is what we are going to do, and this platform gives you the main push towards, if you want to add quantum technology, you want to add satellite phone. We are building a satellite phone for India, and this gets into this phone very easily because this is all Indian technology. We need Indian brands and Indian products in this stuff. At the same time, we have taken this product across the globe. This works in US, it works in Europe, it works in Africa, it works in Australia. So we have already done a lot of testing around the world for many operators. We are engaged with Deutsche Telecom as well. So that way we are not only in India, we are going all over the world. So this is our story, right? We are back with a world-class team. We have all worked for 10 years together to build this kind of platform that we have. We have all the building blocks within our company. So from chipsets to products. This is what we do, right? So now to get this brand to the market, what we need is basically we need the funds. This is the first time that we are raising funds in the market. We are going to take on to the market on a big scale this year. We are already making profit. We are already always in the cash positive area. So even in this first year, as we raise the funds, we would make a profit of 19 crores with selling just 12,000 laptops. Just to imagine that these laptops today in India are sold at a much, much higher premium. Today, you take any of the leading brands, they are all at double the cost. This laptop is an i7 laptop. We can sell this for 32,000 rupees with 16 GB RAM. So this is our value proposition. With everything being built, we are able to control the cost and give the value that is there and capture that market. So, right. So the current stuff, we are engaged with multiple operators, including Deutsche Telekom for US and Europe. And we are working on a rugged phones, which we are working with the Army. We work with BL, we work with DRDO, we work with ECIL. So there are a lot more activities that are happening on the government side. And we are also adding the satellite and the quantum stuff on the phone. So therefore, we have a continuous innovation that is happening on the platform now that we own the stuff. Now, to get this into the market, what we need is your support. We are looking for 10 crores of investment and around 14 crores of working capital so that we can launch these products at scale. And this is what we are going to do with the funds. We require a part of handholding for R&D for about 5 crores, and rest is used to kickstart the production. We already have built everything that is required for getting into the market, right? And we already have the cap table also. What we are doing, we are going to dilute about 10% of the market, right? So this is what we do, and we are profitable. At the end of this year, we will have 19 crores of profit, and our profits only will grow as we get more and more sales ongoing, right? So this is our projection. In 3 years, we want to generate a free cash about 500 crores, and hopefully we touch an IPO in 2027. So we want Optimus Rhino as India's global electronics brand, and we need your support for that. Thank you. Yes. See, we need to kickstart the production, and every time starts with about 5. No, we have 19 crores is the profit at the end of the first year. So as of now, we don't have that. Huh? By December. So we start today and then end in December. Yeah.
So you're assuming that basis the funds that would be raised in this session in the first quarter, you'd be able to reach the bottom line of 19 crores by the end.
That is correct. Yes. Because, yes.
If you do not get these funds, then it's possible.
Yeah, then we need to find another source of funds. The main thing is to get a working capital, because see, to build the laptops, we need to build at scale. So minimum is 1,000 units to 5,000 units you need to put. And that's the money that we are asking for it. And that basically kickstarts our stuff. Otherwise, we need to go the pre-order route and then generate the money from the customers and then build the stuff. So either way, we are building the, the profit. But we need to work at scale. Yeah, there's a valuation because at the for 3 years on a projection, we are making about 170 crores is our valuation. Yes, on projection. Yes. But we already could generate the profit on every year, basically. But we would generate as much as enough, more than the, like when you invest, the kind of returns that we get on the returns would be more than what the market can guarantee. So we are only using that to scale our production. So therefore, there's always profits. Yes, we do. We do. Because, see, the value lies in the products. Right now, see, this is our first step that towards an Indian product catching on the world. So it has to take its time. Yes, we are assuring the returns. Because there is a lot of profit. Today, this laptop, today is 60,000 in the market. Today, our price is only 30,000 for the customer. So with a 30,000 difference on a world-class stuff, it is very easy to create the profit, right? And this has happened over a lot of 10 years to build this, right? It is not a buy and sell game. For the past 3 years, we have been making about 2 to 3 crores of income, which is primarily spent on our R&D, right? So we make money through the services, and we have always put that stuff.
So while I appreciate, in fact, your made India product and of course the quality. So
Right.
other than the price point, what and of course made India, what the other USP, in fact, because a lot of competition in this market. So what are the other USPs, in fact, you have about the product?
See, the main thing that for the USPs, we built a platform. The reason we built the platform is to be able to add new technologies. So today, when we say quantum, or you want to do an encryption for your audio. So for example, for the army, in this phone, we are adding our own chip inside this microphone, so that it basically prevents any unencrypted conversation going to the on the network. Now, this is a value addition that we are able to do on a very simple commercial phone. We can add this much small and create that kind of stuff. For a commercial market, today we are governed by the customer's interest. So customer wanted a laptop which has more value for money, and that's what we are doing today. But as we move, for example, we want to put an SD Express inside this, which is basically a removable SD card, which can work at speeds of what your SSD can do. So these are the kind of technologies that we will bring to this laptop. So our first step is to create the platform, which we have been able to do with DOT's help, and now we take this forward. So that is the USP, that is what we have.
Any further questions, anyone?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shethiar. Moving ahead, next, I would like to invite Mr. Uthaya Shankar from Finara Technologies Private Limited. Let's give him a round of applause.
So first slide, please. Okay, I'm Uday Shankar from Pinara. I'm one of the founder and CTO of the company. What we are presenting here is the fintech, telecom, as well as security-based solution. So the DBUs that call it as digital banking units, which is having connected to 5G, and also it has the capability to access by 3 users at a time. It is one of the best 5G use case for the banks and MSBs. This particular use case is interested by the Indian bankers. Why? Because it reduces the cost, it reduces the ongoing expenditures for them, and it is also, providing the high secured solution to the bankers. So that's why these particular DBUs are, appreciated by the banks. Next, please. Okay, when you are talking about the problems that we are focusing on, the interoperability, that the new technology that came into force for the interoperable cardless cash deposit or interoperable cash deposit and cash withdrawal. So and other than that, the remittance. When you are talking about the remittance, the cross-border remittance or the national remittance or national money transfer, which is happening globally, having a middleman cost. The middleman cost is for approximately about $200. $40 is going to the middleman cost. So when we are talking about our product is not only focusing the interoperability or remittance, it is focusing on multivarious product, which is money exchange, money remittance, as well as the advanced ATMs or advanced DBU functionalities. And the same functionalities are incorporated with the 5G private network, and also the same functionalities are incorporated with the high technology, high secured solutions, including the firewalls and other things. Please move to the next slide. And when we are talking about our products, you can see the products. We have AVRMs, automated verifiable remittance machines, and advanced AVRMs, automated verifiable remittance machine with the money exchange features. And we also have the AVRM Square, which is having 3 side accessible AVRMs. And also we have a RAPay app, which is an enhanced app of, for example, Google Pay. When you are comparing the Google Pay, the UPI cash, UPI functionalities, as well as UPI cash is there. For example, when you are using this app, you can quickly withdraw the cash by the UPI functionality. At the same time, we also have our WAMBAX. WAMBAX is nothing but it is an enhanced remotely operatable bank on wheel. It is nothing. It is not like the bank on wheel that we have right now. It is completely embedded bank on wheel, wherein you can have the 5G connected to the bank on wheel. And we also have number of ERP solutions, primarily for money exchange and money remittance. And our product, our market is capex. We are splitting into capex and opex. Basically, we are focusing on capex as primarily, and we also have the opex model for the bank on wheels, and we also have a service network, and the software solutions are sold as SaaS model. Next, please. Yeah, when we talk about this, banks, they are showing interest. Basically, we went with 2-3 use case to showcase to the banks, and the banks, listed about 35 use case by using our, digital banking unit. Next, please. So we have tourist approximately about, we are just giving you an example of Indian market, but our focus is, on Europe, India, as well as Europe means UK, Switzerland, and India as the very first stage, and the other countries are split into two different kind of stages, including, UAE is one of our prominent place where we can have our, business enhancement. But we are choosing Europe as the first stage. Why? Because we are structured well in Europe to take it to the next level. When we are talking about the Indian market, we have tourists approximately about 10.93 million, and the AVRM and remittance and DBU functionality will generate 29 trillion rupees per month. And the rural and remote people, we have approximately about 164 million. There, money remittance will happen there.
Wrap up.
And also, next please. And when we implementing this solution, right, 96 billion rupees will be earned by the, remittance recipient. And why? Because we are waiving off this middleman cost. And we are also creating the banking facility and migrant workers credit score. Go to the last slide, please. So when we are talking about the technology enhancement, we have edge computing, and other technology. We can give you more detail about it in the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Yes.
So you are also competing against the Kiko agents, the bank correspondents, and the DSAs, right, in the rural areas.
I don't get you, sir.
When you're transacting through your machines in the rural areas, you're also competing against the banks, Kiko agents, DSAs, bank correspondents, and all.
Sir, here two things, sir. One, when we are talking about remittance or money exchange, we are not dependent on the banks. But the banks, for example, when you are talking about banks, the Canara Bank, Indian Bank is shown interest. They are very much interested, and we already onboarded with them to provide them the solution as they are on their branding. That is on the capex model, right? That one scenario, sir. The other scenario is remittance. When we are talking about cross-border remittance, the cross-border remittance is coming into the country, and there is a middleman. There are a number of middleman costs, and so we are just using those machines as our service machines, and we are dispensing the cash. So that in that case also we are not competing the banks.
No, not the banks, but the last mile delivery agents, right? In the rural areas,
yes,
workers will transmit money to the rural households, right?
Yes.
The banks already have last mile networks,
yes,
which are called Kiko agents, DSAs, BCAs, and all, right?
Yes.
So how will you undercut them? Because these middlemen are not just middlemen; they are also the source of reliable money transfers, right? Can a machine substitute that?
Yes, sir.
In their mindset.
Sir, what we are doing here, we are by using this digital banking unit or AVRMs, any of the AVRMs, or the fully loaded rural banking vehicle, that is the BAMBAX. All these vehicles, all these products are providing the solution whichever the banks are doing using human intervention, right? Or the post office which is doing the transactions, which can be provided by these particular machines.
Any further questions?
Pardon, sir? Sir, we are trying to get a debt, and we right now, up to now, because when we are talking to Canara Bank shows interest like that only. So when we have an investor, of course we can have if we have a strategic investor, we will be more than happy. And also, if there is an investor also, we can discuss and, see the possibility of, getting some funds for, enhancements.
Thank you, sir. It's a kind request to all of you who are presenting to please stick to the time. We have only 5 minutes per pitching, including questions. Now, moving ahead, now I would like to invite Mr. Bhanu Pratap from Neural Networks Private Limited. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, all. I am Bhanu Pratap, and I'll be representing Neural Networks. So I will start from where Vinara has stopped, right? It's a 5G enabled device, and it needs private 5G networks to run on it, right? So at Neural, we have 3 missions. First mission is we are a startup, right, which is being supported by DOT. We want to be a company out of it in 2 years. Next mission is we want to create a indigenous good product which is globally accepted. And number 3 is that we want to redefine the way connectivity is happening today, especially in the enterprise region, right? So we are focusing on the private 5G networks. That is a big market being talked about. Next. Yeah, so coming to the products, what we have done so far in last 3 years, we have developed 5G SA core, right, which is the brain of any cellular network, right? So we have developed our core network in India. Also, we have developed, because 5G is coming with very low latency kind of applications, so we need an edge compute to be on this side. So we're working on an edge compute platform also. And then to manage both the platforms, we have a controller or a dashboard, which will be able to manage both the edge cloud and the private 5G network. Now, how we want to make, redefine the connectivity, I'll show in the next slide. So core side is our product, but when we create an end-to-end solution, we have to partner with the radio network, we have to partner with the devices, applications. So as a company, we are trying to create that ecosystem that when we pitch this solution to the customer, we are not only talking about a core network, we are talking about an end-to-end private 5G network, where from SIM card, core network, radios, devices, application, everything can be offered to sites like mining. There's a lot of interest in that area in India today, right? Because of the coverage part, because of the high-end usages and all. So we want to create that network which is enterprise-defined 5G network. Their own network, their own throughput. They design this network and they control this network. So that is what we are today. That we want to do. Next. So just about the team quickly, founded by Abhijit Chaudhary. So we are a very small team. We're a core team here, and we want to. So that is here we have all experience of around 20+ years from the telecom side of this. So we understand the network part, the value-added services part, and everything. Next. What we are today, right? So we have not taken any money or something like that. So we are planning to close this year around 2 million, right? We already are 1 million plus on that. The biggest order that we have got today is out of the 100 5G labs, we will be deployed in 50 labs as a software. And we already have, we are already trying to go into 4 geographies and all. So this is all we have today. Already have 9 customers plus the 50 labs which we will be deploying our 5G core as part of the 100 lab initiative. Right. So that is where we are today. Our ask is to go for 3 million for the next 2 years. And the majority part is coming because we want to expand. India, there is a business, we see it. There are certain challenges and roadblocks which will be, talked upon. But there are markets outside India. We are already into early partnerships. So this has been a year of strategic partnerships for us, right? So go to any area like Middle East and Africa, right? Singapore side. So we are already founding those partnerships and global partnerships with different kind of partners, right? Maybe it's a hardware partners, it's the system integrators, so that our access, our solution is talked about in all those areas. So that is how our approach will be, and mostly the most of the amount will go to that market expansion. So what we are saying is that, okay, we will close it around 2 million today. But we see when we expand to the other market areas, we see that maybe in another year will be 8 million and around 20 million in 2 years, right? ROIs will be high because the first part is we are a software company, right? So we would be restricting ourselves onto the talent acquisition and getting ROI, more ROI of the talent. And second is that we'll be finding more strategic partnerships because we will be only giving a technology stack from end to end, but the ground deployment and everything will be done through system integrated partners, right? So everywhere we'll form a partnership, every country, every continent, so that our expenditure is less and we are able to deliver more. Our product is almost ready to deploy. Only the features which will come as advancements of the release 17, right, or other releases, that we'll have to do. So that is, what Neeral is doing. Yes.
Sorry if I missed this, but you're looking for debt funding or venture capital funding?
Venture.
What's the equity you are planning to give out for 3 million?
Right now, I think this is one of the pitch which we have, in starting it up. So we'll talk about it. Commitment instance? We are just planning for that, right? Because we wanted to see, the other is that without a revenue, you go and start asking for VC, but we wanted to have something in revenue. We are at a profit kind of thing. And now with this 10 million and only 30 resources, we are, we do very well shape. Our target is to have another 30 or 20 people in next year, right? So the manpower cost will be restricting. That is very easy to do in India, right? And, but the ROIs will come from the other geographies where we'll scale up. And the partner margins will be already in, so we don't have to give anything to the partners, right? This is about, this is not kind of a runway because we'll be generating revenue back, right? So, yeah, so this is more about how we want to expand to, maybe go to bigger events and show us on a bigger position, right? Like, let's take an example of MWC coming in a month, right? So we have to have those budgets. Yes, yes, yes. So yes, so there is a market. This market is not that we are doing anything, specifically private 5G is a market where many players are there, right? So when we talk about say specifically for India, we are one of the company which are actually building core as a product. Who has invested into core? Most of the companies have invested into radios, right? So we have invested more into the core part. So this is going to be like one product going out of India as a core product, right? We have competitors outside the world, but then the economics of scale, flexibility, we will be having more with them, right? So one is the deployment architecture, right? How small your, hardware requirement is for the software. We equal to them, the ones who are doing in private 5G for the core part. And second is that the cost economics, right? We understand that, and we will be playing more on that initially. No, 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 no. We will be, say, for example, a system integrator will be giving him the entire solution. We have already integrated with around 10 radio partners and more are in continuity, right? So that based on the customer requirement, what kind of radio he needs, right? What kind of coverage is required, we have a radio to give. But to the system integrator, it will come as an end-to-end solution. He has to just go and deploy it. And the customer will not be talking to any third party over there. If they want to bring their own applications, they can bring. Otherwise, if they want us to manage the application, devices, all other part, so we will be partnering on the back and giving the entire solution.
Hi. So you said you have delivered 9 projects already, 9 clients. So what is the average ticket size per client?
So right now, all this is all deployments are indoor deployments, right? Because of the spectrum part. So nothing has gone on the field deployment. So all are, and it depends, right? Some ask is for the R&D. So somebody asks for the R&D kind of infrastructure, right? So the cost is more. Somebody is on the use case. So it's like, I would say, right, 50 to 1 CR kind of a thing.
Per client?
Per client.
So can you give me an example of the use case? For example, of 1 crore use case or something with a ticket size of 1 crore, what would be the use case exactly?
No, 1 crore is something wherein it will not only be 5G, where will more number of use cases will also come in, right? As I said, they want a drone, right? They want also IoT gateway, they want a AR, VR. So all this, when you stretch it together, it will go to 1 crore. If only talk about 5G, then it will be 50 lakh or less than 50 lakh. And that also depends morely on the radio part, right? Because the radio's costs vary. My core cost will not vary much, but the radio cost will vary, and it all depends upon the customer, right? Some customer wants to go for a branded radio. Some are okay with the, any radio. So we'll have to figure it out, the pocket of the customer, and from, 50 is where without any optional item, it can be closed easily. And we've already done that. We already are deploying in the 50 labs out of the 100 labs initiative by Government of India. Our products will be deployed in 50 labs across India in engineering colleges and universities. Apart from them, we are also building another 5G center in the eastern part, in the mines area. So that will be again, with a radio which is more branded radio, right? So that is how this is there, right? And we're already working on, 8 to 10 cases which we are already uh, uh, teaching the customer, right? When I say teaching the customer, is like these are mines and they don't understand the telecom part. We have to go and understand, make them understand the technology, how it will work, what kind of use cases they want to have, and how those use cases will be useful to them. So we are already building those proposals with them, end to end.
Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving ahead, now I would like to invite Mr. Nitish Mahajan from Menthosa Solutions Private Limited for his pitch. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello all, I'm Nitish Mahajan. I will be representing Menthosa Solutions. So what we do is we make intelligent drones. So these are 5G enabled AI drones which are revolutionizing sky. Can we move to the next slide? Okay. So who we are? So we are a outcome of continuous efforts to materialize the research and development that we were doing at Punjab University. So I myself am a PhD, and we were funded some projects by the government of India. And at that time, we were developing some drone technologies and enabling drones to communicate over 5G. And we were trying to make a system where there must be minimal user input. So we want to control multiple drones with a single pilot. So ease of use was the main target. Now, we are standing upon the technical expertise. The area of expertise deal with design, manufacturing of UAVs and also ground vehicles. So there is a problem with these people here. Can we go back? Yeah, come to the third. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, so I'll just move forward, and because time is ticking. So what we do is we create intelligent drones. Now, eliminating the human part from the drones was our main idea, and then we created a system where the drones can decide from themselves where they need to go. So we can do 3D mapping of a closed area. We can do GPS denied navigations, and we can do estimations of the inventory inside a closed area. Maybe it's an open area, that is much easier to do, but we can do it inside a closed area. Now, with that, we have our own, can we go forward? Because this is not working. Yeah, so this is the product. So can we go to the last slide, please? Yeah, so this is our product. It is a 5G enabled drone. We have designed all the PCBs. We have designed all the algorithms that do the mapping and everything. I would suggest you go to the video that I circulated earlier. you will have a better understanding of this. So this drone is going to be supplied to all the 100 5G labs. So we are doing all the 5G labs because this was a product which was not available in the market, and the estimated research time was 1 year, but we did it in 2 months, and we did it with our own core team, and everything from software to hardware is developed by us, and at a cost just about 30 lakh rupees, because we were funded from TCOE and IIT Hyderabad, and we developed it at 30 lakh. The technology was developed, and then a few industry partners, they supported us, like Coral, TCOE, they supported us with the development of the product. So a very low cost device. We quoted half the price that was quoted by other pre-established drone companies, and we are still making profit from that price. Now moving forward, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so this is the software that we developed. So it is a 5G enabled software in which you can map your drone in a 3D visualization manner, and where we can create maps of closed areas or even open cast mines like cone mines. We can do volumetric analysis for those. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so this is a product we developed for the drone communication. It is a Qualcomm chip-based, Quectel chip-based thing. So we have designed the PCB and we have integrated it with our drone. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So our ask right now is $1 million for 1 year, so that we can scale up, we can bring better technologies to the drone market, and these are revenue streams. So we are going to generate 60% from direct sales. Then we have a renting model also, where you can rent our whole system, do an analysis of your inventory or your place, and then we can give you the analytics based on that. And then we have the software, of course. So this software, it can work on 5G. You can do it over Jio, over Airtel, or over any public 5G provider. And we have already partnered with multiple vendors who do private 5G. So right now we have tested it with Coral's infrastructure, and then with VVDN's radio and core also. So we have tested it. It is working with them also. So yeah. So this year, as we are doing the 100 5G labs, we are going to do 400 lakhs of revenue, as compared to last year we did only 3 lakhs. So the projected revenue for the next coming financial year, 24-25, would be 2,000 lakhs and 3,000 lakhs. This is based upon the
So please,
market analysis
wind
that
up.
we did earlier. So if you have any questions, you can
Hi.
please direct them to me. We are a young startup. We are looking to grow rapidly, and we have the power of software and hardware combined into one unit. Yeah. Yeah. Over a period of 6 months, according to the, yeah. For this 400 only, we do IoT also. So that is a separate pillar, but we are presenting for drones here only. This is just one time for now. But then there is a upcoming business they are going. This 400 all comes from that. But then we have other revenue streams also, where we do IoT. So that is what we are going to do with the money invested. We are going to make a fusion of all those things. So IoT and drones and rovers. So that is what we are going to do. Yeah, so we are working with the Irrigation and Public Health Department, Himachal Pradesh. So we are deploying a whole system for IoT over there based on LoRaWAN, where we can monitor the whole water management system and give them analytics, how they can improve their delivery of water and conserve more water in that case.
Hi, how much of the 400 lakhs is achieved already for the year?
Yeah, it will be achieved. The whole thing will be achieved this year. We already have the orders, and we are going to deliver.
So by 31st March, you will achieve 400 lakhs. Out of that, as of today, 30th January, how much is achieved?
So out of that, nothing is achieved. as of now, because we just got the order last month, and we are in the process of getting the drones ready and supplying them to the vendors. So we have the purchase orders already with us.
Right, for 4 crores.
Yeah.
Got it. Second is, don't you think this space is extremely competitive? You have drone manufacturers, then of course you can automate your flight paths with different GCS softwares.
Yeah,
And then in addition to that, the data analysis, there are companies like Skylark, Yellow Sky doing that as well. So in each of the verticals, there are established players. So how do you plan to penetrate through the competition?
Yeah. So right now, I'll take the example of these 5G labs only. The 100 drones, nobody even came close to the quotation that we went for, because we have the control of end-to-end technology. So if you try to combine different technologies or different verticals from different companies, what you have is you have a lack of coupling between them. And then there is no smooth operation also. So you have to hand over data, and you have to make adjustments in the hardware, because it is a airborne kind of thing. So design changes are very crucial. So it will take 6 months of rounds to make a small change in the whole design, whereas we will do it in 15 or 20, 30 days. So that is the power initially. And then because we control the hardware and the software also, so we can make them better compatible with each other, like the actual bigger companies like DJI is doing. So they have both the things, hardware and the software, and then it is better. The drone is smaller, it has better performance, and it is easier to make the analysis and the changes. So that is why.
No, I get it, but in your case, you're keeping the entire inventory or the capex on your books. Then, of course, there'll be depreciation and everything on that you'll be expensing out. Then you are also incurring the cost of making the software, selling it. So, whereas, let's say if I am a DSP, or let's say if I am a data company, I have good data sets, good AI, right? I onboard a DSP. Offer the same solution while I don't have any drones on my balance sheet. I am leaner with my capital.
Sure.
So, don't you think a company, the second company, would have an advantage over you in
Yeah,
this case?
maybe in the terms of finances on the book initially, but when the things scale up, we'll have a better advantage over that, because we will be minimizing the cost of the whole thing from end to end. Because even if you need to do the analysis, you need the drone at least, and hiring it is much more expensive than buying it. We will offer you the same thing at a better price. So
That's what I'm saying. Even if I am a client,
yeah,
and I would rather, let's say, expensing out 1 crore or 2 crores in the entire. Yeah, please go ahead.
So we have a model where we can rent out our drones if you want them to. Yeah, because we are doing software, so we can integrate with others also.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question. I have no clarity about your valuation as such, because you asked for 1 million, but you did not specify how much equity you are planning to give out for that. Secondly, there is a lot of regulatory hurdles that you need to overcome, especially in India. So how are you planning to overcome that?
So first thing first, to fly the drones inside a closed area, because we are doing that already, and for inventory management of larger areas which are closed. So you don't need any certifications for that. For outside, we are already working on getting the licenses and certification from DGCA, because from initially I told you that we were working on the drone-based projects for 5 years and closely with all the government agencies. So we have created our drone, keeping in perspective the things that we have to go through during certifications. Yeah, evaluation I can discuss later, one-on-one. There are a lot of people.
All right, if there's any more question, we can keep it very
I just
short.
wanted to highlight one thing. I think as per the current norms, even let's say if you're doing an inventory solution, right, out in the open.
Yeah, I was talking about closed areas right now.
Even in the closed areas, even if you're, let's say, automating the flight path, you still need to have one pilot or, let's say, a semi-skilled person next to the in the visibility of the flight path, right? So I have doubts how you can automate the entire flight paths and multiple drones at the same time.
Yeah, so what we are planning to do is we can give the control of the drones as a swarm to a single person, because that is how it is going to be at the later stage. Because when you're flying in swarms, or maybe 2 or 3 or 4 drones are collaborating with each other, there must be a single point of control, and the like analysis or the displays where you can like visualize the data can be different. But a single pilot with the help of AI, because these drones, they take their own path.
It's not allowed right now. You need to be in the sight of the flight path. So one person can't
that
do
that is for
5 different.
drones flying outside a closed area, like a building or something. If you have a roof over your head, there is nothing required. Actually.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And next, I would like to invite Lieutenant Colonel V.S. Villan, Elena Geo Systems, to kindly join us for his pitch. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, please start the slides. Yeah. See, I am representing a company that is working on the most essential requirement of your 6G communications today. 6G, even 5G, the essential part of it. See, so far till 5G, they have not quantified the positional requirements in 5G up to 5G. In 6G, they have quantified that positional accuracy should be 30 centimeter to 10 centimeters, supporting about 1 million devices, IoT devices in 1 square kilometer area. That's possible only with a precise position, navigation, and timing element, which is provided in the equatorial region with help of Indian constellation of satellites called NAVIC. We work in that domain. So I'll just tell you what is our prowess which we have carried out. We started our journey in technology business incubator of IIT Kharagpur, where I was doing my PhD. And over a period of time, we have made all requirements that you need to adopt multi-GNSS based solution in your systems and services and equipment, including timing part. Please move on. Next slide. Keep going. Keep going. I'll tell you to stop. Keep going. Yeah, please stop here. Go to previous slide. We have everything. India has set on itself onto that 6G mission. The Indian dream of 6G, they've made it compulsory that every mobile phone in India should have NAVIC-based chip. This, I believe, will be the key for that. This is the first version of our chip, which will go into a mobile phone like this. We have compressed it to just some adapter on top of it. We are getting inside the phone with the help of an Indian mobile manufacturer. This will be key for us. Our funding is related to this part of it. From 1st January 2025, all mobiles in India have to have NAVIC chip inside. We will be the key enabler of that. Okay, please go on to next slide. Keep going. Yeah, please stop here. No, go to that slide. Yeah, this is what we have done so far. It lasts about 4 years, from 1920 financial year onwards. Yeah. From 1920 financial year, we have been progressing. You see the progress there. And what you have achieved. We have done 8,300 times. And we have been picked up by DCIS of TCOE to support us. We are the winner of this DCIS award for 2 projects. And they are still supporting us. TCOE is supporting us. We are a member of TCOE. Please go on to next thing. Just a minute. Yeah, please hold on here. See, having achieved what we have achieved, we have identified around 21 services, devices, and systems, a combination of which we will be able to provide to any type of user in India or world over. More so in the equatorial region, we have 4 types of customers. We can provide to any one of them. When we provide it, this is our pattern. We have detailed plan, which is given in the right corner. We have detailed plan for 5 years. From 1 year is already completed. We are the second year of it. Post-funding, we'll be able to take out around $200 million. Our in-space has quoted that space segment will take $44 billion. Out of that, 50% will come to my segment, PNT segment. But I am targeting about less than $1 billion market, whatever achievable. With an induction of funds, please go to, yeah, with an induction of about $30 million only, or 50 crores, which will be used to get a next generation of this chip, and we bring out first 6G phone in India. We, along with other one or two partners, our aim is to bring out first 6G phone. We'll bring out first 6G phone. We have got a series of R&D projects which have been given. Series means more than 120 R&D projects, because it's a new technology, needs to be adopted everywhere, and very high precision. I am myself an advisor to IIT Tirupati, which is a designated node for development of precise positioning and timing for the country. It is an international node that is coming up in there. I'm an advisor there to develop these technologies. So with this funding, we'll be able to generate around $200 million, or around, once we make this $200 million, we'll go public. So within 4 years' time, we'll go to IPO.
So please, wind
Yeah,
up.
investment rationale is given here. We are profit-making company. I have a FD of 5 crores with me as of now. That's about $1 million FD with me. I have banks supporting me for about another $1 million.
So kindly wind up.
Yeah, now I can answer any question and answers. I have my team partners with us. Brigadier Farooq is there and Colonel P.K. Juneja is there. They're also ready to answer questions. Please. Unfortunately, we are the only person, and we have a barrier of 2 to 3 years for others to reach up to our level. We are not. We need the 250 crores. We want to take the 250 crores in 3 tranches from anyone who committed with us for this. The 50 crores we take on a valuation based thing. We have a valuation about 400 crores with us as of now. Sorry? Done by what an authorized valuer in India. There's a set of valuers who are the authorized valuers. We submitted our documents. They have given us a valuation. First 50 crore will be based on that. Going ahead, 100 crores will be based on the valuation at that time. Next 100 crores will be valuation on them. Over a period of 24 months, we would like to take this. Yeah, we can, what is the work at? No, valuation is valuation. I mean, what is the, yeah, today's value, we look at today's valuation, take it at today's valuation, no problem. Yes, yes. I'm very happy to take it immediately, but Elena Geosystems. ELA and Elena Geosystems. See, I have broken into 3 parts because I'm expecting funding that way, but I'll be happy if anyone gives a commitment, gives us money, we'll go at very fast rate. Because I have more than 1 million mobile phones waiting for this chip.
Any further questions?
Sir, I don't see an R&D cost in your P&L. So have you embedded that in some other expense? Because obviously R&D will be very crucial for you. And the EBITDA margins were quite healthy, which kind of made me a little apprehensive about R&D costs. And are you figuring that in your projected revenues or not?
No, you're asking through R&D, I'm getting revenue.
In the P&L that you showed, there was no R&D cost. So I'm just wondering if that is already somewhere.
No, see, in the P&L which I showed for projected value, R&D is very less amount because we already done the required R&D. Bangalore.
Any more questions? Well, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Now, next, I would like to invite Mr. Rajesh Tuli from Coral Telecom Limited for his presentation. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Namaskar. Namaskar, and with that, consider all protocols observed. This is a brick and mortar company. We are in real business selling products and solutions. Now, Coral Telecom is essentially a company that's already providing enterprise communication solutions. So we cater to requirements of your largest aircraft carrier, Vikramaditya, that runs on a communication system which is supplied by us. Entire Konkan Railway runs on communication system supplied by us. Several metros, I'm talking about the wired communication solution. That's what we've been doing for several years. 3 years ago, along with DOT, we saw an opportunity to build system together and build 4G, 5G networks as a part of these enterprise communication solutions, what we call as captive non-public private networks. That's what I refer to as converged platforms. So what we did was, okay, it's an established company. This is our factory at Solon. Various components of the system that we do. I'm skipping these. The media gateways. This doesn't work properly. Okay, these are some help phones that we make, the help desks. Oh, I wish the connectivity between this particular remote and the laptop there is 5G. It's very slow. It responds very slowly. Okay, this is what I mean by saying it's a converged platform. So IP-based communication systems that already exist in the market, they closely work seamlessly with 5G, 4G networks. Look at a practical case, a metro. We supply several metros with our IP-based communication systems. They all need wireless devices, what's called Tetra. So today, Tetra provides the mobility applications. And this could be substituted by 4G-based communication networks intertwined with their existing wired network. So this is an opportunity, and it's not only an opportunity for me, it's also an opportunity for every system, Indian design company. Most of the companies here or startups here that we met and you will meet in the next 2 hours, they are all designing subsystems. So customer doesn't buy a radio, customer doesn't buy a IMS, customer doesn't buy a core, customer doesn't buy a single piece. What they require is an integrated end-to-end solution. So that's where we went to DOT. DOT funded some of our projects. Objective was to put all these pieces together. You could come to my stand at 37 and we would show you a completely converged platform. And here there are a lot of gaps today that exist. The network requirements of a public network, PSTN or PLMN, is very different from what is required in a captive network. In a captive network, you require things like PTT, push to talk, floor control facilities. You require, the railway is going to be one of the largest opportunities in this country, and with preference to domestic manufacturers having a reasonable domestic content, I think we would be in an excellent position to provide and fill up that gap. Now that's 70,000 route kilometers, several thousand crores worth of project, which is going to be setting up an LTE network across India. There are requirements of things like EMBMS, that is multitasking and multi-broadcast. It's like, a TV. So typically, if you send a stream from a particular location and there are 50 people watching at the ministry, then there would be 50 such streams created, typically on an OTT platform or on an IP-based platform. In the radio platform, your bandwidth is available at a constraint. So you would need things like multicasting. You would need things like broadcast. So one single stream goes, and there are multiple subscribers to that particular stream. Similarly, floor control facilities. So when I press the PTT button, the push to talk button, I should have the floor. It is not a private one-to-one conversation. It's actually a public conversation like you see on a walkie-talkie. Similarly, defense has a whole lot of legacy equipments. So what we did was to build a convergence with the legacy devices as well as the 4G, 5G networks, which would be implemented in all these organizations, moving forward.
So requesting you to kindly wind
Yes,
up.
okay. I wind up with this. There are slides which have been given, the documents which have been shared. You could look at it. You could visit us at stand 37 and have a look at what we are talking about. Any questions?
Any questions?
Okay, good. So I think I was clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Balaji Rangaswamy on behalf of Sukta Consulting Private Limited to kindly join us. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Yeah.
We'll change the slide.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Balaji Rangaswamy, founder Supta. Please, next slide, please. So I think several speakers today, Neeral, the Mentosa. Okay. Yeah, so several speakers have already talked about the applications, and Tuliji just now spoke about all the different opportunities for networks. What we do is the radio access part, and we do the software. While it might not be visible to you, you would have seen all the large cell towers and the antennas. There is equipment that sits at the base of those antennas that has software that's quite complex. That is the brain of the radio access network. When everything works miraculously for you over a wireless link, the software is enabling it, and that's what we do. Now we are unique in the sense that you would know that the equipment is provided by Ericsson, Nokia, Samsung, whoever. You would have heard all of these names, and these are the guys that traditionally provide the equipment. There are other players who are called the so-called challengers, who provide network infrastructure, and they all work by licensing software from a third party. There are a few companies that develop just part of the software and license it. They give the source code to these solution vendors, and they develop the software and then put together a solution. That model is not really a success. Therefore, we have built the software from scratch, ground up, and we are the only company in the world that has done that. And it is common software for different capacities and coverages. What happens is, what you see, the cell towers are macro base stations. But in a building like this, there'll probably be smaller base stations, which are known as pico base stations, or even femto base stations. Now, there are the major vendors don't cater to all of these variants, and even those who cater to these variants, they are all different product variants having different software streams, and that becomes a challenge to maintain that many product variants. A lot of applications and markets, there is a force fit of a solution that is designed for something else, or a lot of opportunities left untapped simply because the economies of scale are not there. So we have addressed by doing software. This is known as G Node B. We are focusing right now on 5G. So the 5G base station is technically referred to as the G Node B by the standards bodies, and we have common software, and you can see all the variants that are mushrooming out of it. If we have to go to telco service providers, we can do a virtualized deployment, a private cloud, or the more traditional deployment, which I call a cell-side DU or cell edge, and that is for telco service providers like BSNL, Airtel, MTN, Orange. What is really the huge opportunity that has not been tapped with wireless so far is all the other applications that Neeral talked about, that Mentosa talked about, that Tuliji talked about. Almost all the presentations here, if they need connectivity, they'll be relying on 5G connectivity. There is Wi-Fi, there is LoRaWAN, there is 4G, but if you want to cater to all of the use cases, there has to be economically viable, flexible 5G connectivity. That's what we believe, and that's why we've designed the software that way. And the other big thing that we do is we decouple the software from the hardware. If you have to put together vertically integrated product variants, that's just too many variants. And there is a hardware that is available in a certain market, it's not available. There are certain hardware vendors who chase high volume business, so they don't want to cater to low volume business. So we will find the hardware that is available, suitable, viable for the market, for the use case, and then we'll put the software on that. We've already put it with all the major vendors, Intel, AMD, and there are a number of vendors making processors based on ARM.
So you can please wind up.
Yeah, so this is what we do. I'm myself from Nokia, spent more than 2 decades in cellular wireless, seeing all the problems and pondering over the solutions. So we have been in the industry for 13 years, made about $5 million in revenue, about $3 million in grants from the government. And now we are seeking investment to take the software solution, go into pilots, sales and marketing, deploy it into a number of use cases in India as well as Asia, Africa markets, and deploy into both private networks and telco service provider networks. We're already doing trials in the IIT Madras campus, doing trials with the defense in their Telecom College of Engineering in MOV, and doing a trial within our own offices of an Office 5G network.
So kindly wrap up.
Yeah, so this is the investment ask. We're trying to raise 13 crores for about 15% post-money dilution, and all of it as an upfront commitment for investing into the activities that I mentioned over the next 2 years. That is the ask. I think, that's. I would like to conclude with that. This is some of the revenue projections. We would need to invest in these trials. It doesn't require a result in a direct sale in the infrastructure space. We would have to go through some trials and proof of concept and low volume deployment to show the customer that how the connectivity works and what they need. And so that is the phase that we go through over the next 2 years. And we really expect all the investment to kick in starting from the third year with volume deployments. So that is a projection based on that kind of a sales cycle. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Hi, what's the basis of the valuation that you've attached, 150 crores?
So we have built the asset over the last 10 years. It's really like, if I have to tell you the story, it would be a tale of, I would say, 3 startups. We bet on 4G for small cells, and we built the asset. We raised about $2.5 million, invested all of it into our own R&D. We're very close to deploying with Reliance Jio for their 4G network. The silicon industry shakeup sort of hurt us, and I can talk about in detail offline. We decided to invest all of the assets back into 5G. Right, so we raised another $2.5 million and about $3 million of grant. So it's an asset that has been built over a dozen years, and most of the valuation is justified by the software IP asset that we have.
Right, thank you.
Any further questions?
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Kumar on behalf of Webify IoT Private Limited. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Yeah, good afternoon to you all. I think I should stick to my time of 3 minutes. Okay, we are, next slide, please. We are a unique technology research company based in Trivandrum in Kerala. Our intention is to create hundreds of technology products by assembling hardware and software together, just like we assemble Lego blocks. So the next slide, please. So fundamentally, it's like putting together to create a solution immediately. So one of the reasons why we wanted to do it is because when you look at the IoT domain, everybody talks a lot about it, but still it is in the infancy stage in respect to the customers. So many of the people do not know what they really want. And so we want to give them an opportunity to do the experimentation at a very low cost and at a very short period of time. So, and being a R&D company, we can also develop technologies which they require. Next, please. The next, please. Yeah, this is our technology stack. We have a configuration engine. We have over 59 intelligent hardware modules that we have developed. We are releasing over 300 application system modules by this year. And we have a configuration engine. We put the, we can define the process and put the thing together. We have a rule engine which actually defines the behavior. It's like defining a body and then you put the soul into it. The soul is a rule engine. Then we also are compliant with 1M2M protocol. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah, we have a very large, we are planning to release a very large number of products, and our target is about 200 plus products by this year, by around 100 products. And if you'll visit our website, you'll get it by 100 products by June of this year. And our intention is to be the largest IoT company in the country by 2024, and probably by 2026, 27, we want to be the largest IoT applications company in the world. One of the products that is e-Gurukulam. It is basically an IoT-based learning system which can easily substitute smart classrooms. It has got more than 35 different applications that are built into it, and probably at 1/4 the cost. Next slide, please. Yeah, this gives you a detail about how complex a system can be created. We can actually integrate multiple systems which are seemingly very dissimilar. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, we being an R&D company, we have a very, very clear roadmap. Initially to establish our technology framework. Then we are going in for miniaturization by 2026. 25, 26, we are going to have a very, very small IoT modules into the market. and then which are going to be followed by our own chip processors. Thank you. Next, please. Of course, I don't have to talk about the TAM. It's huge in trillions of dollars. And we have actually multiplied the TAM because we have also integrated audio and video systems also into it. So the market size is actually doubled or maybe tripled. The next, please. Manufacturing is going to be outsourced for the time being. And then after that, we'll set up our own manufacturing depending on the amount that we get. Next, please. The next, please. Yeah. The previous one, please. Yeah, we are looking for about 20 crores, which is to be distributed over 4 tranches. Initially about 5 crores, and then we do valuation and then slowly move on to that. Because we are already going to be signing up with over 35 to 40 different distributors for us who are going to sell their products. And with the product being released by June, I think we definitely have significant revenue which is coming in. And especially e-Gurukulam, we have already got about 6 implementations and about 38 of them in the pipeline. And you know very well that the margins are significantly good.
So you can wrap up.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, can you please get the copy? Yeah, we are doing somewhere around 20 lakhs now. We have an order pipeline of probably about 1.2 crores and only on the e-Gurukulam. And by this June, July, we are planning to have about 40 applications in the market, and we are going to have about 25 to 30 resellers in the market. I mean, incidentally, here I have already got some close relationship to sign up with at least about 6 resellers. So our marketing model is only to do only through resellers and not direct sales. Because we are going to have a very, very large number of products, and the total number of products we expect in about 4 years is about 6,000. So we don't want to manage that. And incidentally, I was in the corporate body for donkey's years. I'd been in G Industrial Systems before it wound up. I was one of the CIOs, and we used to manage about 2.5 lakh products. So I do have experience in managing such large companies. Yeah, that is the lowest one. Right now, if you really look at the projections, we are worth somewhere around 110 crores at 2x, average projections. But we would like to take your numbers which as a more practical figure because it's a build up over a period of time. Yeah, for example, if the e-Gurukulam I enjoy somewhere around 200%. Pardon, sir? Average margins. The average in hardware, all of us know that in hardware the margins are significantly huge. It's almost 300% in operating margin, not the actual margin. So you make somewhere around 20 to 25% at the end of the day. I mean, I have already had about 260 implementations some time back. So, I mean, it's coming from the real figures. The 20 crore that you're raising is for franchise? Yeah, basically for increasing my market size. Yes, sir. Is that based on particular model or is that just your open? I'm definitely open to discussions if I get it, but I would rather say that, I want my partner, because my investor is also my partner. So I want my partner to have a larger valuation or a larger this thing. So, and let him also take the risk slowly, let him put 5 crores, see what's happening, and then let him take it forward. So that we both will create a good partnership over a period of time. So that is the reason I put it in tranches. If the investor is ready to put it in one shot, then I can grow much faster. And this 20 crores will help me to be the largest IoT company in the country by end of 2024 or 25. Oh, yes, of course. I mean, I'm actually incidentally, as all managers, we always want plan A, plan B, and plan C. My plan B is that. So I'm looking for 5 crores of convertible debentures. If you're open, sir. Because we definitely can give significantly huge value. Thank you so much, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, now I would like to invite Mr. Kapil Parashar on behalf of Vyom Digital Services Private Limited for his presentation. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Namaskar. Thank you. Yeah, so Vyom has started before 8 years, 2017 and 2016, and to provide the integrated services in the field of skill development and healthcare service providers. Next, please. We are providing the e-clinics first time in India, and in the Corona time, we have the single player who are provided more than 2,000 Anganwadi workers upgraded within 1 month by IOMT and WOMT sector. Please. This is our problem segment. The problem is that there are so many agencies who are providing different various IOMT devices and various softwares, but this is an integrated solution for the schools, colleges, healthcare workers, and basically universities. Right now we have the clients of AIC BHU, IIT BHU, Banaras Hindu University, more than 50 to 60 incubation centers, and more than 500 startups right now with us. Next, please. This is our ID by P in this, because when we launch these integrated services for the healthcare services and education sector, so we will verify this by preparing the QR code and by using the blockchain technology with us. Next, please. So in the Corona time, we have conducted more than 50 to 70 trainings with the government of India with the MSME and NISBUD. And but there is a problem of attendance at that time. They have used our platform Verify by P for attendance system. This system is also used few airports in Serbia right now. And yes, we have a partners from UK also for this technology. Next, please. Next, please. This is all the verification process. They can verify with the Aadhaar or passport, something like that. Next, please. Next. So we have several revenue stream. First, we are the training partners with sector more than 5 to 7 sector skill councils of India, and we are adopting the more than 5 universities till now, and more than 50 incubation centers. We have adopted more than 200 government schools in UP and Maharashtra. Our services are adopted by right now. The revenue stream is coming because we have got the target of more than 10,000 skilled manpower by 2025 by the government of India with NISBUD and MSME, sector skill councils, electronic sector skill council, and NSDC. Next, please. Right now, the NISBUD and Meta has done a tie-up, and they have a target to train more than 5 million school students by 2027. And for this tie-up, Vyom is a part of NISBUD for this program. So with the Meta, we are providing and we are segregating our technology with the NISBUD and Meta with us. Next, please. So you can watch with the Vyom, as we are the partner with, we have mentored IIT BHU, we have mentored IIT Delhi, IIT BHU right now, AIC BHU, and there are so many videos you can watch. We have we have published a paper, white papers with PhD Chamber of Commerce regarding integrated solution in the Corona time. We are the first mover in that field to provide the integrated solution, and the PhD Chamber of Commerce, AIMS, and the IITs have done this webinar under the Vyom umbrella at that time. Next, please.
So kindly wrap up.
Yeah, so we have a revenue module with the B2G. B2G, it is sure that we have to train more than 1 million students next 2 years, and this is a paid services for us by the government. We have trained more than 10,000 students for the skill development in the healthcare sector. We have upgraded Anganwadi workers, health posts, and paid by the government. This is a B2G segment, and B2B, yes, we have converted in the Serbian government. They are using the software ID by Pi based in their airports, and the government of India, MSME, and NISBUD and Electronic Sector Skill Council of India using this technology for the attendance system and the verification, and we have the connect with the insurance companies also. So we have 4 to 5 revenue streams we are generating, and right now we are in the profit, and we have done the get the break-even point last month with that, and we have raised a fund of 50 lakhs till now. And we are looking 2.75 crores for next 3-year expansion. And we will get the break-even point within 3 months for this 2.75 crores because we have the profit right now. And this is you can track all our records with the government website like ESDM. We are the partner of ESDM scheme with Government of India. Any questions, please?
Any questions?
Yeah. Yeah. We have, I have shared all the details. We are looking for the R&D and we have shared all the details with the PPT.
Okay. Any questions? Any more questions? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Mr. Deep Jung Thapa from Pratikal Tech Private Limited. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. I am Deep Jung. I'm representing Pratikal today. So we are already incubated our Telecom Center of Excellence in 2017. So just a quick background on how company started. So around 10 years back, we were studying in NIT Allahabad. In the hostel room, it was chilling winter, January maybe 2012. And with these 3 guys were in the room, and Pawan's email ID got hacked. Gmail ID got hacked. And we were thinking, how can an email ID can get hacked? And we figured out that it is not the technology as a problem, but it's a human problem that leads to many of the cybersecurity breaches today. So that's how the company was born. And fast forward, today we have got roughly around 250 plus large enterprises as our customers, 400 SMEs across 30 plus countries. In India, we have major companies as our customers, from Max Life Insurance as our first customer to Axis Bank, so a lot of large enterprises, a lot of oil and gas companies. And in Middle East, we have got almost 80 plus customers as of today. So what is the problem that we are trying to solve? So in cybersecurity, if you see, I think we are the only cybersecurity startup over here. If you see, one of the biggest problem is human negligence. Almost 94% of all the security breaches are because of humans' negligence, right? So for example, if any hacker wants to hack anyone today, it is much easier to send a phishing email or WhatsApp link or a SMS to a finance guy rather than hacking a website or an application or servers or anything. So that is where we play around. So what we have understood from this is the biggest problem is humans. And in human, what we have tried to do is we have tried to devise a solution and get deep inside the human problem. And slowly we also have a plan to get into the process technology segment. In the people segment, we have defined a framework by the name People Security Management. So what we do here is, so let's imagine everyone who is sitting over here, what are the communication mediums you guys use today? Email, WhatsApp, SMS, a lot of social media, LinkedIn, right, calling, all of this. And all of the attack that is going to come to any human is through these communication mediums, right? So we have to defend these communication mediums. And how do we do that? So first is SS. So we've defined this into AAPE framework. First is SS. So what we do essentially is, let's say Axis Bank is one of our customers. So we are basically protecting all the 150,000 employees of Axis Bank. So what we do there is you simulate or do an assessment of every employees for all the communication mediums. So let's say you send a phishing attack, you send WhatsApp attack, SMS attack, and you see their behavior, how they're reacting. And the tool automatically gives an employee vulnerability score to every employee. And based on that, the Chief Information Security Officer has a very clear idea who is vulnerable, who is not vulnerable, which department is vulnerable, which human is vulnerable, which branch is vulnerable. And next we move to Aware. So Aware is it's a library of LMS where exactly we have got huge library content in multiple languages across the world, Arabic, English, Telugu, Tamil, Hindi, around covering 300 plus topics. And almost 14 to 15 delivery mechanisms, wherein videos, advisories, infographics, posters, all of that. And today we have also integrated ChatGPT, Delhi with the platform where exactly if you can put what exactly content you need, you'll get it there itself. So once we train them, we go for protect. So the idea is not just to find the visibility of who is vulnerable and aware them. Also, we also want to ensure that eventually, whatever message that you guys get from calling, SMS, WhatsApp, you only get the good messages. You don't get any bad messages. That's what we also envision to be. So in Protect right now, we've got DMARC solution to protect your anti-spoofing so that nobody spoofs your domain. We also are building email gateway so that nobody can exactly send you any fraudulent mails directly to your inbox. And we also want to eventually plan so where exactly we sit in your phone and nobody actually can give you any spam call as well. We can detect it and directly block it. And last is empower. So let's say, for example, at a real time, when there is an email attack going on, there is an email in your inbox which looks suspicious. There is SMS in your messaging platform which will look suspicious, or WhatsApp. How exactly you take a help at that point in time? So here is where we come as Empower. Let's say if you find any email in your inbox which is suspicious, we'll give you a reporting button. Just by clicking on that button, instantly you'll get to see the health of that email. Likewise, we have filed for a patent for SMS and WhatsApp reporting. This is majorly for the banking customers that we have for their B2B2C model, where any bank, if you are customers of, let's say, Axis Bank, tomorrow, hopefully, if you get any SMS or WhatsApp pretending it to be Axis Bank, you can just click a screenshot of that message, send it to the Axis Bank's WhatsApp number, and instantly you'll get a feedback whether that is good or bad, or if it is Axis Bank's message or not. So this is what we do overall. We have been building a lot of...
So please wind up.
You know? Okay. Yeah, so this is more into the product side. Yeah, if you have any questions, we can take it up. These are the competitions, sorry. India. Which city? Noida. Yes. So we did in 2018, and then after that we have turned profitable for the last 4 years. So the cash flow is helping us to run the show. Yeah,
sorry,
core competencies, and this is the patent that we have filed. So it depends, typically 1 year to 3 years. It's a subscription model. I'll just walk you through the business model. Yeah, so it's a subscription model based on number of people, number of users, number of email IDs. So let's say if you have 10,000 people, then you buy 10,000 licenses for a year, or it can go for 2 year or 3 year. You know, it's an annual subscription that gets renewed. Max Life Insurance is our first customer, and they still is our customer. Today we work with ONGC, IOCL, GAIL, IGL, likewise in banking sector, Axis Bank, NPCI, Reserve Bank of India, Ujjivan Bank. So we're like market leader in India at this point in time. So what we are really looking from you guys is if you have expertise in cybersecurity, SaaS, and if you guys have network in US, Middle East, and Europe, we really want to talk. Because that is where we see the biggest opportunity. $80 billion is the US market. India is pretty small, $5 billion. And that is where exactly the bigger ticket size is as well. If you talk about the ticket size, the biggest problem we are facing today is ticket size. Because Indian customers don't pay for SaaS product. I mean, we all know that, right? If you ask me Axis Bank's ticket size versus if I had sold that same product to a company with that number of users in US, maybe that would have given me half of my revenue, what I'm standing today. We are doing $2 million this year.
So 2 questions from my end. One is, are you open to expanding into the Singaporean and Asia Pacific markets, or it's just the US and UK?
So right now we are very focused on Middle East and US. My another co-founder is Pawan, who is shifted to Dubai. We're expanding almost 80 customers in Middle East. We didn't want to defocus and get into every geography. We want to go very deep inside the US right now because we believe that once we have decent number of customers in US, then the adaptation with other geographies is much easier.
I mean, US is an easier market for somebody like us, but the problem is it's a very closed market in that sense because it is an intrusive product, right? I mean, you are fishing into people's emails in that sense.
Yes.
Right? So
yes.
US has a lot of cybersecurity regulations, and McAfee and Semantics of the world are controlling the entire cybersecurity market in the US?
No, sir. So we didn't compete with them. Our competition is KnowBe4. KnowBe4 is a $4 billion company. They got IPO'd 2 years back, and now they got acquired after IPO by Vista Equity. So the market is huge in the US. The companies are already there.
Let's talk.
The requirement is already there. It's just that we need the right guys to take us there.
Yeah. Can you repeat the revenue that you're at, and what is the raise in the valuation?
So we can take that offline, I guess.
Right, sure.
Yeah, thank you. No, sir. We are looking for the right guys, to be honest. We have been talking. We really need the right guys who can take us to that geography, who has got knowledge about cybersecurity and SaaS. Because that's what we need, right? And more than the money.
See, an investor is not going to take you to...
Yeah, we need that. Yes.
I'm sorry to say, but an investor is not going to take you to a geography and handhold you on...
We need network. We need network.
Yeah.
Like TCOE, we are standing here because of TCOE.
Right.
So we need such kind of network who can just maybe introduce a couple of guys who can then run.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to announce that if any one of you would like to have tea, coffee, the tea is open. Please take it and come back because we're not breaking. And now with us, we'll be having Mr. Vivek Gupta from Prophase Technologies Private Limited.
So good evening all. I'm Vivek. So I'm a founding member and I'm heading complete sales for Prophase. It's not moving. Can you move it? Okay. Yeah, right. So we are a known, right now, known brand into the market, and that too we are operating into web application security. That is a web application firewall. So majorly we call ourselves WAF 3.0 because already there is a generation of WAF 1.0, 2.0, and now we are calling ourselves WAF 3.0. That is because we have made the whole architecture change, and that is helping us to compete with even the global players which are listed in Gartner. And currently, wherever we are going, we are able to replace them. So we started in 2019, and first acquisition of customer we did in 2021. And from there onwards, we are having 50 plus customers. And we have gone to APAC, France, Middle East, and also having customers from North America. So we are currently holding 10,000 plus customers applications, which we are securing of customers. So we are very much focusing into enterprise segment. So you call it all web applications, whether it is a website or web portal or mobile apps, which is having API. So we are securing all those. And in data center also means we are partnering with the data center and providing them WAF as a service so that customers can get onboarded with them, and we can provide complete data center, all the application security. And with Telecom, we are having this core part, which is completely built on the Kubernetes architecture. So onto that, whatever APIs are coming, we can secure that part completely. So what is the problem right now? Because if I talk about all the OEMs which are coming from US and Israel, so they are having they're well known and they are having $1 billion of business, but their architecture is quite old. And due to that architecture, the problem is that when they are deploying their WAF, web application firewall, onto the applications, it is giving a lot of false positive. There are a lot of complexity, configuration issues. Those things are creating a, what you can say, way for hackers that they can hack very easily. And also most of the places when I'm talking to the customers, they are having in monitoring mode, not into the blocking mode. If you are having a cybersecurity product that is not running into the blocking mode, no use of buying that product. So what we did, we built complete architecture on microservices, and this is giving us power, and also it is completely AI/ML driven kind of a product, which we can integrate with the secure SDLC process. And the biggest problem into this segment is when you are putting WAF onto any application, it gives a lot of false positive. Means customer is not able to access their own application. So then in that case, business team is saying, remove it, remove this security. But in our case, when we are deploying it, 0.5% false positive, and most of the customers, completely all the customers are running into the blocking mode. So what has happened? Even in 2023, there was big attack onto the Indian airports, and we were safeguarding Delhi airport website, we were safeguarding Hyderabad airport website and Goa. Only we protected all these websites. Other than that, Mumbai airport, Kochi airport, airport authority websites were down, and that were behind a global Gartner listed products. So that is our USP, that how we are able to protect, being a startup, being a innovative, we are able to protect those kind of, not even that, India's biggest tax site is with us, which we are now catering with 40 TB of bandwidth we are consuming per month. So that kind of a scale the product is having. So it is a complete platform which is having advanced WAF, DDoS mitigation, bot mitigation, and API security. So all those things are there. And we are already having a big customers from India, from UAE, from and also banks.
So kindly wind up.
Yeah, 1 minute. So it is just like a Fingercall is like a Gartner, and they have put us into the leader quadrant of innovation. So if you could see, it is quite small. There is a Imperva is there, F5 is there, so Profase is there. So that is only because of our innovation. So now here coming, this is our run rate, and so 100% we are year on year growing. So this is our run rate, and our ask is for 2 million, which is 20% complete evaluation point. And so if we get that thing, we would be reaching in dollar complete 5 million. And these are the areas wherein we will be investing. So this is our founder Vaishak, who is a tech guy and having 20 years of experience, and co-founder Lakshmi Das. These are our legal all advisors. And we also got an award from DSCI in 2022, and in 2023 we were the NASSCOM Top 50 Award Company. So thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? No questions, sir.
No questions. I thought that I finished it quite early. And no questions. Right. So that is there. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. For next, I would like to invite Mr. Girish on behalf of Artificial Learning Systems India Private Limited, and they call it as Artilus.
Can I have the presentation?
Hello everyone, I'm Girish Somanchi representing Artilus. Artilus is harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, robotics, 3D printing and digital technologies to solve one of the blind spots of India, which is retinal abnormalities. Why do I call it a blind spot? Is because there are 3 90s in which the blind spot, that is retinal abnormalities of India, can be defined. The first is 90% of blindness is actually avoidable. India loses 90,000 crores every single year to retinal blindness. And most importantly, unfortunately, because of the asymptomatic nature of the condition, 90% of patients with retinal abnormalities don't reach a doctor until it is already too late or too expensive to take care of it. So that opens up a 19,000 crore market opportunity for us, in addition to getting an opportunity to serve 21 crore Indian families. And this is recently become a United Nations Sustainable Development Goal as well. How do we enable early screening? The first device that we have is our state-of-the-art Artilus LCHP Smart OCT. This OCT, all the other OCTs, conventional OCTs, are so huge that they cannot be moved even an inch from their place. This already commercially launched OCT is actually being carried around in backpacks and being used to screen people in rural areas, and is made in India. Thank you so much. And the second device that we have is our Artilus Smart NFC refunders camera. This is the 5G Hackathon award-winning camera, which can actually be controlled remotely, and hence right now also is already deployed in Manipur to screen people in remote areas, whereas a doctor does not have to leave their clinic. This solution was presented to Modi ji as well. We are honored. What makes it smart is our self-made AI, which can identify 19 different retinal abnormalities from a single fundus image and 7 retinal conditions from an OCT image, real time. Opportunity, we've got about 73,000 doctors who don't have an OCT but intend to have one. And there are 129,000 doctors in the country who don't have a fundus camera as well. So it's a huge opportunity that we have, which makes it about 19,000 crores. But more importantly, ABPMJY has now allowed reimbursement of screening for diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma. This is the first screening that ABPMJY has allowed reimbursement for. And that makes us perfectly suited for getting good amount of revenues from this market. Quickly to show you a comparison with our largest competitor, on your left hand side is an image from a device which is a 1 crore plus device. Our device on the right hand side is 1/10 of the price. That device is not portable. Our device, as I've already told you, is portable and can be used for rural screening as well. The imported device, the other device, all the other devices in fact are imported. We are the only made in India device, which gives us a very strong advantage in the government procurement as well. Servicing is a pain point in the other devices because of it being imported. Servicing is our strength. We are the Maruti of this market. Whereas other devices are not smart, we offer the AI as a functionality of the device. In addition to that, when we talk about comparison of the fundus camera, we have a device which has an amazing image quality, and at the same time, our imaging is extremely easy. Traction, we've won about 14 awards, including NASSCOM, DOT's 5G Hackathon, as I told you, Qualcomm, as well as DCS grant that we've won. We've got 7 granted patents already, 10 filed and 12 to be applied. We've had our research being presented at various international conferences, including 3 times in a row at American Academy of Ophthalmology. We've got 60 plus media publications. We've been fortunate on that area, with even Forbes, Telegraph UK also presenting us. We've got about 40 plus clinics where our devices are already operational and generating good revenues, including the likes of Center for Sight, IQ, Dr. Agarwal's, Manipal, as well as Ampron for Northeast. We've got 4 crores of revenue generated this year, and we've got profits of about 20 lakh rupees. We've also been able to screen about 1,65,000 people on our own using our devices, and this is a real-time sheet that you can see where data keeps getting uploaded real time. We also have a data room where all these details are already available. We can give you access as and when we move forward in the process. Last slide, we already have a revenue of 4 crores and we already have an order book of 17 crores plus. We easily will be able to touch 27 crores next year. The ask is for 46 crores. We will be able to offer a 200% IRR, 87% CAGR over the next 8 years. We already have a 188% CAGR, while percentage is, growth in terms of revenue right now is not really relevant, but we still already have 188% CAGR over the past 5 years. So that's a little about us.
Any questions?
The valuation you're raising at?
Yes. On revenue. How are we ensuring in 3 ways? Thank you so much for this opportunity to address. What we are doing going forward with revenue, with 46 crores of ask that we are talking about in the first round, not directly in the first go, but probably over a period of 2 to 3 investments, is scaling up in terms of manufacturing, in terms of reach, as well as applying for US FDAs. So we already have 8 different FDA approvals, FDA proposals that we can apply for. Once we are able to get even 2 or 3 out of those, we will be able to achieve these numbers that we're talking about. Conversion round.
We are looking for state equity now. We raised 2.2 million using a CDS or a state instrument as a USA. And now we're looking for an equity. We're looking to be dilute around 12 to 15%. And we will raise a really large round once our FDA approvals are done, because the go-to-market in the US will require some really serious.
Bangalore.
What were the terms of the safe round that you raised?
Safe round has 20 million with a 32% discount. So 20 million or more.
Got it. Did you have to go through clinical trials for this?
So yes, we did. Clinical trials are going on for the FDA right now. We
Right.
did a lot of clinical research and papers we published on our AI platform, so we are diagnosing in the high 90s on the
Right.
diseases that we detect.
What was the sample size and accuracy that you got at the clinical
Our
trials?
training sets were close to 1 million, our test sets around 20,000. These clinical papers, etc., are ranging from 1,000 to 5,000 patients.
What's been the basis of valuation? I'm not able to understand. Like, so you're at a 4 crore revenue right now. You're you're at a 4 crore revenue right now, right? Correct? Yeah. So you're raising at 15% dilution. So roughly your valuation be about 250 crores approximately. At a 4 crore revenue next year, probably at 27 crores. But I don't understand the basis of the valuation.
Think about this. We are going to deploy about 1,000 machines of 1,000 machines of 100 cameras. It has a technology. 1,000 of each in India over the next 2 years is our goal. Each of these devices will generate recurring revenue paid by the government. And so when we cumulatively do the numbers, we're looking at about $257 million. That's where the number is coming from. We'll be happy to share with you our assumptions. These assumptions so far that we were unable to satisfy ourselves. India has, as you mentioned earlier, India has 100 million diabetics that we know of, another 100 million diabetics that we don't. And then there is another 100 million people who are qualified for the These diseases are all being categorized as retinal diseases, preventable. Now you have to tell the government is saying you get screened, would you get screened? You may not have any symptoms, but your doctor says, hey, you are diabetic. Get a screening done. See your diabetes and you get a cardiologist. So a cardiologist or a cardiologist on the other, and this is not a one-time shot. You, if you get yourself checked once, every year you have to get it screened. There is no, एक बार हो गया done. Once and done is not the case. So there is recurring revenue. 100 million people. We are looking at targeting 85% of the market. So that 5 million recurring revenue will start generating. That's how we look at just India. Now we have shipped our devices to Tanzania, we have shipped our devices to Dubai, we have shipped our devices to Uganda and Zanzibar, and with the US opening up, there is about 250 million global dialects. We are about net 10 countries worldwide. We are the only one in offline. To add to what you mentioned, we already have the first hospital which we already associated. We have already got universal for 17 patients that they tested. And we are the first in the entire country to have been able to do that. It is already ahead in the race of the ABP device. In India, we are like way out there in India. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. You said these cameras are automatic, no operator required, and remotely monitored.
If you have any more questions, you can always discuss it offline. Moving ahead, next with us we have Mr. Rajaguru representing Astromeda Space Private Limited. Put your hands together.
Hi, good evening. This is Guru from Astromeda. How many of you are interested to improve your health? So if you are interested to improve your health, this pitch is for you. So we are a medtech startup. We works on developing a smart textile-based health monitoring system. So, I mean, the Astromeda, we works on developing a smart textile-based health monitoring system. If you want, I can give. I see. I'll just brief out actually. Yes. So we are working on developing a smart textiles based health monitoring system. So everyone knows that now it's a world of wearables. There are a lot of wearables. Everyone is wearing like smart watches. These smart watches works on PPG based technology. It takes all your health vitals through PPG. So if your watch can collect your data, health data, why not your textiles? As we are wearing our textiles all over our body, so it is having a lot of vital points which can be picked up from that actually. So this helps to this data helps to collect the textile helps to collect all the data. So we can able to measure health vitals such as ECG, EMG, EDA. I mean, we can take right from ECG to thermal analysis. We can take your electromyogram, which is your muscle activity. In turns, we can collect all health data as well as stress factors of an individual using our health matrix actually. I'm just like interested to show the presentation to show the product. Okay, I'll just like go with this actually. So this is a consolidated presentations which shows what kind of works we do. Next. So we can able to measure the cardiac monitoring, rural vital monitoring, and industrial monitoring using this technology. So the technology what we were using is like we were using textiles, which is like carbon nanopowder coated textiles to collect your vitals. We know that all the body vitals are small electrons which is communicating through that. So we are using smart textiles to pick up your vitals. The advantage of this is the product is completely wearable as well as washable. So you could able to collect all your vitals with the comfort of wearing your t-shirt actually. So that's the core technology which we are working on. And with this technology, we can able to serve different industrial applications, right from cardiac monitoring to the industrial monitoring. So we are primarily focusing on the occupational health monitoring as our primary focus area. So we are developing monitoring systems for occupation monitoring. Whenever the patient is doing any work, we could able to assess the data. See, in a regular case, when you do any monitoring of a ECG and all, they will take ECG for a minute or 2 minutes of data, which is intrinsic data at the time of that. So when you wanted to analyze the data, you need to have a 72-hour or like 48 hours to 72 hours data to identify that. So what we were doing, we are collecting all the data like with the comfort of wearing your shirt, and we are sending it to a ALML software, which in turn process all your vitals and find out where there is a possibility of having a disease actually. So with that, we could able to assist this for a telehealth applications. That's what the overall concept of us. So far, like we have completed working with at present we are working with the TCOE for developing this product as a telehealth product. Also, we have got a contract from Indian Air Force for developing this for the defense wearable. We are working with the Army for Army defense wearable, as well as we are working with the Indian Air Force for developing this product for the pilots. We are developing in-flight health monitoring system for the pilots actually. So this product can be used for many occupational as well as it can be used for regular health monitoring applications. So we have completed this product is in TRL 7, and at present we are doing this we are doing analysis of that, like data validation and the certification process of that product is going on. So far we have raised like 2 rounds of funding, one from angel investor and one from proper regular venture firm actually. So 2 rounds of funding we have raised. We have so far raised around 1.5 crore, and we have raised around 3 crore through grant and other things actually. So we are looking to raise another 5 crore through this round for the next 2 quarters, and we are working towards that actually.
So you can wind up.
Yeah.
Any questions?
So we are in TRL 7. So the technologies has been proven on ground. So the main impact of this is like all the vitals what we were measuring on the body, it's a static vitals. They will do static ECG when you are here. But what we were trying to do is make the vitals, measure the vitals when we were doing any dynamic work actually. So we are working on algorithms to process your dynamic vitals and process that into a solution actually. So that's the main like we already the product qualification has been completed. Now we are in the certification stage, and we have orders from Indian Air Force also. So we are working towards that.
Any further questions? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Moving ahead, next I would like to invite Mr. Murugavel from Cosgrid Systems Private Limited. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. So, okay. So we are about cyber resiliency simplified. Okay, so think of a beautiful house with multiple roads. Okay, that's how today's organization enterprise looks like. And you have multiple roads, multiple doors, windows, but we don't know where the attack is coming from. So that's what happening today. So today the organizations are, trying to protect whether it be workloads, applications, SaaS, IoT users from cyber attack. We all know the protection, the threat detection is the key, functionality, organizations are looking for to have a visibility into networks and all of them. So that's where we have built something called Z3 SASE, zero trust, zero touch, and zero glitch in terms of connectivity. That's where 4G, 5G, everything comes into play. That's all the SD-WAN. So across the world, all the organizations are moving to SASE, Secure Access Service Edge, right, which protects all of them. So, okay, so whether it be a data center, branch, remote users, and so on. So we started, with, Secure SD-WAN, that's the, initial product. And then over the years, I think, okay, sorry. So over the years, we have built Secure SD-WAN, IoT gateway, next generation firewall. And when COVID came, and we moved to SASE, cloud, zero trust network access, secure web gateway, all of them. And we have customers on all of the products validated, and we are looking to scale. We in 2020, we won an award from DEC and MITI for Cybersecurity Grand Challenge Award, where we built one of the finest NDR, network detection response. And we are one of the India's first 5G SD-WAN tested at IIT Madras. And we are working on 5G security and planning to launch a SASE product. So this is Murugavel Muthu, myself and my CTO, Ganesh. We have more than 5 decades of experience, across the, intersection of industries. And we have got patents and, IPRs in this area. Okay, and SASE is a big area, well-known area, which is growing at more than 40%. The CAGR expected to across multiple next 5 years, over the next 5 years, and only few handful of unified SASE players are there, like 4 or 5. And in fact, in India, there is not even a single unified SASE. And in 2024, we are poised to become one of the first India's unified SASE company. Having said that, what are the USPs and differentiators? So we have built, based on big data ML, a finest, threat detection, advanced threat detection and response mechanism product, NDR, and we have validated, and we are planning to launch in another few months. And then we have already launched a zero trust network access platform, which offers excellent protection, multiple levels of protection. And we also have unique delivery mechanism, hybrid delivery mechanism. Most of the products are focusing on either on-prem or cloud. We are combining in a hybrid approach to have an excellent delivery mechanism across the globe. And as far as the traction is concerned, we have we have 14 customers across 8 verticals and more than 50 plus POCs. We have a revenues of approximately 100K USD. We have orders up to 250K. And we are raising up to 500K to 1 million at a valuation of 10 million USD. So we have customers across the thing, and that's a thing. Pretty much, I think that's all. We are planning to reach 40 million USD in another 5 years. That's our goal. Yeah, so and we are a bootstrap company, thanks to DC, our own internal revenues and some support from TCOE. We are able to build some products as well. We are bootstrapped, we are cash flow positive. Thank you. And we are looking to, our substantial amount of the funds will go to, 75% will go to GTM. We have product development point of view, we have found a way to navigate it, how to make it much more agile product development, and then scale it across the globe. Thank you. Questions, please.
Any questions?
Okay. Thank you. If not, feel free to contact me. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Rajiv Gant from Simware Private Limited. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also, if you still haven't had teas and coffees, you can get your teas and coffees and get it back inside. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I am Rajiv Gant, founder and CEO of Simware. What we are doing is we are building a product that's going to simplify the cloud infrastructure. When we say cloud infrastructure, we are talking about the data centers with rack scale architecture. And what we are doing is we are building a network switch that's going to replace the existing L2 network switch, the Ethernet network switch that we have. We are in the early stage of the company. We don't have the revenue yet. And what we are doing is, you can go to the next slide. This is some of the ideas that we are showing from where that we derived the idea to build the product. And our product looks like, what we are building is a chip that's going to be a PCI Gen 6 chip. This is a L1 chip that's going to be sitting inside our network switch. That essentially creates as a 48 port top of the rack switch. This is the smart switch that we are building. And this goes inside our chassis with our software stack. And we will be able to build a network switch that's going to be top of the rack smart switch. Yeah, it's already a patented idea. This whole product is built based on the patented that we filed in the US. What it does is that it essentially replaces the existing networking switch in the market, or in the rack. And it converges the network controllers, software-defined networking solutions, everything into a single appliance that is on top of the rack, and creates a memory area network over express within the data center. So what happens is, the moment we create every CPU getting connected using the memory itself within the data center, we are able to provision all the devices and the published devices from the rack to any server that is demanding such workload. For example, if you are going to deploy a Lambda workload for, say, machine learning or artificial intelligence workload, setting up a 16 GPU with 2 core control path system is going to be very difficult today, right? You need a very highly powerful NVIDIA JBOG kind of a system that's needed today. And every service provider is going to charge us $150 per hour for setting up a load like that. So with our system, what happens is every workload, machine learning, AI, fintech, and every other workload is going to be provisioned with enough compute and the device powers that's going to help them to deploy the workloads as early as possible. That's the product that we're building. So what we are raising, I think we can go to the... Okay. So what it essentially helps every data center is that it helps a single data center to function like 8 different data centers, meaning 8 data centers superpower is combined into a single data center. And we are raising 20 crore in this round, and we are giving 18.35% diluted from our cap table. So this is some of the animations that helps you understand how it is working. Okay. And main fund that we're raising right now, the 20 crore fund, is going to be helping us for next 18 months to build our product and for our operations and for the GTM strategies. That's from us. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from anyone? No questions?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have with us Mr. Deepak, representing Penlicos Private Limited. Let's have a round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very limited people left.
Thank you. Hope all are doing well. We are Penlicos. We make the two devices right now. We are based out of Bangalore and we make two devices. These are actually network aggregator devices. Like, let's say you are at a remote place where Ethernet connection is not enabled or it's not available. You need to set up a workplace, like you are a broadcasting station or you are a broadcasting van, ambulance. You need high-speed internet, but you do not have that. So through our devices, you can connect dongles or direct insert SIMs into our devices, and you can aggregate internet for up to 8 providers into one. Let's say Airtel has 20 Mbps, Jio has 200 Mbps at a place. We can combine the speed of that and give you a reliable Ethernet connection or a Wi-Fi connection at that place. We are right now selling these products to 6 countries, UK, Australia, and Africa is there. And our last year's revenues were 1 CR, and our profit is around 150%. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so our software and hardware both are developed in-house, and we manufacture this product from Bangalore. 3 of our IPs are under filing. So whole thing 100% is in-house. We have a team of 14 members. These 3 were the developers, and they are ex-Intel employees. Aggregate experience of 40 years. Yeah. So it has been 3 years and 6 countries. The current market size that we have right now for these devices is 4.2 billion. That is supposed to go to 24.7 billion in 2027. That is 34.7% growth per year. So we are expected to grow around 50% per year. This year we are expecting to grow at 100% because elections are coming up, and this device is required in those elections for setting up war rooms. We are also currently doing a contract with TCL, Tata Communication Limited. They are asking us to develop our device to fit into railways. Our railways, that will be a 5G device named Lily. Okay, that's it. Any questions?
What's your current traction? If you mention it, I kind of overlooked it.
Current
traction?
Traction.
How much? You're earning how much revenues?
1 CR last year.
Last year. So
150% in profit margins.
And what's the projection for this year?
It's supposed to be 2.5 CR. That's 75 lakh, sir? Yeah. So market growth is immense. A lot of channels are also using our devices. In media vans, ambulances, and government contracts are also looking to come in.
Any further questions? You have a question.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
African countries?
Yeah, Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Nigeria, yes.
Okay,
And
thank you.
it's actually we are discussing with a few customers from few African countries because 5G is not available there in many of those, but other technologies are available, 2G, 4G, 3G. We can aggregate all the speeds. All technologies can be aggregated through this device.
Thank you. Okay. Nigeria.
Africa, sir.
Nigeria.
Other than Nigeria.
Only Nigeria.
I'm sorry, I do not.
African country, only Nigeria, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If you have further more doubts, you can connect offline. Moving ahead, next I would like to invite Mr. Rohit Kataria, representing Echelon Edge Private Limited. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Long day, it seems. Thankfully, all the investors are here. So I have Prince with me. He's head of finance in my company. And, okay. So skipping the agenda, I will just quickly take you through our journey. So we are an IT services company, and we are on a transformation journey to become an independent software vendor. So we are not a new company. We have been around, and we have been working with our partners like Nokia, Oracle, and SAPs of the world. We have been deploying their applications, and we have been doing a lot of business in state telecom companies like BSNL and MTNL. And I would say we are a company which has been born and brought up in BSNL. So we understand the telecom networks very well. And it was during COVID that we realized that we have an affinity towards OSS, BSS, side of the business, and that is when we decided that we would start, manufacturing our own software, especially in the OSS side. So when we talk about our offerings, as I've told you that we are already into services and now we have ventured into products. So on the left-hand side, you can see the products which we have recently developed. We are talking about a network monitoring software over here. We are talking about an analytics platform. We are talking about 5G core, and we are talking about certain BSS modules. I'll be going into the details on the next slide. We are definitely there in services business, and we have been doing pretty well. We are established on that ground. So I'll be focusing more on the product side. So talking about our network monitoring system. So any device in the network, whether it's a router, whether it's a firewall, whether it's a server, whether it's your application, they can be monitored and they can be managed. So it's not a new product, but then, idea is what new are we trying to do over here is, I am ex-Nokia, ex-Oracle, ex-Microsoft, and I have seen the customized products, which have been given by these companies. They're pretty tough to use. What we are trying to do is we have created a user interface, and we are giving ease of deployment. So wherein a normal OSS product would take kind of months to get deployed, we have been able to deploy that in a matter of weeks. And in last 1 year only, we have done certain deployments for customers like Ram Mandir, Chennai Safe City, Goa Mopa Airport, and we have done those deployments pretty successfully. Talking about the next product, we have, okay, I'll just go to the private 5G later. We are talking about the analytics platform over here. So, all the raw data which has to be converted into meaningful insights. Again, it's not a new product, but what we are trying to do over here is we have merged this product into our NMS product. And what we are giving to market is a unified product so that while you are actually having the management of your entire network on a single pane of glass, you are also able to analyze that what's going to happen in future. So if your router is failing today, there will be an intelligence built in which will tell you that what is going to happen to the routers that are already prevailing, why they will fail, all the predictive analysis would already be present. So whether it's for your applications, whether it's for the performance of your devices, it can all be predicted. So we also have interest towards 5G core, as many of my friends over here are, doing fantastic job in RAN and the core market. We have a diversified interest towards 5G core. We are trying to develop a 5G core software, and we already are a captive private 5G partner to BSNL. So we are, talking in the market. We see huge potential in this market, and that is why we have affinity towards 5G core. And whatever funding we would be requiring, we would be actually requiring to do R&D in 5G core.
So you can wrap up.
Sure. I will quickly run on to my financials. So this is our commitment. What we are saying is that we are going to lock around 53 CR this year, and we see a growth. We have kept 3 different streams. One is from 5G, one is from network inside, data equipment, etc. And the third is our telecom business. We see a growth in next year. We plan to lock in around 74 CR. Again in 25-26, we plan to lock in around 112 CR. And this has already been assessed by our existing pipeline. So we have certain deals in our pipeline which are actually services driven. We see a huge potential in 5G as well as the NMS product which we have made. And that is how we have reached to this particular commitment. What we are asking for, we are asking for a 10% dilution on our market valuation, which is close to 125 CR. And the dilution, the fund which we receive, we plan to use it in product development, that is in R&D. We plan to expand to MEA market. We have already started discussing with partners over there. We also plan to strengthen our Indian market, as well as we plan to invest in marketing. This is how we plan to use our funds. So I'll be happy to take questions now.
Any questions?
Sorry, come again. So we already have locked in close to 40 CR for the current year. We have certain deals, and that is why we are locking at 53 CR. Okay. No. We are a totally bootstrap company. This is the first round of funding which we are looking for.
Any further questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving ahead. Next, we have with us Mr. Rishikesh Ghare, representing Indeo Networks Private Limited. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rishikesh Ghare. I'm the founder and CEO of Indeo Networks. Next slide, please. Indeo Networks, to summarize, we are a networking, especially Wi-Fi and Ethernet networking company based out of India. We are one of the few companies who are building the complete stack, end-to-end products in-house and in India with both the hardware as well as the software IP within us. It's a complete product line that we have built over the years, which includes Wi-Fi access points, Qualcomm based. We have 4G and 5G CPEs. We have FWA solutions. Also, we have network switches and network controllers. These go into any captive network, any captive Wi-Fi network today, and we have done thousands of those across the country and outside India as well. Today, we have more than almost 50,000 access points deployed worldwide with different customers, as well as managing almost 10 million plus subscribers on our platforms. In addition to that, we also have several software stacks that we built. The OSS BSS stack goes with it. The EMS, NMS stacks that also are built with it. And more importantly, you may ask, this is a age-old technology. Why are you still in this? I think there is a lot of talk today by the telecom operators about something called disaggregation. Almost on all the different network planes, there is a concept of disaggregation which is coming in, where they are segregating hardware as well as several software stacks separately. So we are part of a couple of these initiatives worldwide. One is called Open Wi-Fi and Open Switching, which is basically bringing in disaggregation, allowing telcos and ISPs to basically divide their network into or get hardware from different vendors and not have any vendor lock-in. So we are one of the leading companies out of India who are building this disaggregated networks. In addition to that, we are also doing a lot of work on satellite-based broadband. Can you go to the next slide? We have a team of seasoned entrepreneurs as well as industry experts with deep expertise. I myself am working in Wi-Fi industry for 20 plus years. My CTO is also in this industry for 20 plus years. So we have a really leading team who understands this domain very well. Can you go to the next one? So our company strengths, basically made in India company. We are a truly made in India company. We manufacture everything locally, as well as we are debt free, as well as cash flow positive. We are one of the few nimble startups, bootstrap. Go to the next slide. A lot of customer logos. We are empaneled with Geo. We already have work orders. We are executing those work orders with Geo. We are empaneled with BSNL. We are executing BSNL's work orders today with a sizable chunk, as in we are talking several tens of crores in revenue. And then we have many other customers, a big list of customers. We have 100 plus customers in almost 40 plus countries. Go back. The size is, the ask is about 5 million, primarily used for manufacturing. We are getting into manufacturing this year. The main reason is because there's a big push from the government as well as from within India for manufacturing it. Can you go to the next slide? We are doing 30 crore revenue today, and we are having about 100 crores in pipeline revenue from many of the big operators. We are working with some of the large SATCOM operators as well as with some of the big ISPs and telcos. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, a lot of this will be used for our expansion in manufacturing as well as in R&D and as well as marketing. The only three areas where we have really need to push through. So yeah, we 8 crores in profits and 30 crores in revenue. That's where we are. And any questions? Yes, they were mostly contract manufactured. We started off doing contract manufacturing in China, and now we are doing it in India. We still do all the EMS outside. We are not doing any our own EMS. All the design and assemblies are done in-house. We still do contract manufacturing, but only for the SMT part of it. The rest of it is we are doing it in-house. All the R&D, all the testing happens here. Wi-Fi is not affected by 5G. In fact, it has increased quite a lot. In fact, with Geo, we are part of their FWA rollout as well. So whenever Geo does an FWA rollout, we actually go in. So we are having three segments. We are doing community Wi-Fi or public Wi-Fi on a big scale outside India, not in India much. We are doing a lot of enterprise Wi-Fi as well as retail or home Wi-Fi. So these are pretty big segments, and we are well positioned in all of these segments. Sorry? What is the drive to your own manufacturing? Number one. Subset of that is that what percentage of the current third-party manufacturing will be replaced by internal manufacturing? And last but not least, how will that impact your profitability? So, as you know, the government of India is pushing a lot for Make in India products, both for switching as well as Wi-Fi, anything that is related to the network part. So this is basically driving us because we have been always a software company, but this particular push is driving us into hardware manufacturing. We have the expertise, we have the designs as well as the expertise in that. This is the main reason. If you answer your question, most of the SMT line, all the grunt work, we are not expecting to do it ourselves. It's primarily the testing, the validation, the design, and final assembly is what we plan to do in-house. Rest of it is the product cost of goods. So it will be about 20 to 30% will be outsourced, 70% which is basically the software stack as well as the IP that goes with it. And what about the impact on the So it will have some initial impact. In terms of percentage, it will take us about 10% hit, 10 to 15% hit on a profit line initially. But as we refine the value chain or the supply chain, I think we'll be able to bring down that number. Sorry? We are looking at next 1 year. We already are in the process of setting up a 10,000 square feet manufacturing. So no, it won't be negative, but it will be about a 1 year time frame that I'm looking out to do the conversion. Yes. No, sir. 50% of it, about 40 to 50% will go into manufacturing. We are very weak in marketing. Actually, we have done a lot of interesting work worldwide, but we have not done much marketing. So about 20-25% in marketing, and we have to invest a lot in R&D, especially on the circuit designing as well as on the IP related to this, especially Qualcomm and some of this Ethernet switching, especially L2 and L3 switches. I think there is hardly any companies who are doing managed Ethernet switches in India today, an Indian company. So we aspire to be one of them and build a complete product stack. Sorry. Yes, that's right. At present, at whatever scale we are looking out for, we already have contracts from Jio, and Jio is investing huge into both this Wi-Fi as well as into switching. So we plan to utilize it there. At what? About 30 crores revenue. No, because I have to invest initially for this year. I think I'll be back to 20-25% within a year or so after I've done the investments. So top line, I'm looking at, I have 100 crores in pipeline already from Indus Towers. Indus Towers is also one of our big customers, Jio, as well as BSNL. So already pipelines are there. So I'm looking at next year about targeting about 80 to 100 crores in revenues.
Thank you. If you have any more questions, we can take it offline. Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Mehta on behalf of Napstract Technologies Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you so much. If you have sat for so long, just sat for 10 seconds more. I'll just try to connect HDMI port here. Okay, perfect. I represent a company called Napstract. I'm founder director for this company. We are around 2 years into formation. As mobile networks evolve and wireless evolves, every new generation adds a new dimension to telecom networks, right? Besides connectivity, speed, and device density, telecom keeps adding more value to applications. 4G saw evolution of what's called CPaaS. CPaaS was nothing but a simple way of abstracting SMS from a telco network, presenting in form of an API back to a banking sector so they could authenticate, the device is actually there or not. 5G in the last 3 years has created what's called network exposure function. This is a deep intrinsic value driven by 5G networks, which allows a lot more information for 5G networks to be exposed back to applications. There are two main changes happening. Devices are changing. It's no more smartphone. It's going to be drones, it's going to be cars, it's going to be gaming devices, it's going to be AR, VR glasses. All of them expect very low latency and a lot of information from the network today, which is not possible in 4G. But 5G and future mobility allows this to happen in form of APIs. So there is a market developing, which is called the Network API Platform. This was launched by GSMA in 2023. Just how CPaaS evolved. CPaaS started, if you look at 10 years back, if you ask what an SMS gateway was, nobody would know. Today, the CPaaS industry is around $32 billion, growing to around $100 billion by 2030. A part of that industry is what 5G network as a API platform is going to take. So Napstract focuses on building this network API platform. We are in early proof of concept mode with some leading telcos in Europe. We also have some partnerships with AWS in rolling this out. And the market itself, which has launched in 2023, is seeing some very early signs. Ericsson went and bought a company called Vonage for close to $6.2 billion to address this space. Nokia has launched a business unit called Network as a Core platform. Almost every major provider, there are 40 of them which have got together in GSMA and created specifications for network API platform. Napstrack has been an early contributor in the open source projects. We are an early participant in what's called the Kamara project. And what we have been doing is we have created two products. One is called NEF, which digs deep into the network, removes information. Second is a platform, which is a presentation layer, which monetizes API. Because in the end, a telco is going to partner with AWS, or it's going to partner with public cloud, or with applications, and do business just like CPaaS companies did. So we believe that this market is close to around $30 billion by 2028. Napstrack view is that if we have the right partnerships, if we create the right channels, we should be able to create $10 million revenue by 2027-28. Our early success in the market is we're tied up with a fairly large European telco. We are tied up with AWS, we are tied up with Intel, and we are creating a joint alliance over here, which we will launch in MWC this year. We are launching 4 APIs on this platform in MWC. We're on another tab with Salesforce, because Salesforce does a lot of API marketplace. So we have this is public information, you can go and Google. So Salesforce is using our APIs on developer portal, and we are verge of closing a large deal in, again, a European telco where we were competing with Ericsson and Nokia.
So you can wind up.
Yeah, as I said, the telco API market is large. It's 230 billion. That's not what we are going for. We are going for a portion of that, which is called network API platform, that we believe is around 30 billion. That reports are there in the public. Our serviceable market will be around 3 billion. But if we become optimistic, like Tanla platforms or Root Mobile, which move from a product vendor to a platform vendor, then Napstrack's size in terms of service market increases 10 times, becomes 30 billion. But today, as a new company, 8 people in hand, a very strong CTO with us who's built India 5G stack in the last 8-9 years, both of us have got together. We are aiming at first creating our first set of customers, looking at $10 million, and for that we would need around 2.5 million. In this 2.5 million, majority is going to go into sales and development. We are looking at US, Africa, Middle East, parts of SEA, and around 30% will go into product engineering. I can talk a lot more on this subject. It's fairly new, but we believe that 5G's main advantage will be enabling B2B to X and not B2C. And that's where Napstrack came together. It's network and Napstrack put together. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, so the first POC they were building is with a telco in Europe. So they will be exposing APIs by enabling them with that platform. They are interfacing with AWS, which will become the API aggregator, and AWS will get all their applications on the top. There's a proof of concept right now. Similarly, our first 2 years focus is to enable telcos to get network exposure platform ready. Even GSMA is expecting that to happen. So GSMA just launched the specs. I think there are 8 telcos who have started initial POCs with Ericsson and Nokia. We have the 9th one, which is in Europe. And if we do well, then our go-to-market partnerships will be with a large public cloud vendor, because you need the southbound integration with number of telcos. I don't think Napstrack can today do it on its own. So we are looking to work with AWS. That's a partnership we are trying to form today. If that happens, then we have access to a lot of telcos to work with. But first 2 years is telco, then public cloud during that time. If this market evolves, like CPaaS has evolved, then we directly go to enterprises, which means banking companies. For example, there's a classic use case that today, when you're doing OTP authentication, you really don't know where the device is, right? You have no idea where the device is. And people are also spoofing GPS locations now. But with this thing coming up, what we're doing with this POC in Europe is, once you get the OTP, but before you get that, you do a device location verification check through the telco, because the base station is a reality. Your cell phone is there. So it's called device location verify. It's an open API, but Napstrack has built the platform to connect to the 5G core, abstract information, present it into a simple format, push it back to the enterprise so they can consume this in their code. So in that, last 2 minutes. So in that POC that we're doing, we have used a computer vision application from Intel. They have absorbed 2 of our APIs, which were developed for them. And when a camera detects an event. So let's say number of people have increased. That's a riot happening outside, number of people increase. So that traffic stream, which is video, which is going to a central cloud, gets picked up, programmably get transferred to a local edge node so that the first responder can go out. Or even quality of service. There are various use cases. That's a great question. CPaaS had that problem, but with GSMA launching Open Gateway specifications in March 23, where large companies are contributing, we are one of them, that standardizes the presentation layer on the top. But the southbound, where telcos remains technical, that's where we step in, because that you need telco domain. So it's a combination of telco domain and application domain, which creates the thing. But the standardization is in place, and that's what the Kamara
We
project
have
is
to
all
wind
about.
up.
Yeah, I would love to talk offline with anybody interested.
We can discuss it later. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you for your time.
Moving ahead, now I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Mamtani on behalf of Prayogic Technologies Private Limited. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Yeah, so I should start. My name is Vijay Mamtani. I've graduated from NIT Bhopal as an electrical engineer. We started this venture with the name of Prayog. So that is a Prayogic technology. We are a recognized startup now. We are working towards the remote power management solution. Okay. This side? Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. So the purpose why we are here, we have seen that, okay, Indian telecoms or any other globally, a remote telecommunication tower requires a power from minus 40 degree to plus 60 degree. How we can provide the power in a very clean form? That's the motive for us to here. And we have designed a modular integrated hybrid power system that consists of 3 different technologies: a thermoelectric technology, a fuel cell technology, and the renewable basis of a solar. So it can work on any type of a gaseous fuel, any type of a liquid fuel, and that takes its own decision to whether it's a renewable area or it's a minus 40 degree area to provide the required power. So that will help us to design. Yeah. So yes, so right now we are total 10 shareholders, including the GAIL India, which has equity financed us in 2018 for the oil and gas remote communication towers. Similarly, in the Indian defense, we have deployed our system in minus 40 degree at Siachen to see how the product can be useful for them in a defense area. Yeah. So the total testings, certifications, validations has been done since 2016. We are working towards that. And as of now, there is no single product which can provide a single integrated way of approaching the power management solution for the including the telecoms. Yes, so we are here. The product development stage is already been completed. We need to scale it up, for which we are requirement of a 3 million as of now, which can go for a equity priority on the reference basis. But yes, debt can also be provided in the futuristic projections of 5 years. Yeah. So these are some 5-year projection what we have taken in the consideration today, 2024 and 2025, which has a good revenue might be possible because of this requirement of a fund what we are seeking. Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, I didn't get you, sir. In the way? Yeah, CCPS, we are open. We are open, sir. Yes. Yeah, they are the contact details. Correct. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Sir, it's a Siachen Indian Army Maratha Regiment where we have deployed in January 2020. So that was in minus 40 degree at 18,000 feet of altitude. So that requires a power to just for a walkie-talkie system, just for any telecommunication system by the defense. It was that was a time when we have deployed. It was a commercial value of 30 lakh rupees. So that was only designed as per the defense system, just for the power up of 100 watt. So now we need to talk about, if you're talking about the telecom, this will increase to 3 kilowatt to 8 kilowatt. So the total price will increase to CRs. No, sir. We have to be near to the traditional way of approaching the market. Like the diesel generators, the grid lines, they are actually operating at 3 CR or 4 CR. The total operational cost of 5 years, the capital, OPEX and CAPEX, everything. So we have a range of 3.7 CR to 4.2 CR to maintain the market. Thank you. Thank you.
So next, I would like to invite Mr. Harshal Gandhi, representing Autosys Industrial Solutions Private Limited.
Good evening, everyone. I am Harshal Gandhi, co-founder of Autosys Industrial Solutions. At Autosys, we are propelling manufacturing plants by spearheading the Industry 4.0 revolution. Our manufacturing execution system, named COT Platform, orchestrates a full-scale automation from data acquisition to ERP automation. Okay, let us understand Industry 4.0. We transitioned from late 1700, where we witnessed the first industrial revolution of steam power and mechanization, to fast forward today, where we speak to use the artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, as well as Internet of Things. We are solving multi-fold problems on the shop floor, from smallest of the plant to largest. Production and downtime logs are manually maintained, which leads to a lot of data inconsistency. Late reports, redundant analytics, worker inefficiency is not trackable. There are unexpected downtimes on the line. Timely maintenance is not conducted and eventually leads to breakdowns. Quality parameters are not maintained, essentially leading to rework and process wastage. As a part of the solution, we constitute on three main verticals. One is the COT Connect. COT Connect, this is a firmware developed by us that can be used to interface with any machines regardless of age or make, to pull data in a real time, that is 500 milliseconds. It further processes the data and relays it to the cloud. COT Platform. On cloud, we have a full-blown MES, manufacturing execution system, wherein if a machine is running on the shop floor, you shall see it running on the you can see it on a real-time basis on a COT platform, and also retrospect data. Third is the COT Play. COT Plays, you can visit our factory without being physically present on the shop floor. If a machine is running on the shop floor, you shall see it running on the COT Play. What are the expected outcomes? Across all our customers, we have seen 30 to 45% reduction in our unplanned downtime, 15 to 35% improvement in production yield, and 25 to 30% improvement in asset utilization. What is the revenue model? A one-time implementation cost is $100 per IoT gateway, where plus $15 and $10 for wiring cost, and our selling price is around $200. For a subscription model, we have $200 per machine, and our cost is $30 per machine, and $170 is our gross margin per year. These are our customers around the entire India. Development milestones: by 2024, we will be at 5,000 plus machine, and at the end of 2028, we'd be 100,000 plus machines deployed. Here. These are our revenue history. As of 2024, we are at around $1 million of revenue. Our projections for 25, 26, 27, 28. Our funding, requirement is $7 million, where we already have a commitment of $3.5 million from our existing customers. We are looking for the rest $3.5 million. And these are the fund allocations. Just go back on the slide, please. Back. These are the fund allocations for COT platform, R&D, cybersecurity, business development, new product development, and operational expenses. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from anyone? No questions. Thank you so much. You can connect offline. We have last two presentations left, another 5 to 7 minutes, requesting you all to kindly be present here for another few minutes. I would now like to request Mr. Avnish Kumar on behalf of Living Sense Technologies Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Yeah. So I know that I'm not going to take more than 2 to 3 minutes, but it's a very important topic. We all will be very interested. What we are trying to do, we have developed a world-class platform for deep decarbonization that is going to help in decarbonization of all the heavy industries that is called hard-to-abate industry. And that's what the need for the industries today. Why it is so important? Because you know that the statistics and specifically the hard-to-abate industry starting from oil and gas, metals to cement are the one which is contributing to more than 75% of global emissions. There's no solution. We talk about green hydrogen to CCUS and all, but they are not going to be implemented in production before next 10 to 15 years. So what we need is a solution for our immediate survival, which requires to address the 2030 goals. So that's pretty much it's what we are doing it. Yeah. So we have already implemented this solution. We are in production. We are right now present in India and US both across oil and gas, which we started almost 5 years back, and now we have expanded into metals. We have got into the cement, and in cement, what we are doing is for one of the cement company, specifically North itself, we are trying to help them to migrate or transition towards alternate fuel, the liquid alternate fuel, which is the wastages from the chemical companies. And that is one of the major breakthrough. We are trying to do it for this industry so that they can cut down on the coal. Similarly, in US, we are targeting the asphalt company, which is $25 billion industry. We have already deployed in 2 plants. We have an order book of now 10 plants this year alone, and we are going to expand across very rapidly. So this is some of the use cases which is already running. It is one of the largest refinery plant in US where we have already deployed it. It is running, and it is we are getting the almost 5% GHG emission reduction already. So yeah, so this is how we do. It's a SaaS-based platform. So we are charging for the platform onboarding and the recurring charges based on the data volume. And this is our team. We have teams from the IITs, NITs, and which we founded. And then we have got a global team which comes from the climate domain, from the industrial domain as well. And yeah, so this is our ask. We are already this year we are closing a revenue of $500,000 since our order book is good. 24 we are targeting $2.5 million in revenue, and we have already done it. We are in the closer of our current fund round, which is pre-series A, where we are doing 2.75 million. 2 million is already done. It's just 750K which we are left as a gap, and we are just trying to close that in next 1 month. Thank you. Yeah.
Any questions from anyone?
So we are offering directly to the organization. We are not getting into the final, the offsetting part in the trading. What we are giving is a net reduction in the carbon. When we start, we take a baseline, and then after deployment, we show them the actual reduction and get it validated by the plant team itself. And then they take it across to get the further auditing and offsetting. Right now, we have tie-ups for auditing and offsetting, but we are not directly offering it. 11 cents.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. I am there for any discussion.
With us, we will be having the last presentation of the day, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Umesh, representing Optum Media Solutions Private Limited.
Good evening, all. I'm Umesh. I'm Optum Media Solutions, CEO and founder. We are based in Bangalore. Oh. We are both into software development, professional services, and as well as product development. We started with professional services. Now we are into product. We are working on the next generation products in the media and broadcast and automotive side. We are close to 120 plus engineers. We are scaling, and we have a presence both in Bangalore and a registration in US. I'll brief about few of our products in the next slide. We are also recognized startup as well. That means that we have a tax exemption and as well as the angel exemptions. We are also members of some of the standard body that includes TSDSI and consortiums like Digital Radio Mondial, which is basically the next generation radio technologies. I'll brief about the revenue next. So we have a products, as I said, both in automotive and as well as in the media and broadcast. In the automotive products, we have a display control units. We are supplying to most of the major OEMs in the two-wheelers. We have a considerable business as well, and as well as the pipelines. What is the unique is it has a basically, we have developed the framework which can be integrated to any two-wheeler with a very short span of time. It is a complete framework, both in terms of the middleware, hardware, and software. So that's the unique feature here. Similarly, we are working on infotainment solution, which is basically the next generation infotainment. Some of the new unique features includes the India is still in radio transmission. I'm talking about the actual FM AM. We are still in India is still in the analog. We have India is moving to a next phase of digitization, which is either the standard digital radio mondial or HD radio. So we have developed the software stack for digital radio mondial, and we provide radio as a service, broadcast as a service as well. So this is one of the product that we are developed, which we have done a field trial with Prasar Bharati. It is basically, you might have heard recently that there is a direct to mobile, which basically India is adopting that standard, and they want to do a field trial now. Across the ministry, it has been adopted. Now we have developed the product that receives the direct to mobile and a set-top box and recast in the home. This we have this opens up the plenty of use cases, both the the business case and use cases, whether it based on the remote education or you can receive 4K and 8K without internet connection as well, or it has a next generation of user experience as well that includes Dolby and MPEG, and it basically recasts the devices connected at home. So it basically avoids there is no need of internet connection even at the remote villages to receive 8K and 4K content, and as well as the remote educational content. It also some of the new it opens up the new use cases in terms of the educational remote education and as well as the audio immersive audio experiences. So whatever we have developed this stack, which is basically ATSC3 stack, which is a next generation stack on the broadcast side, India is moving towards that direction. This also opens up the vast opportunities globally as well. We want to extend that stack into a TV side. We have tied up with the TV with the most of the global TV companies, which is well known in the world, which is basically a MediaTek and Google. We have a collaboration with them. We want to develop this, extend this product into the TV stack, so which will be a made in India, make in India for the next generation TV. That's our, plan. So what we are asking is, we have in terms of our revenue, we are close to 25 CR this financial year. We should be hitting, and we have an orders to close to 60 CR in the next year. More than that there. So essentially, what we wanted to scale up in terms of our software stack in the media and broadcast side that can be extended to the TV. So this is where we stand. We are a profitable company from inceptions. We have been growing at more than 2x in every financial year. So that's a quick overview. That's the reason. Yes. So this is a quick. We have a revenue based on both products, services, and we are looking at 5 million USD. At a 50% dilution. We are open for the further discussion if there is any interest. Open for questions.
Any more questions? We can.
I did run through fast. I'm sorry if you can. If anyone interested, I can speak a little bit.
If we have any more questions, you can connect offline. I think we have to wrap up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time. And with this, we come to an end of this session. I hope we'll all make best out of it. And to conclude it, for the concluding remarks, I would like to invite I request all of you to kindly be seated for a couple of more minutes. We are just about to conclude this. And I request Sri A. Robert, J. Ravi, DDG, SRI, Josh to kindly give away the concluding remarks.
Thank you. I think we should thank the VCs and investors who have been around for quite some time. I am sure the startups what you have seen will be very useful. Heartfelt thanks. Our team is always available. Any further details you require, we can connect you with the concerned people and we can take this forward at any opportunity time. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers, the TEPC especially, and TCOE and my team for having put down together. My request is to all the startups, please closely follow up. Whatever questions there, please answer them. You also need to put in a bit to have really come forward. Once again, thank you.
I request all the VCs to kindly join us on the dais for a group picture. And requesting rest of you to kindly be here. We'll have another picture right after this. But for now, I request all the VCs to please join us for the group picture. And we would like to thank all of you for listening to all the ideas with a lot of patience. And I request all the dignitaries also to join us. Please join us on the dais. I request all the other representatives in the hall to kindly join us for a group picture to mark a memory for this moment. All of you who are here in the room, please join us on the dais for the group picture. Also, the dinner will be served early, so please take dinner as well. So please join us on the dais for a group picture. Let us together make the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat a success. Let us materialize this thought. Let us materialize this thought of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. Once again, I would like to thank all of you, all the exhibitors, all the delegates, all the dignitaries who've joined us for making Bharat Expo a success. We are looking forward for your contribution in the future as well. Meanwhile, all of you, please join us for a group picture.
So you also come, please. Arunji is not here. Arun.
Once again,